What's up, everybody? Welcome to Fox Soul. It's your girl, Claudia Jordan, and I am, of course, broadcasting from the comforts of my own home because of this pandemic. We're all in quarantine, so thank you so much for joining us and spreading the word about Fox Soul. Now, look, today we got a really special show for you. My first guest is the self-proclaimed King of the South and Grammy Award-winning recording artist and actor, and quite good at both of them. Rapper T.I. is with us, and he's discussing the new season of T.I. and Tiny, Friends and Family Hustle, his much talked about podcast, which is getting lots of play and lots of love, and his Netflix show, Rhythm and Flow, and so much more. And later in the show, we'll be joined with actor and singer Jason Weaver. He's talking about everything from his role in Disney's original version of The Lion King to growing up a child star and what we can expect from him in the future. But right now, let's welcome T.I. Welcome to the show. Tip.
What's going on, CJ?
Man, how you holding up this pandemic? Are you going crazy or did you need this break?
Nah, man, not at all. I think I'm actually enjoying it. I mean, my heart goes out to all those who are affected, but I'm actually enjoying time, doing nothing. I appreciate it.
I would imagine someone that, is on the go and kind of doing a little bit of everything would really appreciate this because, I mean, this has got to be the exact opposite of a usual schedule, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I haven't sat still this long since I was in prison, probably. But I think that this is a perfect time, man, like to find things about yourself to improve, perfect time for change and to just to read, learn, grow.
Have you learned anything new about yourself during this time? Have you picked up
You know what? It's still soon. It's still soon. You know what I'm saying? I learned that I don't know everything there is to know yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Yeah. You know what? Here's to you. You got the exclusive right here at Foxhole.
What about, so have anybody, any friends or family, anyone affected by the virus? Do you know anybody?
Yeah, I mean, man, yeah, longtime friend from New York, brother Saeed. Him and his mom, unfortunately, succumbed to complications to COVID-19. It was a terrible loss, tremendous loss.
I'm sorry to hear that. And I ask you because, at first there was all this like fake news kind of going out, like Black people can't get it, and that they were accusing, the masses were accusing Black people of celebrities of being paid to admit that they have it. And, this, we're going to get into the conspiracy theories because we have a book in common that we both read. So I'm with you on that. But what do you think about that? What do you have to say to the folks that are saying that celebrities are being paid to claim they have a virus? Do you think there's any validity in that?
I mean, I don't think I have no evidence to show that there's any validity in it, but if someone feels that way, I think they have their right to express themselves.
Right. Well, it hit home for me. One of my best friend actually also who lives in Atlanta, she actually had a tough time just even getting a test down there. And when she was sick from March 5th, and it wasn't until 2 weeks ago she finally got tested and she had it and they had to give her a breathing treatment. So Atlanta is one of the places where we're seeing videos of people out in the park still. Do you think people are taking it seriously, the shelter in place?
I think people are taking it as serious as they can, just given the culture. You know what I'm saying? The system of society is built on human interaction. You know what I mean? Experiences. So you can't just tell a person to cut that cold turkey. Now, what I think should be more focus put on are things that we could do that we can still remain safe and not bring harm to any others. Like, take walks. You know what I'm saying? Just do things that won't cause us to congregate in small areas. And it's more difficult for others than, I mean, just think about New York. Most people, they live in things that what we would consider in the South the size of closets. Yeah. So now you want this person to stay here all day. Most people wake up, get dressed, leave out, work, and do whatever they have to do all day, come home just in time to sleep. You dig what I'm saying? Because their dwelling only allows for them, kind of like the opportunity to do that. So if you ask people to stay in consistently and they ain't really got the means to do so, I think that, that's when the conflict comes.
I think that's a good point that you make because there's been a lot of criticism online of celebrities that are saying, if I can do it, you can do it type of stuff. And people, like there's the have and the have nots, right? There's a
Right.
huge disparity in the people that are, got it going on and the people that are just trying to like make ends meet. If you go to Twitter and you just read some of these stories, there's a lot of criticism of, oh, these celebrities, they're in these big houses and we're in these little rooms. Not that, no one should be guilted about their success. And that's not the point of me even bringing
Not
that
going
up.
to be.
You know what I'm saying? It's not about that, but it's just like the frustration that we see is brewing. And I'm a little bit nervous about what's next. You know what I mean? Like most people can't go 2 weeks without a check, or a week without a check, right? And you ask these people to go a month without a check and then figure it out, work it out. I wonder how desperate folks are gonna get. Are you nervous about any of that?
Nah, man. I mean, this too shall pass, how I feel. I mean, it could get worse before it gets better, but whatever it does, I'm gonna stay silent. I feel like we Black, we've been in situations where the cards were stacked up against us before. This won't be anything new for most of us. So I think, we just have, and fear and faith can't reside in the same place. So if we got real faith in the God we say we pray to, we have faith in the universe, then fear and faith don't exist in the same area. So you got to choose one. I'd rather be faithful. I'd rather be faithful.
What do you think about some of the churches that continue to have gatherings, like these large gatherings of people? What do you think about that? Like, I think that's,
I can't be, I can't be critical of people per se, man. Like, what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, they are endangering people, but that's what, like, it's a preacher. Like, it's like, what I'm saying? Like, I don't have high expectations. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I have preachers that I know, that I love, that I respect, who prove themselves to be exceptions to the rule. But as a rule of thumb, that's the behavior we expect from people in their position.
I hate that because it seems like our people in particular, and I mean Black folks, we're so faithful, and it's so easily manipulated and so easily like we're gonna go with what the man tells us, what the pastor tells us. You know what I mean? I think it could put a lot of people in jeopardy. And I understand praying and prayer and having faith.
Well, I think the belief system, is what's in question. This isn't the pastor per se, because the belief system is what puts the pastor in a position of power in the first place. The pastor just should be a vessel, a messenger, no different from a person in the congregation. Now, the belief system puts the pastor on a pedestal and has, you know what I mean? And that is what I think the misconstruing of like what the intention is.
Right.
It get lost in translation a lot. I think, man, God is in all of us, and God communicates through all of us, to all of us. And when two or more gather, he is present. So we don't need no preacher or nobody to get the word to us if we want it. You dig what I'm saying?
Yep.
So to pay somebody to get my prayers to God when I can get them there myself, it's asinine.
Let's just cut out the middleman, right? I mean, it's supposed to, at the end of the day, it's a relationship between you and God, right?
Straight to the plug.
I'm just saying. So how has this new normal impacted like your creativity? Are you inspired, or are you more inspired or less inspired? Because like it's easy to get depressed with these new, this new situation, this new normal.
I'm not fine. No, I'm not depressed by any means. Life is a series of adjustments. You know what I'm saying? If we expect things to be the same all the time, then that's what brings about disappointment. If you find yourself, constantly pivoting, adjusting, finding ways, to make changes as things change around you, you know what I'm saying? That's where stability and consistency come in. So that's what I've been trying to focus on. I ain't got time. I ain't got the energy. That ain't in me to be depressed.
Judging by what we see on your show, which we all love, I mean, I think your show. Oh, I'm so sorry. Your show.
It's okay.
I'm on a few people with a house phone. Okay.
Man, it's all right. Go ahead. You need to take that?
now it's probably, my mom be calling me like all the time, like, did you take vitamin C? And I love it, but I have to remind her I do a show at this time. From your show, I love your show. I mean, a reality show about, first of all, we don't really get to see a heterosexual Black male head of the family, head of the household on television. That image has just been obliterated from all the sick shows. We don't get to see that. So the fact that we get to see it from you, who the streets and the main, everybody respects. Like, I love that.
I thought of it like that.
No, we don't see it. I mean, remember, ever since they got rid of James Evans, we don't really see. It's always a white savior,
well,
right?
We've always had, we've had representation since James Evans. You had Fresh Prince since then. You've had what's my man? Since then. We've had Damon Wayans and My Wife and Kids since then. We've had a couple here and there, but in the present, I appreciate that acknowledgement. We never thought of it that way. Man, we really just wanted to kind of just show how diverse we were as a family. And we felt like other families would find a way to relate to it, learn from it, be inspired by it. And over the course of, I don't know, man, maybe about 11 years or so, that's what we've been able to do. And, it's just become, kind of like a cornerstone of culture for a generation and a community. And we're definitely humble and appreciative to be able to, be in position to do that.
It's very much needed, though. I mean, especially the fact that you are a rapper, and with mainstream media, for the most part, they love to publicize when you make a misstep. If you got to do time, whatever. That's always the headline. And to see an attentive dad, we need that. And yeah, you pointed out examples of sitcoms, and that's scripted, but we see in y'all, we see in you real life. And I think that made a lot of people just, I think when we, as many images like that as we can get, it's just beneficial for the culture and our people, because there's cities in America that don't ever see Black people in real life, right? And when they can come to a show like yours and be like, well, damn, they're not all like this. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate the different, when we have different shades of Blackness, the Black experience, I think it's very powerful. We need that.
I appreciate that. And I think, you got to give a lot of credit to VH1, Viacom, 51 Minds. Like, you know what I'm saying? They continue to find the value in it. And, it enables us to kind of just continue to be a reflection of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Now, wherever the unfamiliarity is in the clash of culture, I don't know how to describe why people would think they all are one way or another. That just goes into, you know what I'm saying, people know what they're around. So we're happy to provide people with the information if they may not spend a lot of time around the culture.
Right. Well, they've always tried to make the Black experience a monolithic one. It's just one where we have one way of thinking. We're one way.
Right.
So appreciate it. So was it hard for you to open up your world, like your life, to the cameras? Was it hard for you to do that, or was it fun?
Man, listen, bro. I don't really consider it opening up. It just happens. The cameras just happen to be around. I say the first time I felt like, a little just kind of uncomfortable about it was this season. You know what I mean? Because the things that transpired with my daughter Deja just happened in real time as we were filming. So it kind of became a part of the storyline of the season, and I wasn't really digging it. But all things considered, as we got through it, you know what I'm saying, we came to a place, a resolution. And, I felt like it's good for people to be able to see how things are handled in families that may be in, people need to see that we are humans just like everyone else. You know what I mean? We may live in a different house or drive different cars or, have different pay stubs at the end of the day, but we still humans. So to see how we go through things, hopefully others can relate to
it. You've been in the game for a long time, so does the negativity affect you at all still, or does it really roll off your back? 'Cause I'm I still bothers me. I still feel, but does it ever bother you?
At all.
Really?
No.
How
If
can
you
you?
if you live for the cheers, you'll die by the booze. Someone else's opinion of me is no business of mine. You know what I mean? What you feel about me is none of my business. It's a reflection of how you really feel about yourself. So I mean, like, I'm gonna let you live with. I'm gonna let you handle that. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I know who I am. I'm not gonna let your opinion of me change my mind about who I am.
Have you
So,
always been like that, or is that something that you had to evolve to?
man, I get more stuck in my ways every day. As you get older, man, I get more and more stuck in my ways every day.
So, okay, I was reading through some information about you, and there's a book that you've read that I love and I tell people about. It's a book that used to get you flagged if you ever checked it out of the library back,
Absolutely.
and that is the book Beholds a Pale Horse. Now, what do you
By
think?
William Cooper.
Yes, was murdered
Yeah.
after
Who was assassinated. Yeah.
what, three assassinations attempts on his life?
By who knows who. For who knows who.
Right. What do you think about that book compared to, against the backdrop of what's happening in the world today?
Well, I mean, when I first read it, began to read it, man, late 90s, early 2000s, it just seemed like, a bunch of fantasy kind of conspiracy, far-fetched. Like, yeah, it correlates, but I don't really see this happening. So it went from that to as we begin to see more and more things materialize and kind of come into fruition in manifestation in present day, all of these things are happening. So I think that, like, that's, and that, I think that's a testament to, the validity of a lot of the stuff that's in the book, and people don't mysteriously come up missing for nothing, or come up murdered for nothing.
And for the people who aren't familiar, I think he was a high-ranking, was he a SEAL?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the naval security of defense, something in that, high up in armed forces, in the into politics and whatnot, and learned a lot of things. We're in a lot of rooms, hearing conversations, saw a lot of secrets that he decided to write a book about. That ultimately,
man-made disease.
I'm not gonna get into the specifics of it. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things I will, because you know what I'm saying. Once you get too far deep into that, start conversing with people lend their opinions, and you know what I mean. I'd rather just send you to the book, read the book, and if it moves you, and all it is to raise your thought of perspective. Don't think that everything you see on the news is true. Don't think that everything that people say to you when they're on the podium and asking you for your vote is certain. I think you have to keep your mind open to just the ways of the world.
What do you think about the political climate now?
There is no political climate. This is pandemic. There is nobody give a damn about no politics, man. Man, when we can go outside. Man, nobody care about no politics right now, for real, bro. When we can go outside, do I have my job? When shit getting back to normal? That's all it is, bro. And like, I don't care nothing. I have no thoughts on politics right now. I mean, I don't think it's even fair to even sit here and discuss, trivial politics when it's people suffering, it's people starving, it's people who don't know where they next check coming from, where their next meal coming from. So who happens to be in office is of no consequence. I think a lot of this shit is a result of who was put in office and how they handled it, but that's neither here nor there. Even still, that even more helpless right now. You know what I mean? Like, all this shit don't even matter.
But with that being said, probably there's an argument to be made, though, that now, every election cycle, it's now more than ever, but it is because, like, we have someone that wanted to disable the pandemic team, and just in spite of the previous administration, you know what I mean? And now we're in a position, I think if anything, it highlights how important it is to know what kind of person we, you know, allowing to get in by sitting at home a lot of the times, you know. But we won't make this big political.
Yeah, I always want to let the smart people lead.
Yes.
That mean, you know, I like to have the smart people thinking on my behalf. And I'm gonna leave that at that. You know what I'm saying?
Tip, you are pretty smart, and the more that people listen to you, and now you have, let's get into your podcast expeditiously. People are they're loving this side of you, and not to say that this is a side, they're loving to discover this about you, and people are feeling it. Like, how did that come about? How did your podcast come about?
It was actually introduced to me by Podcast One, man. I had a meeting with them, and they introduced the opportunity of having a podcast, which I had never thought of before. And you know, just as I began to kind of, you know, toss it around in my mind, what would a podcast be like? What would I discuss? What would I like to talk about? And with who? I became more and more intrigued, and you know, we just decided to do it, hit the ground running, and continue to have stimulating discussions that'll push the culture and the community forward with people who are relevant to the discussion.
So it's like a natural fit for you. It doesn't seem like it's a natural.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying, man. I ask questions, receive game. Just, you know, kick it with some of the most prolific people of the generation.
Who would you like to have on your show that you haven't had on yet? Ideal guest, like, man, we got fill in the blank.
Eddie Murphy.
Okay.
Will Smith, Denzel Washington, Dave Chappelle. So many people. Erykah Badu.
Oh yeah, she's very interesting.
Yeah, she dope. She dope as shit. I mean, like, so it's so many people. It's so many people in many different areas of entertainment, life, politics. You know, Michelle Obama. You know what I mean? I asked Jay to do it. Jay said, "Man, I ain't talking." Which I respect, man.
I love to hear that. He does so much for the culture too.
Yeah, man. Jay to me, man, is the ultimate example of how to come from where we come from, man. When I say that, I mean refugees of the war on drugs. You know what I mean? How to turn your life from that into your wildest dreams coming true. You know what I mean? I think he's the epitome of that. So I had, and he's still kind of just still willing to impart wisdom. You know what I'm saying? And share what he's learned with the rest of us. So that's dope.
Speaking of dreams coming true, I don't know if this was ever a dream of yours, but I thought this was pretty interesting. You received a Tony nomination for SpongeBob SquarePants in the musical. What was that?
Right on. Man, that was actually my son, Damani. He wrote the opportunity came to me. I knew nothing. I knew absolutely nothing about SpongeBob. So I offered him the opportunity, and he wrote it. You know what I mean? And we gave it to him, and they used it, and that got him and me as well a Tony nomination, which was dope.
Love it. I love the diversity. So back to your reality show. Have you ever said anything or done anything on the show that you're like, damn it, I wish I didn't do that? Because you know they don't want to edit after the fact when you go call them up and say, hey, can you take that out?
Not really. Not that I don't know. I don't, man. Once it leave my body, it's gone. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I don't do a lot of time thinking back about shit. Man, this is the honest reflection of me in this moment right now today. And you're filming that, this what you're gonna get. If you don't like that, that's on you. If I don't like that, I'm gonna like tomorrow a lot better. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't trip too much on, you know what I mean? It's some shit that I like to see more than other things, but I don't really get too bogged down by the detail, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
I think that's a good point. I think it's hard to be a good reality star or a personality on a reality show. I won't call you a reality star. You're not that.
I don't really consider myself I have a family documentary. I mean, I don't really call it a reality show or consider myself a reality star. I just happen to showcase my family to the world and what we're going through, and our friends, the friends of our family, are being documented. And I think it's phenomenal to look back at season 2, season 3, see how small Major was, you know what I mean? See how young Neat Deja and you know what I'm saying, the boys were that's golden to me. That's worth any and all of it. You know what I mean? Instead of a family photo album, man, we have a dozen seasons of, nationally archived footage of our family. Right. And that shit dope. That's what's the dope shit to me.
Speaking of dope shit, let's talk about your acting career, because you're pretty good at that too. Like, damn, you got a lot of things going on. You're pretty good at quite a few things. So
you giving me a lot of credit for acting, but listen, have you ever been pulled over with suspended license and had to convince the police that your license was suspended? If you've ever did that and got away, you could be the leading lady or leading man in any motion picture. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I think you being humble right now, but
if the warrant shows up and you still convince them that ain't you,
okay,
man, you can be in any movie. But I've had phenomenal opportunities afforded to me, man. I've been blessed to work around some of the greatest in the business. I mean, man, from Denzel to Ridley Scott, RZA, Chris Robinson, Lauren London, Jackie Long, Jason Weaver, who you also have on your show, the late great Paul Walker, Idris Elba. You know what I mean? I've been blessed and fortunate just to work alongside Mike Epps, alongside so many people who are just great embedded in the culture. And I've had my hand in some classics, and I want to continue to tell our stories as they deserve to be told.
So the fans have been blowing me up about this. They want me to ask you if can we expect to see a sequel to ATL? Because that's a cult classic. Everyone loves that movie. They're like, what's up?
Listen, man. Yes. As soon as, yep, you can.
Have you talked about that on any other shows?
Of course I have.
Damn it.
Not today, though. I haven't talked about it today.
Oh, so I got it exclusive for today?
You got it exclusive for today.
Oh, I got it exclusive for today. Okay, I guess I'll take that.
Man, hey, man, that's a movie. That's a movie no matter what year it is, no matter when it comes together, man. There'll always be a demand for it. There'll always be an opportunity to do it. I think right now, man, whenever Lauren come to the table, Lauren collectively with Jackie Long, Chris Robinson, whenever we all come to the table and say we're going to do it, it'll be done. Along with Jason Weaver.
I'm looking forward to that. We have a viewer question. Any projects in the works? 11L 1891, 1971. I'm sorry. No, any projects in the works? Of course, we got projects in the works. This man stays busy. What you got that we can talk about? ATL.
Man, we had a release for Cutthroat City, which was a film that I was in, directed by RZA, also starring Wesley Snipes, Shameik Moore, Terrence Howard, and others. Let's see here. I was also starred in Monster Hunter that's slated to come out Labor Day in September sometime, with Megan Good. I have a lot of stuff going on, man. But they all seem to escape me right now. Nothing seems to be at the forefront of my thought other than Family Hustle and Expeditiously at the moment. You know what I'm saying? You know, those are the clear priorities.
Is the season premiere tonight? Is that tonight?
Season premiere is tonight, actually. As soon as I get off of here, I'm finna cut my TV on VH1 so I can catch it. You should do the same. Before
we let you go, Tip, what is the biggest, because I think one of the most frustrating things about people in the media, for them, I'm thinking, is probably misconceptions that you cannot control, right? What is the biggest misconception about you that you want to clear up as my exclusive for today?
I don't know, man. I see. For me to even begin to try to answer that question would go against the shit I told you earlier in the interview. I don't give a fuck about the misconception.
I know one. They say he don't know the word with the meanings of those big words he uses. Is that true?
I don't speak a word that I don't know the meaning of.
See, okay.
I might not have the absolute correct spelling of all of them at the very moment in which I use it, but I know what it means.
Well, you a hell of a lot smarter than our current president, and we are for that. Okay? We will take that. Okay. Well,
Right
it's been a pleasure to talk to you. We're not going to hold you up. I know you want to watch the show. Where can everyone that is watching this right now keep up with you? Your social media? How do they keep up with Tip?
At Troubleman31 on Instagram, at TIP on Twitter, and Expeditiously. Now the visuals to the Expeditiously episodes are being released on YouTube, on the Expeditiously page. Let's see here. I believe that's it. I don't have no Snapchat or no TikTok, no other millennial shit like that. No.
We ain't supposed to be on there.
Yeah, I ain't got none of those.
Well, I appreciate you giving us your time. And this isn't how we
Right
use
on.
our show. And when we are back in the studio in LA, we would love to have you come and do the TV show.
Love to.
We were fascinating. People love you, Tip. So thank you so much. And
thank you.
Your thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Cool. Quick break. When we come back, we have actor and singer Jason Weaver coming up right here on Fox Soul. Hey everybody, welcome back to Girl Claudia Jordan. Thank you so much for joining me for the second half of Out Loud right here on Fox Soul. Now, joining me now is an actor and singer best known for his breakout role in the miniseries The Jacksons and American Dream and his hit show Smart Guy. Please welcome Jason Weber.
What's up, Claudia?
How are you?
Terrific, considering the circumstances. How are you today?
I miss outside.
Me too. Me too.
Don't you think about all the times people invited you to places and you flaked and you're like, nah, I'm staying. Now you're like thirsty as hell. Like, I'm gonna go to every place.
You know, it's so crazy. I was joking with a friend of mine about that a couple of days ago because I'm kind of famous for that. Like, I don't go to a lot of industry events and I usually flake like on a lot of parties and stuff like that, even if they're friends of mine. And now it's just the total opposite. I can't wait for somebody to invite me out somewhere. I'm looking forward to it.
So what's the first thing you think you're gonna do when this whole lockdown is over? What will you do?
Oh, I'm gonna sit down at one of my favorite restaurants and have a nice meal, a nice glass of wine, have a steak, have a cigar, hang out with my.
What's your spot? What's your favorite restaurant? Do you have one?
I like going to Morton's because I'm from Chicago, so I'm a steak and potatoes guy. I like drinking a good, red wine. I like having a nice cigar afterwards. Like I'm one of those dudes. You know what I'm saying? I look at a ball game while I'm at the bar. I'll look at the Bulls or something and hang out. So I like doing stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't really do the club thing like that. But I just go to little restaurants and cigar lounges that I frequent.
So how was it for you to deal with, basically all the things that you mentioned are all the things that have been taken away from us. You can't go to have a cigar unless you're by yourself. You can't go to a restaurant. You can't go get a drink with your friend. How has it been for you to just like shut it all the way down?
Well, you know what? It hasn't been that bad for me. I'll be honest with you. I'm a Cancer first and foremost.
You stay in the house.
Yeah, so I'm a homebody. And then just for me personally, I've just always kind of been a person that stays to myself. Mm-hmm. I do a lot of reading. I look at a lot of different TV shows and stuff like that. So it's not that big of an adjustment to me. And I'm a family guy, so I'm kicking it here with my son. My mom is here too. Like we're all just kind of hunkering down and trying to, just ride this thing out.
Do you have a quarantine bay?
No, I don't. I got quarantine bays that are waiting for everything to reopen.
Really?
I got situations that are waiting for everything to reopen. But nah, I've really I just been kicking it at home with my family, man.
You said situations with an S, so you got a few people that's just like they waiting in the wings, they ready to just.
Well, I'm a single man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a single father. You know what I mean? So I'm not dead. I'm out here doing my thing. I'm hanging out. But since this quarantine has happened, I've been, acting very responsibly. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to get people sick. I don't want to get my family sick. Of course, I don't want to get sick.
Has this time allowed you to have to, you probably have more time to talk to people now, right?
I actually haven't been talking to nobody.
Really?
Except my attorney and my publicist, Teresa, who set this up, and the members of my family. And maybe some close friends, but as far as just talking, just to be talking, no, because there's nothing to say. It's like, if somebody asks you, oh, what are you doing today? Same thing you're going to be fucking doing tonight. I'm going to be here. So, the conversation, I don't know, it gets kind of stale after you go through just the regular formalities. After a while, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to have a drink, and I'm going to go to bed. So
I'm going to do these push-ups.
Exactly, all of that. Push-ups, push-ups, all that.
Push-ups, okay.
I
hear you.
Yeah, I heard, and I hear you're an investor as well. I heard that earlier.
I am. In Illinois, actually.
Oh, congratulations to you. What's the name of the brand, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, we got bought by a Canadian company, but I could send you a message with the spot is. We're in downtown Chicago.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's my hometown. Yeah.
The only Black-owned company there, so.
Terrific. Salute.
We were, and then we got bought, but yeah. I'll send you a message. So
please do.
Are you homeschooling your son?
No, he actually attends public school here in Georgia, but he's home. It's really messed up. This is his graduation year. My son is 18.
No prom, no graduation, no
No prom, no graduation. We were even gonna do a special thing for him, like during the Easter holiday with my family and everything. But we just had to postpone it. But we're gonna do something for him. Once everything kind of opens back up, because as we all know, that's a major milestone in a person's life when they cross over that threshold. So we'll do something. But he's definitely been feeling a little disappointed that he hasn't been able to have the full senior class experience. You know what I mean?
We sound like you're a great dad, and I know that you grew up with a single mom, right?
Yes, I did. So thank you for the compliment too, by the way. I appreciate it.
I love that you're concerned about that, because that is it's a milestone in one's life, and you want to look back at that year, like, the year you graduate, the moment, and to have that take this. I feel bad for this. Everyone graduating this year or has a wedding or a prom. It's not like a minor thing. That's a big deal to those people, to whoever's going to experience it. It's a huge deal.
No, it's huge. And I mean, I was even looking at a report on CNN recently about expectant mothers, women who are going to be delivering babies, in the midst of all of this. I mean, it's crazy. This has been a major eye opener for everyone around the world.
So what happened? How were you shaped as a man? Growing up with, your mom, seeing your mom, provide for you, single mom. And was your dad part of your life? My dad was
very much a part of my life, but at a distance, because like what I kind of explained in my Vlad interview, it was just a different time back then in the 80s, with single parents and with parents trying to come together to co-parent. You don't have a lot of the different tools that you have today to kind of serve as mediators. To help families at least kind of serve as a cohesive unit to raise a child. Mm-hmm. So most of my upbringing was doing parts of my mother, which I credit with everything that I've been able to do in my life and my career. And, my father, like I've stated in Vlad's interview, loved me very much as I still love him. And he was definitely supportive while he was here. He was supportive of everything that I've ever done. And everything that my mother do to kind of help usher me into the business, as well as guiding me in my life. So my father was a great man. His name is Robert L. Weaver. And I miss him very much, and I love him, and I hope he's, still proud looking down on me from heaven. So, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about you losing your dad. I really am. But I'm glad you made some kind of amends with them, or things were cool. So it wasn't like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's different when your dad wasn't really around and then he passes on, because we're all getting at that age now where that is a reality. And a lot of people have that opportunity, that luxury to patch things up or to make sure that you're good before that happens,
Oh, no, absolutely. And that's kind of what I had stated to people in the Vlad interview. If you have a distant relationship from your parents or a strange relationship with one of your parents, man, make sure that you take the time, to try to fix it. Everybody's circumstances are different. Mm-hmm. But if there's a window of opportunity where you can come together and come to some kind of resolution and an understanding, I'd say go for it. Because like what I stated in my Vlad interview, that's actually one of my biggest regrets, is that me and my father never had that opportunity to have closure and really express to one another as men at that time how much we loved each other. And I'll get that chance when I eventually leave here and I rejoin him in the kingdom. But I didn't get a chance to tell him that in the physical. So I encourage everybody out there, if you got a parent that's still alive, and God forbid if the relationship is estranged to some degree, or strained, I should say, do what you can to try to come together, because life is short, as we're all seeing now. You have unexpected occurrences that happen, and you never know when you'll get the chance to make amends or come to a resolution with that person. So, do it if you can do it.
You are speaking to me right now. My dad and I did not really have that. We didn't my parents were divorced when I was 10, and it's been not really a real presence in my life. And like the last few days, he's been kind of reaching out to me, and it's like I'm in my own way, because I don't know if you felt this way, but for a while, did your dad try to come back around at some point? Were you at
yeah.
time?
Yeah.
Isn't it weird? You uncomfortable? Like,
initially, I mean, that's very fair too, how you feel, because initially that's how I reacted. It was very much like, well, why are you reaching out to me now? What do we have to talk about? You know, I'm going into my manhood. My mom's been there, all this other stuff. But unbeknownst to me at the time, as much as I thought that I knew at that time, I really didn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot more things that I think my father would have been able to share with me before he passed, especially with him being sick at the time and me not knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I regret that. So, you know, I'm not speaking on your situation, and it's none of my business to try to, you know, share anything in that regard. That's totally up to you, and that's your journey. But I would encourage you, if he, you know, if he's reaching out and he's trying to rebuild a relationship, you know, tread carefully, but do it, you know.
Thank you for that.
No, absolutely, because I've been there, and I can tell you that as a person that's living in regret now, because I didn't do it, because I didn't reach back out. It's something that I live with even now at 40 years old.
How does that affect you? Like, do you carry guilt, or have you been able to let it go? Or
you know what? I carried guilt for a certain period of time, but I learned to let that go. And I learned to let that go when I became a father.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized that I had a responsibility, an obligation, and an honor to raise this young man. Mm-hmm. And I just kind of looked at it like, okay, well, the relationship that me and my father weren't able to have, let me go above and beyond and make sure that me and my son have that he knows that I'm there for him, and vice versa. And so I invested a lot of my time and energy just trying to make sure that was right. And, you know, and I don't feel any guilt now, because I feel my father's spirit around us all the time, not to weird anybody out, but
no, that's real. There's nothing weird about that.
So, you know, I feel my father's spirit around us all the time. So I know that he's present. He's on the other side, but he's present. And as long as I know that love is there and I can feel it, no, there's no guilt that I feel anymore. But that was a very good question, though. Very valid.
The silver lining to that, I guess, would be that because of your feelings and what you experience, now you get to bless your son with being an amazing dad. You know what I mean? Like, you get to learn from that. There's definitely a positive in that, a silver lining. You know? No,
it's definitely a silver lining. I became a father at a relatively young age, like at 21. But I can honestly say my son entering into my life was God's greatest blessing. Mm-hmm. You know, past anything that I can accomplish career-wise, past any amount of money that I can make, or whatever individual accolade or achievement that I can bring into my life. He is my greatest achievement and my greatest blessing. And I learn from him every day. And he's truly the gift that keeps on giving. And, you know, I gotta remind him who daddy is from time to time. And as you have to do with most young men. Yeah. But for the most part, he's a great kid. I'm honored and privileged to have him in my life and to be able to call him my son.
Well, speaking of being blessed and gifts, you've been blessed with lots of gifts and very talented singer, actor. So when did you realize you wanted to be an actor?
At a very early age. I remember because me and my mother were living in Dalton, Illinois. Shout out to Dalton, South Holland, Chi-Town, South Suburbs, everybody out there. I remember one of the first films that I ever saw at the River Oaks Theater on Torrance Avenue, the 9 and 10. People from the neighborhood know what that is. But I saw E.T. with my mother, and I was just totally captivated by Drew Barrymore and her performance, because we were at the same age at that time, and I just thought that she did an amazing job of, you know, portraying this character. And I knew that they were pretending, but I didn't know to the extent, you know, the amount of work that she was putting in. And so after watching her, I began to really become fascinated with film and television. And then I started looking at movies, like for real. Like I started looking at Jaws, I looked at Creep Show, what else? Star Wars, of course. And I don't know, I just kind of got lost in the art of filmmaking, mm-hmm. and fell in love with it and wanted to be a part of it from a very early age. And fortunate enough for me, My mother was already involved in the business. She was already a very established and successful jingle singer in the city of Chicago. Already had a lot of relationships in place that could be, easily utilized upon me expressing genuine interest in wanting to get involved in the industry. And upon me expressing that genuine interest in wanting to get involved, from there, my mother just kind of took me up under her wing and began to help me build my career. And I really want to clarify that with people too, as far as me and my mother and our relationship. I came to my mother with it. I asked her to help me, and my mother put her life and her career on the back burner to build mine. Mm-hmm. And so that's why, I credit my mother so much with all of the success that I've been able to have, because she sacrificed greatly to make sure that I could get a legitimate shot and that I could also have a normal childhood in the midst of that, to where I didn't get lost in the sauce. So shout out to my mama. Anybody that knows my mama in Chicago, Kitty Haywood, y'all know the Haywood family, Southside Haywoods, 71st and Michigan, Park Manor neighborhood. Y'all know what's going down. Absolutely.
Now, your mom, we're gonna get into that in a second. She made some really good moves on your behalf, and we're gonna get into that. Now, I want to talk about the Michael Jackson, when you play the role of Michael Jackson and the Jacksons and American Dream. What was that experience like? And you got to meet him, right?
Mm-hmm. Briefly. I mean, it wasn't the introduction, and I think everybody would kind of visualize or picture in their own minds. But yeah, I was able to have a brief introduction with him and interaction. The overall experience was just amazing. From having the honor of being able to portray him, to be picked personally by him to portray him in this film.
Were you nervous about that?
At the time I wasn't. I just wanted to win. I just wanted to win. Yeah, I wasn't.
I feel like Michael Jackson personally picked you. Like, I'd be like, oh my God.
I just wanted to show him. I just wanted to prove to him that I could do it. Okay. I just wanted to prove to everybody that I could do it. Fear wasn't even an option in my mind. I knew that the opportunity that I was being blessed with, coming from, just a kid from Chicago, I knew that this was an extraordinary opportunity to present my talent to the world. And the only thing that I wanted to do was make myself proud, make my family proud, make Michael proud, make the Jackson family proud, and hopefully make, their fans and people around the world proud of my portrayal. So there wasn't a lot of time to be fearful or scared, because everything was about work and striving for perfection. So I don't remember a time ever that I was nervous or scared. It was just, I was in the moment and I was ready for it. Preparedness met opportunity. And anything that you approach in life, preparedness meeting opportunity, there won't be a single butterfly in your stomach, because you'll know that you're in the right moment. That goes for me and anybody else that's walked in that, walked in that line. You know it when you feel it.
Was Michael happy with your performance? Do you know?
From what I was told, yeah. From what I was told from members of his family, yeah.
Love it.
I don't know. I mean, I think instead of being more worried about him, I was kind of worried about his fans, because I know that, he had and has fanatical fans. So I was really worried at the time when it came out about how they would view my performance. But, thankfully and luckily, they felt that I did the role some justice. So I'm happy for that. And thank you to all his fans that, supported me and sent me kind words about that. It's greatly appreciated.
We have a viewer question. Do you have any memories from working on Thea with Brandy?
Oh, yeah. What I remember, great memories, positive memories. We were working on, me and Brandy and the whole cast, we were working on the Universal Studios lot, which you're already familiar with, Claudia, in Universal City. And at that time, we and Martin were like the only Black shows on the lot. And this is when Martin was like at the height, they were at the pinnacle of their success, so to speak. And me and Brandy would go down to their stage during our lunch breaks and check them out rehearsing. And they would always welcome us. Martin was so cool. Tisha, Tashina, Tommy, God rest his soul, Carl, and we would just sit in the studio audience stands while they were doing their producers and network run-throughs, and we would kind of just study them. I actually stole a lot from Martin too during that time, and tried to inject it into my performance when I was doing the character. But man, we did stuff like that. God rest his soul, Carl, and we would just sit in the studio audience stands while they were doing their producers and network run-throughs, and we would kind of just study them. I actually stole a lot from Martin too during that time, and tried to inject it into my performance when I was doing the character. But man, we did stuff like that.
Had that view.
Brittany Christie, thank you for that question. That was a good one. Yeah.
Also, before we let you go, we have to talk about your role in The Lion King. You were the voice of all the music. You did of Simba.
Yes, yes, I did.
And your mama, get back to this mama of yours, when the deal, I saw the interview where they offered you $2 million. You turned it down for royalties, which proved to be the right move, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, shout out to my mother, credit to my mother. Let me just say this, for everybody out there, when I disclosed that in the Vlad interview, I wasn't meaning to disclose all of that. He had asked a legitimate question that actually deserved a legitimate answer. So when he asked me, because you know how it is, Claudia, like, you don't discuss your deals. Like, after it closes, that's what it is. So I had never shared that information before, but Vlad had asked a very valid question, and I really felt at the time it was appropriate to give a real answer, and not coming from a standpoint of trying to like flex, but I think it's important for our people in particular in the entertainment industry, to understand the concept of knowing your value, especially as it relates to negotiating intellectual properties, things like that. We have a lot of great ideas as a people. We are exceptionally talented in a lot of different ways, whether it's singing, acting, athletically, the whole nine. But unfortunately, in the past, and there are some cases that still happen like that to this day, because we don't know our value, we get short-sighted, and we don't get the lion's share. We don't get what we actually deserve based on our contribution. And so what I wanted to, in hopes of sharing that story, what I wanted to get across to my people in particular is just knowing your value. And luckily for me, I had my mother by my side at that time that understood the business, understood contracts, understood knowing your worth and your value, and knowing how to negotiate accordingly based off of that, knowing how to counter respectfully in an agreement, and knowing when to go, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy, and finding that sweet spot that you're looking for, to where you can continue to make money, or where it can continue to benefit you in the long run. So my mother taught me the long game at a very early age in my life. It's a game that I still play. And I hope from that story, many more of our people in particular who are entering into the business, or who are in it and aspiring to do more and to get more from it, hopefully they were able to take something from that, because time is out of just accepting anything. And time is out with just kind of playing the short game and playing from a position of just trying to have fame and stuff like that. It's so much bigger than that. And there's so much more that you can do with your gift. You know what I'm saying? If you just play the game right. So that's what that was about.
I know it's uncomfortable to have the numbers out there, and I understand what you're saying. Like, you don't want to be come off as you're flexing, but I looked at it like, that's amazing, because another person might not even know that kind of money is available to them, or that's even an option. We're so used to being underpaid as people of color, especially in this industry, right? That when they dangle something, we're like, I'll take it. But we even undercut each other. So for you to do that, it was very bold and very helpful, because it's gonna make someone else think, like, I'm gonna do it the way Jason Weaver did it, or that opportunity. I didn't even know I could even ask for that, or you know what I mean? Like,
no.
Any feel bad about that at all, because I think that was a very powerful thing you did.
No, I appreciate it. No, and again, I credit my mother for that, because I was like 12, 13 years old at the time. And my mother made that decision, but she educated me along the way. She showed me along the way. And she told me specifically, I remember verbatim, she was like, okay, now you know how it goes. Don't ever let anybody shortchange you. Now you know your value. Now you know your worth as it relates to this in the business sense of it all. So, and you know the power of negotiating based off of that knowledge of self that you have and knowing your value. So, you know, I credit her for that, and I always will. But, you know, again, it's important for us to know that whatever they throw out at you initially, they feel comfortable with doing that. So whatever's thrown out at you initially, and it may seem like, oh my God, that's life-changing, that's the shit. Whatever they threw out to you initially is what they can comfortably do. So don't look at it like they're doing you a favor.
Gotta make them a little uncomfortable. And I want to make you a little uncomfortable, but maybe I won't make you uncomfortable. Can you sing for us before we let you go? Could we get a couple?
You know what? I'm not mad at that, but I'm actually on vocal rest right now because I've been in the studio. I've been in the studio for the past 2 weeks. I've been working on a music project, an EP that I'm going to be releasing. So I kind of overextended a little bit a few days ago, and I was ordered to go on vocal rest by my doctor. So I apologize to anybody out there that wanted.
It's okay. We're going to accept that right now.
Well, thank you.
Handshake.
I hope so, CJ.
A handshake agreement that when we get out of this quarantine, you come to the studio and you do it for us live. How about that? On TV.
I'll do you better than that. I will come on your show and I will premiere my record. I will perform it, the whole nine. Because I got some shit, CJ. I got some joints, man.
What can we look up? What's the name of it? Anything you want to drop right now? Or you want
right now it's untitled, but I want to give a shout out to Will the Bear, an amazing singer and songwriter, originally from Decatur, Illinois, that's based down here in Atlanta, Georgia now. My Preston Reed, who is my recording and mixing engineer, alongside with Jessica Wong. We've been working in the studio at Triangle Sound Studios, at my family studio. We've been doing some really, really dope stuff. Just to kind of give you guys a tone of or a feel of what the project is, just kind of imagine like, or put into your mind like John Mayer meets, I don't know, like Al Green or something like that. It's just really soulful. Wow. But it's rooted in a lot of like great lyrics, live instrumentation, and just kind of getting back to the basics of like what Black music is about. And mind you, it won't sound old and it won't sound dated. But I think it's important that we get back to the basics of music.
Well, we're going to get back to the basics in the studio on my show. When you premiere that song, I would love to have you.
I can't wait.
It's a pleasure to talk to. I wish we had more time to talk to you because you're so cool and I love all the stuff you got going on. Where can people find you online and follow your journey?
Oh, me out Instagram. It's Jason Weaver, ITS Jason Weaver. So on Instagram and Twitter. And if you want to follow me on Facebook, I believe it's just Jason Weaver. I'm hardly on Facebook, but I believe it's Jason Weaver. So now you guys check me out because I'm producing some things right now. And things as far as music. So yeah, check in with me and I'll keep you guys posted.
Jason Weaver, it has been a pleasure. I will DM you that info on the Chicago plug, okay? And
please do.
Thank you so much. And please spread the word to follow Foxsoul. It is the programming that's made for us, by us, and we will continue to bring us great interviews with your favorites. Once again, thank you so much, Jason Weaver. And to tip for our interviews today, we'll see you back here tomorrow, right here on Foxsoul.
by the sunshine.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Monday. You're watching The Book of Sean. I am Dr. Sean McMillan, and I'm so glad to have you with me today. Thank you for taking the time to be a part of the conversation. Tonight's chapter is all about Tiffany the Budgetnista. Tonight, we're talking money. We're talking saving. We're talking how it is going to get through this difficult financial situation the whole country seems to be in. I wanted to have somebody on the show who could walk us through it and talk us through it and help us not panic, but plan. Yeah. Because if you have a strategy, you can handle almost anything. And tonight, Tiffany the Budgetnista is a part of our conversation. Tonight, the whole chapter is about her life, her work, what she thinks, and how she's able to accomplish some extraordinary things in a short amount of time. Before I bring her into the conversation, you know, I always like to do a couple of headlines. So tonight, I want to talk about Easter. Resurrection Sunday was yesterday, and churches all over the country were empty, and I might say rightfully so. I know there were a few, some strange members of the clergy in states that I won't mention who insisted on having services, but the great majority of faith leaders yesterday, Christian faith leaders, did the right thing and decided, you know what, even though this is the highest, holiest day of the year, for Christians, we are not going to risk the health of our people to gratify tradition. You know, this moment is interesting because it forces those of us who practice religion and those of us who are Christian to have to decide whether or not the basis of our religion is rooted in gatherings where we can be seen or in principles that we can live by no matter where we are. That's the opportunity that we have to discover. So shout out to all the pastors who had to embrace a new normal, and all the members and all the leaders in religious communities, whether they be Christian in terms of Easter or Jewish in terms of Passover, who embraced a new way of being and a new way of functioning in their religion. Shout out, all of you get my tip of the hat tonight as you have saved a lot of lives and helped a lot of people. All right, here's my next one. The next one deals with Corona kindness. Now there's a bar in Tybee Island, Georgia, called the Sandbar. And the Sandbar had some Corona kindness hit it. So check this out. For 15 years, people have been going to this bar. When they go to the bar, for some strange reason that I don't know, they pin money, dollar bills on the wall and on the ceiling. They write on the dollar and then they stick it to the wall. And so for 15 years, people have been doing this for 15 years. So when the bar was hit by all of the quarantine and the closures, the owner of the bar decided to go back to the bar and take down all the money that was on the walls and on the ceilings. Now, first, let me just say this. I don't know how this bar didn't get robbed. 15 years of money sticking to the wall. Anyway, the owner went back to the bar, took all the money down from the wall and the ceiling, and came out to be a little over $4,000 sticking on the walls and the ceilings. And the owner gave that money to all of the employees that work at the bar. Shout out to the owner, to the manager of the Sandbar in Georgia, who did a good deed and a good work, helping people who worked at the bar, who had no more income. And all they really needed was look around. The money was already. And so that's my Corona kindness. I know. Let me just say one more thing, and then I'll get the end. I want to send my condolences to Karl Anthony Towns tonight. He's a member of the Timberwolves and the NBA. His mom passed away today. So we're praying for him and his family. And I know Mike and Donnie will probably talk about that a little later, so stay tuned, you can hear more about it. But I want to send my personal condolences to the Towns family, to the Cruz family. She was a remarkable lady, and she will be missed. And I'm sure that the prayers of this nation and all who love basketball and all who love humanity are with this family and all who have passed away today and all the days that have preceded this one from this awful and terrible virus. All right, I'm done with that. Tonight, we have the one and only, all the way from Newark, New Jersey, Tiffany, the Budgetnista. Tiffany, thank you for being a part of the conversation tonight.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Sean.
I love the East Coast. I say my name again, Sean.
Sean.
I don't get to hear that anymore. When people ask
Okay,
me my
Dr.
name,
Sean. Yes, I didn't even realize that we had a special. How did they say it on the West Coast?
Sean.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
Sean.
it's Sean, right?
Yeah, Sean. Yeah.
Tiffany, if you were here, I would high five you so much right now. So listen, how the budgetnista. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know you get asked this 10,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
10,001. How did you get this name? Where did it come from?
So when I first started the Budgetnista, 2008, I was still a school teacher. I used to teach preschool for 10 years, and I was volunteering a lot. And I wanted to go into schools, and I wanted something fun because I wanted to make sure kids felt like, oh, okay, she's not going to be a boring speaker. And Budget Diva was taken, Budget Queen, all these other budget things were taken, because that's what I was really good at, teaching people how to budget and save. And so I asked my baby sister at the time, I think she was like still in college. And I said, oh, what should my name be? And she said, oh, the fashionista? I said, oh yeah. She said, that's not you. Mm-mm. But you know what you are. Baby sisters are the shadiest. She said, you know what you are? You're a Budgetnista. And I said, I'm gonna let that slide because that's a cute name. And so the Budgetnista was born, and I've been the Budgetnista ever since.
I love it. And what I love about it is that it came from your little sister.
Yeah, shout out to Shady Lisa.
You mentioned your sister and all of the work that you do. I've done some time, researching your work and what you have been able to teach and help people with. And we'll talk about that a little later. You mentioned your sister, and it makes me want to ask you about your journey.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get to the place in your life you wanted to help people understand their finances, saving money, and creating budgets? What about your journey, your personal journey, made this work so uniquely yours?
Well, really, it started at home, like so many journeys, right? So my parents are both, they both immigrated from Nigeria, right? Now I just stand up. Igbos especially, I'm Igbo, so Igbos especially are known for their acumen with money. And so we just grew up in a household where my father and my mother would talk to us about money, but really deeply. We would have weekly family meetings, and during those family meetings, there was always a portion about our finances. So even now, my dad is in his 70s. He and I were just talking about his stock allocations in his retirement account. So I feel like a time doesn't pass by where those conversations are not had. My father has 2 financial degrees, one in economics and one in finance. And my mom really was kind of like, my dad was like the academic when it came to money. Like he would sit us down and show us how to budget, show us how to save, show us how to invest. And my mother, she would show us in real life, what did money look like? Like, so this is when we're going food shopping. This is how you manage. This is how you negotiate. This is how you find sales. So it just became part of my life. And I don't think parents understand that you normalize what's normal in your children's lives, right?
That's good. That's good. I love that.
Right? If you wear red every Monday, your kids grow up believing you wear red every Monday. That's and so I grew up believing that financial education was not a scary thing. Money was not scary. You didn't have to have a whole lot of it in order to manage well. And it wasn't probably until I got to college that I realized just what a step up I had when my college roommate, she had debt collectors calling the dorm room. And I was 17 at the time. So we thought it was funny because it was like, oh, prank call time. So we would pass the phone around, we would have the giggles and probably aggregate that poor debt collector. And then I went home like, oh, Dad, you'll never guess. Like, yo, roommate, she has debt collectors calling the room and we're always teasing them. And he was like, that's not good. Like, so he was asking, yes. So he was asking me deeper questions. And so I would bring it back to her. And so that kind of started the first time that I realized that there were others that needed this information. So he would give me advice and I would pass it on to her. And I came to find out that, that her mom was a single mom and she was really struggling. And so it wasn't even her debt, my roommate's debt, that her mom had opened up credit cards in her name.
In her name.
Yes.
Tiffany, that is so typically Black.
Don't say that.
It's true though.
The baby got cable, right?
Oh, how many Black families do we know when that happens? Where
yes.
And I have friends. I had the same way your roommate. I had friends who couldn't get whatever.
Yeah.
Parent of whatever gender opened up the utilities in their name.
Yeah. And
You know.
it was hard, and I can understand, like, now that I'm older, I can't imagine. She had 2 daughters. So I can imagine she was putting one daughter through school. She was working full time, and she had a younger daughter at home. So she was doing the best that she could. And
absolutely.
So, so that was kind of like the aha moment, like, huh. And so I started to really get into financial education because I started helping roommate. And then roommate's cousin would ask questions, and then the girl down the hall would ask questions. And before you knew it, like, there was like a girl in the dorm that she was the go-to girl for hair, and this one was the go-to girl for boy advice, and I became the go-to girl for finance.
But that's not a bad reputation to have.
No, it's not.
As soon as you said you were Nigerian, I was like, oh, it makes sense. It makes sense. Now, let me ask you this: what part of Nigeria does your family happen to hail from?
So we're Igbo. So we're in the west part of Nigeria.
What state?
Abia, Igbo State.
Okay. I've been to Lagos. I've been to
Okay.
And I've been to Victoria Island.
Okay. Yeah, I've been all those places as well. So not there. So you know how in the North and the South there was a civil war and the South lost.
Yeah.
So Igbos are the South.
Got it. Let's keep moving.
Yes. So it just, like I said, I just grew up with that knowledge. So I didn't grow up with this financial fear. If anything, I felt financial fortitude. I felt really like sure of myself as it relates to I can manage my money. And as a result, I was able to choose a profession that I truly loved because I wasn't concerned about how much money to make. It was right.
But information will do that for you, right?
Exactly.
If you have the information, it makes you feel a certain way.
Yes. Knowledge gives you an advantage that nothing else can give you. I remember after every graduation, my dad would do this speech from graduation from middle school, high school, college, my graduate degree, I have my master's in education. He would give the speech to him, me, and each one of my sisters that you now have another tier of knowledge. They can take away your money. They can take away your house, your car, but what they can never, ever take away is knowledge. So that's more important than anything.
That's rich.
So yeah, not Africans. They always got a good proverb for everything. You're like, can I go outside?
Right.
They're like, well, one day an ant was walking, and the ant. You're like, what does it mean? Can I go outside?
The wind blew.
You can't go outside.
But you've had some trials in your own journey.
I have.
And I want the audience to hear about that, because I want them to know that the person who's about to give them advice is who just got it from her dad from a book.
No.
It's someone who survived long enough to tell us what the other side looks like.
Yes. So remember that back in the day, those commercials, I'm not only the client this is Biggie. I'm not only the client, I'm the player president.
Right.
But it came from that old commercial with like the bald guy, like, I'm not only a client, but I'm the president. So yes, I mean, I have to say up until I would say 17 to 26, 27, I was financially perfect, meaning I had not made any financial errors. I did exactly what I was told to do, like most Nigerian children are apt to do. And so I had an 802 credit score by the time I was 23, 24. I was making my
I've never had that.
We're gonna get you there. Keep going. My first, I saved my first $10,000 while making $14 an hour right after college. And I saved $10,000. I bought myself a car in cash. And then I got an apartment with my sister. I got a job as a preschool teacher making $39,000 a year. And in 2 years, I saved $40,000. Basically, I was living off half my income. And then I bought a condo when I was 26. So I was financially perfect. And so I'm not gonna lie, I was a little judgmental, like, ooh, that's how y'all living? Not me though. Let me tell you what will humble you. Life. So life humbled the hell, excuse me, Easter, out of me. So what happened? So because I was financially perfect, around age 26, 27, I said, I want to learn how to invest. And I had a friend of mine, we had been friends for a number of years, and I was still young and dumb enough to believe that you could see wealth. Meaning, like, you have the nice car. He had a Lamborghini. He had some like penthouse apartment. He had all the trappings of what I thought wealth was. So I reached out to him. I said, "Hey, friend, we're gonna call him Larry the Liar." Hey, Larry.
Don't call him Sean, but keep going.
hey, Larry, you clearly are wealthy. I want to learn how to invest my money. He said, sure. You look nice and stupid. So what I want you to do is, I didn't have any debt by then. Well, no, I had just finished my master's, but I paid off my undergrad. I didn't have any credit card debt. I paid that off in full every month. And I bought like a little a little $5,000 car cash. So I just had my graduate degree that I was paying off. He said, well, you've got good credit. The best way to invest is with other people's money. And I said, okay, what does that mean? He said, I want you to open up these credit cards because you got good credit, and I want you to pull out money from these credit cards. It's called a cash advance, and it is literally the worst thing you can do because the interest rate on a cash advance is so high. But I didn't know, and I was like, okay. And I was like, ooh, bet I'm not even gonna tell nobody because it's about to be a surprise when I'm rich. Another mistake that, like, not sharing with the experts in my life, this is what was happening. So I pulled out, I want to say I pulled out, I think like $20,000. And I remember sitting at the bank waiting for them to hand me my money, and they kept coming up to me. They thought I was like, I think they thought I was being sex trafficked because they were like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, they kept asking me, are you sure? Sure. Let me see your license. Are you sure? And I'm like, yes. And so I pulled out that money, and he promptly was gone. Like literally, I pulled it out in cash, and I was like, we had signed a contract saying, so here's what it was supposed to be. We were supposed to buy commodities. So we were supposed to buy, he lived part-time in New York and part-time in France. And I was supposed to, so we went to New York, and he had supposedly had all these like store chains in France. And we were buying like Levi's and all these American brands that sold really well in France. So bought those things, put them in barrels, sent them to France. Something happened or whatever. Either way, I was calling him, never got my money. So here's how I should have known it was going to be a scam, because he said that based upon that $20,000 initial investment, I would be getting $2,100 a week for 2 years. Like, do that math. That don't even make sense. But I was like, shoot, I know. But I was 26, like, got to be rich,
So you ended up with 30 grand worth of debt. Is that right?
Well, it started with 20 grand, but I decided I couldn't possibly fail small. I had to fail big. So because I knew money was coming in, and I had these credit cards now, why not use them? Even though I never had credit card debt. And so I ended up purchasing this program for $15,000 that was supposed to teach me how to start a business, and by one of these gurus online. And so I ended up with $35,000 in credit card debt within like 1 week. From no credit card debt to $35,000 of credit card debt. But I wasn't worried because obviously I'm about to be rich. I'm about to get $2,100 a week. I'm going to pay it down quickly.
And then you lost your job, right?
Yeah, right after that. So, well, not right after. Another mistake that I made was I wouldn't accept responsibility. So there was a year between money being taken and losing my job where I just paid the minimum to that debt. The truth is, I knew how to live off half my income. And by then I was making like $50,000 a year. I could have paid off that credit card debt, but I refused. I said, I'm only going to pay the minimum, and I'm going to harass Larry the liar for a year. And I did. He never gave me my money. And then when I finally said, fine, I'll pay it, boom, I lost my job. It was 2009.
But Tiffany, let me ask you this, because you said something that really intrigues me. And I think the audience can really learn something here. Mm-hmm. Psychologically, spiritually, maybe, how did you go from being willing to live off half your income to now you are $35,000 in debt in 1 week? What happened in your psychology and your relationship with money, whatever it was? What happened? Because
I said that I didn't need to listen to anyone, because up until my mid-20s, I was still, my dad said this, do this. My dad said this, do this. And I moved out on my own. I just bought my own house. So I am an adult. I don't need to listen to what this man with 2 degrees in finance and 30 plus years of experience, what does he know? I know. So I basically cut off my support system. Of course we still talk, but I cut off the knowledge from my support system, and I went boldly into the world, and I jumped feet first. And
ego happened.
Yes, arrogance and ego. Mm-hmm.
See, and that's important, because I think, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Tiffany, because you know this way better than I do. Mm-hmm. Most of the challenges that African Americans have with money are connected to displays or resolutions around ego.
I challenge that to say that is definitely some of it, but most of it, if you ask me, because I think we all fall victim to ego. I don't think that's unique to African Americans. To me, the unique component is we don't have the knowledge to fall back on to rebound. So I'm
gonna push back.
Okay.
I'm gonna push back because I think you're right. Not that you're wrong, but I think even if you have the knowledge of what to do, if your ego is not in check, knowledge without the will to do it is not going to amount as much as it could if you were a willing participant in your own survival.
Yes, but because here's why, the only reason why I push back, because I'm not going to lie, because I grew up in a very African household. I grew up in a super white neighborhood of Westfield, New Jersey, very, very, very white. So much so it was me and my best friend Veronica in my whole middle school, the only two brown girls, and poor Bobby Tyson. And I'm like, you like Bobby Tyson? I'm like, why? Because he's the only black boy in this whole middle school. Shout out to Bobby Tyson. So, right. So I grew up in this super, super, white neighborhood. But then at home, we were very, very, very African. And so I definitely had this whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps, until I started teaching in Newark, New Jersey. And I saw what it looked like for folks who lived in extreme economic struggle. And I was like, ain't enough bootstraps in the world. Because some of these kids, like, the what they have to live through, they were living through more at 3 than at 21 when I started that I had even ever experienced. Like literally like, oh, Miss Tiffany, yeah, John got shot yesterday at 3. I'm like, excuse me, what? He was bleeding all over the place. And mommy said we had to go inside. Why is a 3-year-old even, I mean, drugs, alcohol, prostitution, normal everyday life, playing outside, gunshots, everybody knows to get down. Do you know what that does to a psycho? It's like a psyche. And so I had to learn that it's not just ego. There is a benign neglect of the African-American community and a purposeful neglect that we have been left out of the financial conversation on purpose. And here's why I say that.
I agree with that. I know, I totally agree. And I'm just jumping in to say this to the folks who are watching, especially on foxhole.tv or on YouTube. Leave your comments and tell us which one you think is right. Is Tiffany right? Is it education? Is it the more you know? Or is Sean right? I agree with that. I know, I totally agree. And I'm just jumping in to say this to the folks who are watching, especially on foxhole.tv or on YouTube. Leave your comments and tell us which one you think is right. Is Tiffany right? Is it education? Is it the more you know? Or is Sean?
Teachers, so when I see that, what it shows me is if there's 500,000 women right here who wanted to do better but don't know how, to me, there's something, it's shown me that it's, yes, is there ego, like I gotta look fly, this and that, but for the vast majority of people, they're wanting to do better. They don't have the tools, even if they're highly educated. So
Tiffany, let me just say this. I totally agree with you. And so my pushback is for the sake of rich conversation.
Yes, no, which is good, because I thought the same thing.
It makes me want to ask you, how did you not lose your mind?
I did. I did. I fell into depression for like 2 years. I'm talking about barely a shower, barely cooking, barely washing dishes. What happened was, it was like a boom, boom, bam. It was 1, the credit card scam from Larry the Liar. Then 2, I lost my job. Like a week later. Then 3, I realized I can't afford this mortgage of a house that I just bought. Then 4, having to move home. I was just turning 30. So just imagine 30 is like peak when you really start to tell yourself, I'm an adult. And here I was moving back home to sleep in my middle school medium bed, a small medium for those who are unfamiliar. And so it was really devastating to my ego. It was devastating to my confidence, to my hope. And I want to say about a year and some change, I fell into a deep depression. Not like a hormonal imbalance depression, but like a sadness depression. And I'd been with my boyfriend, my college boyfriend for like 6, going on 7 years, and we had just broken up. So it was like all this loss in one time. And it wasn't until this is why good friends are important. It wasn't until my best friend, Linda, she had been calling me, and I'd been really avoiding her basically for a year. So finally I picked up and she was like, "What's wrong, girl?" And I just told her, like, you know, everything that was happening. I just burst into tears and shared how I'd messed up my finances, how I owed all this money, how I didn't know I was going to pay, I didn't have a job, and all these things, because everyone had known me to be like Tiffany, who's good with her money. And
right. You were the go-to financial person.
Exactly. So the thing is, that is how I defined myself. And now the thing I defined myself was no longer true. So who am I? You know? And Linda kind of chuckled, was like, "Girl, that's it." And she was like, "You sound like everybody else," meaning we've been broke. Welcome to the broke side. And she basically laughed. I was like, I don't see what's so funny. And she was like, "Girl, like you, since we've been younger, you've always been good with money, but honestly, you're like the only one." Meaning that what you're talking about is regular life for everyone else. So welcome to regular life. And what it did was it gave me what I needed to forgive myself, because that was important, to let go of the shame. Yes. I had to forgive myself. And then in that forgiveness, then the solutions that were already there, I could finally see them.
Tiffany, if you were here, I'd slap you with my shoe toe or something. Because what you just said is so rich. It's so important. And that's why I asked you the question. I was hoping you would lead us there. Mm-hmm. It's the internal work that precedes the financial resurrection. Did I get that right?
You did. Mm-hmm.
You know, and you were able to do that because, as I hear it, your friend invited you through humor to your sense of yourself.
Yes.
You know, and that's powerful. So here it is. It took you 5 years, right? Mm-hmm. Back on your feet financially. And what I want to ask you is this: is what did you do? What practical steps did you take that got you back on your feet?
And so it was in the height of the recession. So this is very deja vu for me. So it was the height of the recession. So here's some things. If you're like, I'm you at this time. First things first, I had to drop down and get my noodle on. So I have something called a noodle budget. And a noodle budget is really just a fun play on ramen noodles. Like if you had to eat ramen noodles, meaning if you had to have your cheapest, most inexpensive life, how much does a life cost you? So maybe your normal budget costs you $10,000 a month, but your noodle budget is $8,000 a month. There are people during a recession who are losing their house to foreclosure who still have the cable on. So you're still paying $200 a month to cable, even though you're about to lose your house. Like let go of the non-necessities to preserve as much cash as possible. So that was like the number one thing I did was I had to super simplify my life. It wasn't forever, but super simplify my life and live at my noodle budget.
You know what's interesting about that? I hear that, and I've had Anthony O'Neill on the show, who was big on the whole notion of ending our connection to credit. No credit, pay for it cash, don't get it. He's totally against credit. But where are you on that? Is credit a good thing for people to do, or should people be able to pay for it outright or not with it at all?
I say this, you would have asked me 10 years ago, credit is the devil, but that's because I had, I had that credit card scam. Right. I'm off that now. Credit is not good or bad. Well, according to the Bible, it says neither a borrower or lender be, but I don't believe credit to be good or bad. I believe credit to be a hammer, like a tool, like a hammer, right? So let's just say this is your hammer, right? So this is your hammer. You can use this tool to build your financial life, because credit can be used to do so, but a hammer can also be used to destroy your financial house. Yeah. Right? So a hammer builds a house or destroys a house. It's not the hammer's choice. It's the hand that holds the hammer. It's not the credit card's choice, It's your hand, right? You hold the credit card. That credit card don't have, like, people act as if their credit card is like their 2-year-old. 2-year-olds be like, I run this. This is what we do, right? It's like, no, you are in charge of your 2-year-old. There might be a pull to do this or pull to do that, but ultimately you are in charge. And so that's how I feel about credit, that it can certainly be used as a tool, because here's why I don't believe in that whole no credit, no credit, no credit. It's easy to say, if you don't have cash, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but there are parts in life, if you are a United States citizen, then there are components of life that you cannot pass go without credit. You cannot, there are jobs you cannot get if your credit score. I've had people whose credit score is not decent. I've had my mentee who's an attorney. Her credit score wasn't decent. They didn't hire her. I've had students that she was working at a call center for a trucking company. She wanted to become the manager, a supervisor. They said if her credit didn't come up, she couldn't get that job. So credit is important beyond just your ability to swipe. Sometimes you can't advance in life. Did you know if you have poor credit, like, I live in Jersey, we have PSE&G, and other places have Con Edison, your energy company, that they are able to actually charge you more per kilowatt or kilobyte based upon your credit. Because the assumption is one day you're not going to have it, so I want to get more money up front from you. So credit is more than just your ability to buy stuff at Marshall's, So that's why I'm not anti-credit, because it can be a tool if used properly. So I feel like those people are there's nothing wrong with it. It's like you tell girls, don't have a baby. Abstinence works, but people are going to be sexy. Can we also give her the tools? Can we also give her the tools that if you lay down, I'm part of I'm going to be like, abstinence definitely works, but girl, if you're going to be out here, here's some tools to protect yourself. So I believe in giving, as a teacher, I believe in giving you all the tools. Yes. All the tools and the resources that you can use at your availability.
So talk to me about the Live Richer movement. I know one of your passions happens to be empowering women.
Yep.
Is that a part of this movement? What is this movement that you are captaining through the world?
So it's about 1 million women strong, which is amazing. We call ourselves dream catchers. We are the beehive of personal finance. Get information, ladies. And really, I knew since I was 21 that I wanted to live a life of service. And so I choose financial education as a tool, but guess what? If it was natural hair products, it would be that. If it was, if I still was a preschool teacher, would be that. The money, the financial component of it, I chose that because it's one of the tools that people use to tell themselves they cannot. And so I said, well, if I can help you say, yes, I can with your finances, then you can live a richer life. So it's a play on the word richer, and that it's not just about the money, it's about an enhanced, full, amazing life. That's what I want for you. I want you to use your money as one of the tools in your toolbox to make your life better for yourself and your family.
And you all have helped 800,000 women.
1 million.
Oh, 1 million. I got my numbers wrong. Wow.
Yes.
Talk to me about why women in particular.
So there's this
particular work.
Well, because if you want to help a family, if you want to help men, if you want to help old people, if you want to help young people, if you want to help communities, then you have to help women with your finances, because Prudential does a study every year. And I remember one statistic stuck out to me. And in it, it said women make up to 70% of the financial choices in a household. Example, me and my husband, we married. He's like, oh, babe, let's buy a car. I hate the car. He loves the car. We ain't getting the car. Right? Get out of here. I love the car. He hates it. We might get that car. Even if, right? So even if a woman doesn't make more, maybe she might be a stay-at-home mom, but she still, her influence is greater if she's in a heterosexual relationship, right? Her influence is greater over what the finances do in that household. So I knew I really want to help everyone, but I knew if I wanted to help everyone, that my best bet was to do so through women. Plus I'm a woman, and women tend to listen to women. I don't have a ton of guys who are like, what does the woman have to say? So, more and more that's come around now, because y'all be desperate, like, help! But women are wide open.
That's me.
Women are wide open. So my aim is to help everyone, but I know in order to do so, I really have to do so through women.
No, I think that's rich, and I think that's a significant work, because of all the people in this society who have been kept out of the real economy and the growth economy in the history of this country have been Black women. I mean, about it. So let's make the rubber meet the road.
Okay.
Let's talk about saving. All right.
Okay.
Give me some practical steps that I can use and my viewers can use that will increase our capacity to save. What do we do?
So you want me to give you stuff for recession-based savings or just savings overall?
I want you to give me both.
Okay, so one thing, first things first, is automate, automate, automate. Automation is your best friend.
What does
And
that mean?
So ideally, you want to, so if your money lands into your checking account, you should be automatically, that money, you should know already, like, I want to save $200 a month, whatever that amount is, have that money automatically transferred to your savings account, not at your regular bank. I want you to choose an online only bank. There's a website called Magnify Money, so like magnifying glass and money.
Hold on, I'm writing this down.
Yes, write it down. They need to send me a check. I stay boosting them up, but it's a great site. Here's why I like it.
What's it called again?
MagnifyMoney.com, right? And here's why I like it. Because you're going to look for these 4 components when you're looking for an online only bank. You're going to click online only bank or bank savings, and you're going to look for a bank that has an A, because Magnify Money does all the due diligence and will give that bank anywhere from an F to an A. Don't nobody want a B, C, D, F bank. You're looking for a bank that has an A grade. 2, you're looking for a bank that's FDIC insured. That means
that's important.
Up to $250,000 per bank per account. So that means if that bank closes down, you will get your money back up to $250,000 per account. That's 2. 3, the reason why I like it, what you're looking for an online only bank is you are also looking for the highest interest rate. So there might be some that give you 1%, 2%, depends what you're looking at now, right? And then 4, and super important, you're going to look for the lowest required deposit. So there are some banks that said, we're going to give you 2% interest, but you got to keep $10,000 in here. You're like, whoa, everybody don't got all that. So you're going to look for a bank where maybe it's $0 or $1, not only to deposit, but to get that interest rate, because that's the sneaky part, right? So they might say you could open with $1, but you're not going to get that interest rate. So those are the 4 things, right? So, but even better, a better way to automate when it comes to your savings. I had my husband do this because he was not, the money would land in his checking account and he would get to it before the transfer could happen. So then I was like, let's take it further, boo-boo. You're going to go to HR and be like, hey, HR, look, I need help. Typically, most mid-sized to big companies will let you split your check in 4 different ways. So before you even get your money, you tell HR, hey, put some money in a bills account. I believe in having a separate checking account for bills at your normal brick and mortar bank. Put some money in my normal checking account. This is like where you're going to do your spending with your debit card. No debit card for the bills account. Put some money in my long-term savings account and put some money in my short-term savings account. Split your money in 4 ways. So when your money gets to you, the only money that you're really going to have access to is the money that's left for spending. So because bill money we put here, savings here, long-term savings, short-term savings, you do that, that automation is going to save your life. And here's also why I like an online-only savings account, is because it makes your money inconvenient. And inconvenient money gets saved. Tweet me at the Budgetnista. That's a tweetable. Because here's why. Brick and mortar bank, right? So brick and mortar, what I mean by brick and mortar bank, I'm trying to think of big banks like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, TD Bank, Chase, all the worst, right? So brick and mortar bank it's good to have a brick and mortar bank for like ease of use for checking and things like that. Plus they're all over the country. Cute. We don't love them, but we got to use them. Then you should also have an online only bank for savings. Do not save your money at a brick and mortar bank. They're going to give you a piece of a penny for interest. They try it because they're going to take your money, put it out there, make 10, 20, 30% of your money, and then have the nerve to chop up a half a penny and throw it your way.
So hold on a second. Let me see if I got this right. You're saying when it comes to your savings account, use an online bank.
Yes.
You get the benefits are clearer and better.
Yes, because you get more in interest because online only banks don't have the overhead of having all of these branches. So they pass that savings on to you. So instead of a piece of a penny, you get maybe a penny or 2. And what I really like about an online only bank is the transfer. So if I wanted to say, so I love Target. This shirt's from Target, actually. Okay, Target, sponsor me. So I love Target. And so I used to have a Target problem like many of us. And I would see something at Target and say, ooh, I want it. And my checking account would say, girl, you tried it. You don't have any money. Savings would be like, we got it. And so before, like, it would be like a Wild Wild West showdown. Like I would give over my card and I would watch the lady get ready to swipe it. And then from my phone, what do? Make that transfer from savings to checking. Yeah. Now, if your money is at an online only bank, guess what? Unless you're sleeping in that line, you have a 24-hour to 72-hour wait for that savings money at your online only bank to hit your checking account at your brick and mortar bank. So it makes your money what? Inconvenient.
Inconvenient. Yes. Yes.
And inconvenient money gets saved. Yeah, you heard it. Right. And so, but I like that. So, because it's almost like you want to put these barriers up to guarantee your success. And so in the third financial institution, brick and mortar bank for ease of use and checking, online only savings for your savings, and then a credit union for borrowing. And so a credit union means so the reason is why, because most credit unions are nonprofit based credit unions. And that means that they're not going to try to strangle you with your interests. The interest is the fee that you get charged, that you either earn or that you get charged by an institution. So you're going to get typically a better interest rate with a credit union when it comes to borrowing for a house or a car. So those are the three institutions I believe we should all have in our lives: credit union, online only savings account at an online only bank, and a brick and mortar bank for checking.
I am going to do this. I'm going to look into an online only savings account.
If you don't do nothing else, split your money. Sometimes you have to separate to see whether it's a relationship or whether it's your money, right? So split your money, and somebody got the babies in the background.
Yeah, somebody needs to go on mute. Daniel, Matthew, James. Somebody go on mute.
I thought you would call out the 12 disciples. I'm like Luke, John.
I don't know what's going on. We on live TV. They talking in the back. They need to get them an online saving account. How about that? Let me ask you, because I'm running out of time.
Okay.
But I think there's an important question that people have in this time, because recessions are coming, and that being, should you pay your bills now, or should you? If somebody go on mute, James, Matthew, somebody.
It's Matthew.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Matthew. Matthew walking away from his computer. Matthew gonna be like, it can't be worse than the woman who was on Zoom and took her phone into the bathroom and started going to the bathroom and forgot she was on video. So
now, let me tell you something. Somebody's gonna get fired at the end of this show. So should people pay their bills, or are you hearing this?
Yes, I am.
Should people pay their bills now, or should they stack money?
So honestly, this is kind of unpopular kind of advice right now, but this is what I advised my sister who called me about this. She's like, I'm aggressively paying off my credit card debt. Should I do that during this kind of pre-recession? And the truth of the matter is that I don't think you should be aggressive. Now, I honestly am someone who believes in being debt-free. I live in a debt-free house. I don't have any mortgage on this house. I own investment property, no mortgage on that. The 2 cars, my car, my husband's car, no car note. So I believe in debt-free. But the caveat is, during a recession, especially in the beginning, nothing is going to be more important than savings. So people don't understand that no savings and no credit card debt equals debt. So let's just say let's just say my sister Karen, she's like, oh, I paid my credit card debt, woohoo! But she didn't put the money to her savings. Let's just pretend she doesn't have any savings. And then God forbid she loses her job. She's like, oh my gosh, I lose my job. Look at my emergency account, my savings account, ain't nothing there because I haven't been saving. Then what am I going to go to? You're going to turn to your credit card debt, that credit card that you just paid off. And now that's your savings account. And not only are you going to be swiping, you're going to have to pay fees on what you swiped, which is even worse, because you could have been using the money in your savings account without the fees. And so that's why right now I would actually pay, depending on where you are in life, if you're having a hard time with your bills and you don't have at least 6 months of your noodle budget, your lowest common denominator of expenses saved, then I would be paying the minimum to my debt right now, and I would be paying the extra to my savings account just to protect myself in case my finances took a turn. This is why all these companies, you see literally airlines, restaurants, all of them are crumbling. You want to know why? Literally because they didn't save. That's it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't save. Yeah.
Tiffany, let me tell you a story. Somebody asked me the other day for $50, and I asked them, were they smoking crack? Like, are you crazy? This is not the time to be lending nobody money.
Yeah.
This ain't the time to be giving nobody money. We don't know if we're going to have a job,
Yes.
you got to save as much as you can. So you made me feel so much better.
Good. Because saving is going to be one of two things for you right now. You're either going to save to ride it out, or for those people who maybe they don't lose their job, maybe they're a nurse and they don't lose their job. Then when you are cash strong in a cash strapped economy, I'm gonna say it again, cash strong in a cash strapped economy, you know, when you're that means when things go on sale, then you are going to be able to make a move when other people can't. There are going to be stocks on sale. There might be homes on sale. So things that would normally cost $100 might be $50. Like even now as a business, right? So my business, we do a lot of social media ads. And normally, let's just say the ads cost us $50 to get one person, or $100 to get one person to convert. It's now costing us $50. But because my company is cash strong, what's happening now is that many people don't have the money to run ads. So ads have dropped. So we can lean in and basically get double for our money while things are low. Do you see what having savings and cash can allow you to ride the wave or to make a move? And because more millionaires are born during a recession than any other time.
Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. More millionaires. Because what happens is that things lose value, not because something is wrong with them, but because of the economy. So a house that normally say, like I bought my condo for $220, and then the recession hit and it was $150 during the recession. $150. My condo was not worth $150. It was just that because of the recession, there were very few people who could afford my condo, including me. And now it's right back up there in the 200s since the last time I checked. And so as a result, people are going to be able to buy. If you have the ability to get that 150 condo, you have basically almost like doubled your money, you know, by the time the recession lifts. And so we have to understand too, I know we're all thinking like coronavirus, this is getting real. Like that's a little nod to Cardi B, right? And so I think so many of us think that Corona caused the recession. It did not. Recessions are a natural part of the economic cycle.
Right.
There are downs and ups. Literally, they call it the bear market and the bull market. The bull market is when we go up. The bear market is when we go down. Recessions happen every 10 to 15 years.
But there's something you said that I just want to reiterate for the audience. It's important to be cash
strong, a strong
in a cash strap economy.
Yes, you want to be cash strong in a cash strapped economy. So think about to yourself that everybody else is broke, right, in your family, right? That might be true regardless, right? But you have money, okay? Right? But you have money. So let's just imagine that you're the one person in a town where no one else has money. You are going to be able to purchase things at a discount because you get to dictate that there is very little demand and too much supply. So right now I'll be hoarding my cash, hoarding it. So like I said,
you have once again validated my response to the person who asked me. No,
absolutely not. No,
I'm running out of time, but I want to get to your children's book. And you wrote a book. Happy birthday, Molly Moore. And there it is. There it is.
She's so cute. I want to look how chocolate, just like me.
I got 4 minutes left, regrettably. Yes. But tell me why you wrote the book and what are you trying to say to the world?
So I wanted to write a children's book that taught what I call foundational financial education to kids. And in this book, this is the first of a series. It's her birthday, and she has to decide what's more important, her presents or her family and friends. And I think that children as young as 2 and 3, this book is really for 3 to 7-year-olds. Children as young as 2 and 3 can start learning basic financial tenets, because the earlier you start, the better. And at the back of the book, what I did was I put lessons and extend the lesson questions so parents and teachers can drive home the financial lessons that you want your child to learn. And so it's totally age appropriate. The pictures are really beautiful. And it's just like my gift back, and it's available at mollymoore.com, my Vanna Black on. I did a Kickstarter. I really believe in service. So I had done a Kickstarter and we raised like $62,000 in order to donate thousands of books to children in low income communities. And I'm just really proud of it. This is, like I said, my first of many Molly Moore books.
No, that's exciting. I'm impressed with that. So it appears that not only are you good with money, but you are apparently good with words.
Yes.
And stories.
I have like, if you were to go to Amazon and type in Budgetnista, I've got 5 books. Teach you how to budget, teach you how to buy a house, teach you how to fix your credit. I have this whole series called the Live Richer Challenge, where it's step-by-step guidance. Basically, I teach you like you were in preschool, how to do these things by breadcrumbing you to success. And
that's what I need.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Give everybody the website again.
So for Molly Moore, it's Molly Moore, MALIMORE.com to order your book. And if you want my other books, like I said, you can go just type in Budgetnista on Amazon and you'll see them. Like I said, I have literally like 5 or 6 books that will gather your whole life together.
Well, listen, I got 2 minutes left, and I got to get this last question in, because there are a lot of people out there watching who are living paycheck to paycheck. And I have to ask you, what's your best advice to them?
So if you are living paycheck to paycheck, you either have a make too little issue or spend too much issue. So you have to identify which is which. If you have more bills than like cash expenses, then you have a make too little issue. If you have more cash expenses like groceries, hair, nails, blah, 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 then you do bills and you have a spend too much issue. So once identify your issue, and then lean into that. So if you don't make enough, even though you think people are not hiring now, they are. You have to figure out how to make more money through it, whether it's investing, starting a business, asking for a raise, or finding a job that's going to pay you more. If you have a spend too much issue, then you need to go list all of your expenses and go line item by line item and start removing some of those things that are really bringing you down. So just remember, you have the choice either way.
Here's my last question, and it's been a delight to talk to you.
Thank you.
Your East Coastness is so refreshing.
Someone said, "Brick City, stand up."
Our co-executive producer TJ is also from Newark, so she's
okay. Hey TJ, Brick City, okay.
I'm not even getting into this. She's somewhere typing away.
I see her.
So let me ask you this real quick. What has all this pandemic moment taught you about yourself? And then we'll end with that.
The pandemic moment has taught me that nothing is more important than your health, family, and friends. I already kind of knew that, but now more so than ever. Like the money stuff, yes, that's important, but who cares if you're not here? So like I'm in group chats with like my group of friends, with my sisters, with my parents, and we're checking on each other every day. I hang out with my husband more. Nothing is more important than your family and friends. That's the true richness in life. And really your money is there to be a support tool to enhance that richness. It is not supposed to be the goal itself.
Tiffany, the Budgetnista, you are a gift to the culture.
Thank you.
Taking the time to come on. Send my blessings and my regard to your family, to your husband, and to all who love you and support you, because we need you out here doing what you're doing. You have helped a lot of people tonight. And more than else, you've made some folks laugh when they need to laugh the most. So I celebrate you, my dear sister. Have a wonderful week. Keep doing what you're doing. Be amazing for the rest of you. Promise me, go.
I promise you. And I just say, like, I'm the Budgetnista on all the social platforms. I give so much away for free. So if you're needing help, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, the Budgetnista, I'll see you there.
Sounds good. Up next is the Mike and Donnie Show. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Be good to each other. I love you.
What's up? Once again, it's on More Real Talk with Mike and Donnie. We are back. Mike Hill hanging out with my main man, the West Side Fly guy himself, LA's finest, Donnie Harrell. Good to see you, my brother.
What's up, man? I'm so happy to be back and off Claudia's show. I feel good, man. I'm back on our show, man, doing what we do, man. Oh, I'm so happy.
You seemed a little thrilled. Nothing against Claudia Jordan, but you know, sometimes brothers, when you have your own, you just want to kind of keep your own and have your own space. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. It's like they forgot about us, man. You know, dealing with the women. It's fun dealing with the women, man. But I like kicking it with my partners, man. You know, it's fun kicking it with my partners, man. I love it.
This is what it's all about. We are back, the old slot, back on our old show. Not in the studio, obviously. We still at the crib, man, obviously for obvious reasons because of the whole coronavirus and the pandemic. We're wishing everybody well out there, but we are back with more barbershop talk, keeping it raw, real, and relevant, man, and doing it once again from the comfort of our own home. So I might just call my girl to bring me a drink in here or something like that. I don't know if you have slipped the import in there yet, Donnie, but
you know, I'm still alone, man. I wish I had me a little honey dip, man, to bring me a little something, even though I don't drink, man. I don't drink or nothing, but they can bring me some water or something. But, you know, I'm cool, man. I'll give me a little honey dip, you know, when it's time, man. You know, when the coronavirus is over, man.
Bring me some acai berries or whatever you're drinking or whatnot, man. I know what you're doing. You got that vegan diet.
I'm just a water guy, Mike. You know, I'm a vegan. You know, I love that slim and trim fit, you know. So, you know, it'll come, baby.
You have no vices these days, man. Vegan, don't drink. You say you celibate. That's what you say. That's what you say.
Listen, man. I don't need no vice. I started smoking weed when I was 9. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm good. I'm off all drugs, man. Hey, kids, say no to drugs. You know what I mean? So I'm happy, man. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do none of that, man. I got a clean body, man.
Well, you have lived a full life. I don't know about the whole clean body. Maybe you are cleaning it out, Donnie, but your shit ain't that clean now. You started when you was 9. It's probably gonna take some time to get some of the stuff out your system.
No, I'm an old player. I'm an old player, man. I got it all out of me now, man. I'm good.
You're looking good, man. Hey, well, once again, we are back, man, and better than ever. We are here to inform you and entertain you. And tonight, we're going to talk sports, man, some news, some entertainment. The XFL is folded. NFL draft is hit rock bottom, literally. It's actually in somebody's basement right now. And the NBA season could be over. And I'm so happy to be talking to two brothers, man, that are just good brothers. You know what I mean? One is a Hall of Famer from the NFL, Pro Football Hall of Famer. My man, Andre Reed, former of the Buffalo Bills, hanging out with us. And from the Toronto Raptors, for Rondé Hollis Jefferson in the house with us. Fellas, what's going on, man? How y'all doing?
We doing good, man. I'm doing all right. Doing real good.
Bless, bro. Bless. Appreciate you having us.
Exactly.
How y'all hanging in here with this whole coronavirus that's going on, man? I'm gonna start off with the youngster because Dre, I know you good. You got your girl with you or whatever. But Rondé, man, you 24, 25 years old, man, and you're an active NBA player. How you hanging in there, brother?
It's tough, man. You know, just sitting at home playing video games and stuff like that. You know, you catch yourself watching old clips and things like that. But it's definitely tough. It's definitely mentally tough, man. But I'm hanging in there.
It ain't tough for Rondé. Rondé got all that good young energy, man. It ain't tough for that young gunner, man. You know what I mean?
We sitting in the house though.
You sit in the house. You want to do something, man. Are you alone? Are you got somebody there with you?
I'm alone right now. I'll be with my son probably in like 11 days after my quarantine is over.
That's some good bonding time, man. And Dre, I know, man, you got your lovely lady with you, man, so you enjoy yourself as well, bro. But, you know, we're a little bit older, so we like to kind of quarantine even when we ain't quarantining, right?
Let me tell you, man, it is it's amazing when you're by yourself. You really figure out a lot of things about yourself. And this quarantine thing, regardless of, you know, what it's doing to the country and all that kind of stuff, you find some things that you should have done like 5-6 months ago.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, just like maybe cleaning some stuff up, or, you know, you're walking around like looking for things to clean up. And 5 months ago, you just let it go. You're like, I'll get to it later. So you can't procrastinate. So it's sitting there right there for you to do. So you might as well do it. You got all the time in the world now. And I just really want to say one thing, Mike. I really respect you, respect what you've done.
Thank you,
not only with because we go back a lot. Respect how you report, how you go about doing things. So that's just much love from me, man, to you.
Thank you, Dre. I promise I won't drop any secrets, man. Don't worry about it.
No. This is real talk. We got to drop some secrets. You know, we ain't gonna dry snitch too much, but I need to hear some things, Dre.
Me and Dre go way back, man. We've been in Vegas a couple of times together, man. Now this is before it's lit, before it's late. Now just gonna put that out there, bro. You know, so we had some good times.
We were a little wild. We did a couple things, man, but you know, we were mindful not to cross the line. We got right to the edge. We just didn't jump. So that's how it goes, man. That's how
I always look at that line, man. Like, whose line is it, bro? Like, where's the line? Everybody talking about crossing the line down there. Like, where is the line? Who sets the line? You know what I mean? So I may not cross the line, but I might pick that motherfucker up and move it a little bit.
You know what, Mike? People always say the line, you make the line. You know what I'm saying? So how far would you go, Dre and Mike? How far did you go and where did that line end? That's the question.
Hey, let me tell you.
People want answers.
I've been.
Thank you, Rondé.
I've been to the line and saw the bottom. So.
Yeah, I know, bro. Hey, just to say we ain't break any laws. Any legal laws, I should say that.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. You know what I mean? We didn't go to jail.
Vegas. We know what happens in Vegas. We all know, even that little young gunner over there.
Hey.
We know what happens in Vegas.
Stays in Vegas.
Hey, believe it or not, even Vegas is on lockdown right now.
Ain't that something, man? That's what's crazy, man. And it's hard right now to kind of stay positive because you see everybody locked down. But I like what you said, Dre, man. It's important, and young fella Rondé, to be productive during this time, man. So you can't really work out, Rondé. What are you doing to kind of stay productive?
For me, I've been meditating. I'm meditating every day, man, trying to, keep my mind right, stay focused, in case something magically happens and we do get back into it. I still got that, super sharp focus. And then we do like in-home workouts and stuff like that too. So I got resistance bands, all that type of stuff.
Wow, they send you all the resistance bands or whatever? Can you share some workout tips with us? I mean, like in the second half of this interview, we can do a workout. Y'all ready for that, Donnie and Dre? I mean, I know y'all still in shape.
No, I'm not doing a workout.
I can't do
no, that young gunner got too much energy for me, man. He got too much energy for me, man.
He said, hey, he's like, this is a talk show. This is a talk show.
He look like he ready to work out though, man. But I like what he said about the meditation though, Donnie. I mean, because I know you into your spirituality and your zen and whatnot, man. Like, how long you been meditating, young fella?
I want to say going on a year. Okay. I met a good friend of mine or whatever, and he was telling me like how it helped him with some personal relationships he went through. And I kind of, how young brothers are kind of weary about opening up and getting to know themselves. So I kind of took it upon myself to just kind of explore, see what it felt like, to just express myself and to feel that different power, over yourself. It's quite amazing, man. You find yourself more happy, more engaged, and I don't know, it's awesome.
Young Gun, let me ask you a question. When you meditating, right, and you're sitting there, that means you're quiet and you're going into deep thoughts. Am I right or am I wrong?
You right.
So do you ever think about a sexy woman on Instagram that you want to hit and things of that nature? Just tell me. I want to know, Young Gunner.
Hey, listen. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think about this one woman. She probably in here right now.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna say no.
Tell me, Young Gunner, please.
Hey,
Young Gunner,
might be looking.
She's probably texting me right now.
What's her
big eyes?
Big eyes. Is she famous?
Huh?
Is she famous?
Man, yeah. Yeah, she got a good name.
Hey, Rondé, you know all the basketball players, they get all the bad women. You know what I mean? Hey, man, I used to take my chicks to the basketball game, to the Laker game, man, and she be staring at the Laker, brother. What the fuck you looking at?
You took women to the game and they were disrespectful and looking at the players in your face, not the Drano, I know.
No, man, listen, man.
Wow.
The basketball players, they get all the women. They rich, you know what I mean? They tall, big shoes, and the lady likes that, man. They like that, man.
Dre, who had it better, NFL players or NBA players?
That's a tie, bro. I just want you to
tie,
man.
Hold on.
One thing about basketball, they go on a road trip and they're in 6 different cities, and They're for 3 or 4 cities, 5 cities in 10 days.
Uh-huh.
We go day before the game. Well, now, I don't know if they do it differently now, but we would go on a Saturday, play the game Sunday, we back on the plane. We ain't got no time to be doing that.
That's true. So Rondé, you understand, are you single right now?
Me?
No,
No, I ain't. No,
wait a minute, Rondé. Let's back it up now. You're not single. You meditate. You let Donnie set you up. You can't allow that to happen, bro, because the woman that's watching that you might be concerned about is the one that you're involved with right now, brother.
Yes.
So is that the one you meditating about?
Yes.
Say yes. Just say yes. Just nod your head. There you go. Yes. We got to help the young brother out, man.
Okay, but you know, I feel Rondé, man. You know, I got a son your age, man. You too young to be having women, man, with all that good money you got, man. Keep that young energy, spread that good energy around, man, to many women you spread it around to,
man. Hey, Mike, Andre, can I get some help here, please?
Can I tell you something? Because we was talking about meditating, and I thought we was going to go down a really deep path. And Donnie started off, let me talk about meditating when you get quiet and you get spiritual in your mind. I'm thinking he's going to talk about something real deep.
Deep, man.
He went there.
Deep.
What I should have known is Donnie.
Just put him down the drain.
Down the drain.
Down the drain, bro.
Hey, but on another note, man, on that series, with the meditating part of it, man, I love to see that this young brother right here, 25 years old, 24, 25?
25.
25 years old, this early in his life, still young, having fun, but he gets it, and he's in a good space in his life. Dre, as a Hall of Fame athlete, man, how important is it for somebody his age, a professional athlete, to get it that soon?
Well, you know, when I came to the league at 21 years old back in 1985, Rondé, you weren't even thought of then. This was a different world. Mike, you know, it was a different world back then. Social media was not even in the picture, so you didn't have that influence. You just went to work and went home. And some guys still do that, but because of all this social media and because of different outside influences, guys have more avenues to go in. You know, when we went down one avenue, that was it. And to a certain point, if you got straight one way or another, somebody brought you back because they were going down the same avenue with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with you. So social media, I think that's probably the biggest thing in a young kid's career that is a big influence on how he acts, how he goes about doing things, what's important. We didn't have that back in 1985. They didn't have computers hardly back then. So we just, you know, I should just go to practice, come home, read my playbook. Most of the time, that was it.
You lived in Buffalo.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure you did that. In Buffalo, man, there wasn't anything in Buffalo.
That's what I'm saying.
There was nothing there.
Damn, Drake, I feel bad.
I go to Niagara Falls and look at the water, but
yo, Mike, I disagree with Andre. Back when we was growing up, Mike, we didn't have the social media, so we was a little bit more sneakier. We can do things that you couldn't get away with doing right now. You know what I mean?
We were allowed to. So imagine if you did have social media, Dre, how would who on your team in the old Buffalo Bills would have been the most in trouble?
Dude, we were, man, I don't want to throw my boys under the bus, but
that was so long ago.
I mean, Thurman, Jim, Bruce, Daryl, we were some characters, man. And if we would have had social media, woo, cancel Christmas.
You know what's crazy, Rondé, and you too young to remember this, but back in the day, during that time, the Cowboys were getting all the headlines because it was America's team, and they were always getting in trouble and whatnot. So you're trying to tell me that if you guys would have gotten the same exposure as the Cowboys got back then, you would have been just as guilty as what they were back then?
Guilty by association. I just think, and Drano said it, hey, man, we lived in Buffalo, man. It's a small market. You can get away. He's right. You could get away with a lot of things. It wasn't what you did wasn't on the front page of the headlines and in the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that was on the front page was, you know, probably what we did. I mean, we got most of the headlines in Buffalo during that time.
Yeah.
And then as we got better as a team, man, we used to have people from LA, Hollywood people used to come to Buffalo to watch us play. They used to be on the sidelines, bro.
I mean, 4 straight Super Bowls is obvious, man. But Rondé, you played this past season in Toronto, which is pretty much kind of Buffalo. You ever sneak across the river, across Niagara Falls, man? And
I didn't make it across. I was supposed to go to the Eagles Buffalo game, but I missed the Kyle Lowry. He was taking a couple of players, but I missed the flight because he wanted to fly to Buffalo instead of drive. But yeah, no, I've been to Niagara Falls. I looked across the water. I didn't have my passport, so I didn't go through customs. You know how customs are.
Well, hey, Rondé, this is what I'm saying. This year, you come to a game with me.
I would love that.
Take you to a game. We'll get down on the sidelines. I'll give you VIP, man. You good?
Definitely.
You got a ring,
so
don't
my
you?
invitation. If you two want to show up, we'll all go.
Oh,
I came after they won the ring.
Okay.
I was a year too late.
Okay.
Oh, man.
The Nets.
Wow.
Yeah, I was with the Nets before.
When I used to go watch the Raptors play, the Junkyard Dog was still there.
Wow.
That was
Jerome Williams.
Jerome Williams.
Wow.
You had D. Brown. Master P was playing.
God.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
That was prehistoric days. That was
Vince Carter wasn't even there yet.
Wow.
And you know what, Mike? Andre is one of my favorite players, man. And his ass broke my heart so many times up in Vegas betting on the Bills, man.
In Vegas, come back and get you.
And I love you to death. Dre. But Dre, my God, man. I wish y'all would have won one, man. But you was a bad boy, Dre. You know, I got to give you that. You was a bad boy.
The thing about that is, and as the years go on, and people, you know, it's like that's the first thing people talk about with me. Not, you know, what did you do in your career? You know, you're in the Hall of Fame. It's you went to 4 Super Bowls. How come you guys didn't win one? And
4 straight.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, the Patriots had a chance to go to 4 straight this year. They lost to the Titans in the playoffs. So at least we got that. But the thing is, that's what they say to me every time. You guys went to 4 straight. You think if you would have won 1, you would have went to 3. You think if you would have went to, you know, that kind of scenario. And I'm saying, I kind of flip the script and say, well, look at guys now that play 10 years and don't even get a chance. They play maybe 2 playoff games in 10 years. So I did something, our team did something that'll never be done again. And I did it with 7 Hall of Famers are on that team.
Yeah, no, definitely. You guys had a dynasty without winning a Super Bowl, man. That's been awesome. Yeah. Rondé, are you a football fan at all? Do you cross over? Are you strictly basketball?
I love one team. I ain't gonna lie, the Eagles. So when we won, I was good. I thought I would never see us win because we was always a team that's like, this our year. So when we got that chip, I was hyped.
And the funny thing about it is Philly fans are some of the craziest fans.
Crazy.
Really? Okay.
Crazy.
So who's the crazy? Was being in Old Veteran Stadium? That was the craziest stadium you ever played in.
Oh,
what made it so crazy?
Because
and
they
why
be
was
winning.
It the black hole?
They be winning and be beating each other up in the stand.
Crazy.
But y'all winning the game. Ever go to a Dallas Philadelphia game? Watch how many fights break out.
Is it worse than the Raiders?
You know, Rondé, Dallas and Philly are like.
Yeah.
They don't like. They know. That's back from the old Buddy Ryan days when he did the, had the bounty on everybody.
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't think none of them work in the Raiders, Dre.
The black hole, man. There are murders that's happening in the black hole.
Yeah,
I mean, homicides is probably happening in the black hole where bodies would never.
Actually, a couple of years ago, like 2-3 years ago, I went to a Raiders-Bills game there, and I sat in the stands just to see what it was like. It wasn't in a black hole. I was like, bottom line is, I was in the stands, and I had my hat down so nobody could recognize me. Man, I had to get out of there, bro.
Yo, Dre, I don't even want to go to a Raiders game because I'm scared. I'm like, but I swear, I don't even want to go.
Well, it won't be the same now that they're in Vegas, so they ain't even got to worry about it. I don't think they're going to have the same kind of crowd in Vegas.
They travel, Mike.
Yeah. Well, if their parole officers allow them to leave.
When they came down here to San Diego to play the Chargers, It's the same thing. There's
Yeah,
gonna be
bro.
some fights breaking out. Yeah.
Monday, what's the toughest arena you played in? The wildest, craziest arena you played in?
Man, I would say in my career,
In your career.
I would say my first year we played San Antonio in San Antonio when Kawhi was there. And that's the loudest. I was like, wow. They got so loud. It was crazy. Kawhi had like stole a ball from me at the free throw line of his basket, dunked it. They went crazy. I didn't want the ball no more. I'm cool.
He's like, I don't want that.
I see why they call him the Claw. I was like, I'm good.
You guys shook. Hey man, we're having fun with Andre Reed and Rondé Hollis Jefferson of the Toronto Raptors. Man, we very interactive show on Mike and Donnie's show, and we got a viewer question, and it's actually from one of our hosts that we were on the show with last week, Miss Claudia Jordan. Now you got to understand, Claudia's cut from a different cloth.
Yes, she is.
She is. Claudia is a woman, all woman, but she can hang with the men. So she's saying, fellas, and please keep it real. This is coming from a lady. As athletes, both of you tell us your wildest groupie story. Who wants to start?
Hey, let's start with the young gunner, because I know he got a lot of them with his little good young energy, man. He got that good young energy. He's been a long time. Talk to me, Rondé.
Man, let me see. Let me see.
Come on, Rondé. You ain't gotta think that long. Come on.
No, I'm trying to see which one is right to tell right now. I don't want to get in trouble.
As long as it doesn't involve a crime that you're going to be committing. You're
going to be reprimanded.
We ain't trying to have you in jail.
I would say one time we landed in I want to say Miami, I believe, and it was literally it was during the day because we like to get to Miami early, of course, and it was like probably I want to say 10 women at the Four Seasons. And they wanted a couple specific people that was on the team at the time. I ain't gonna say no names, but I was one of them. I was single at the time. So.
Yeah, please put that out there. Disclaimer.
Yeah, I was single.
This is when you was with Brooklyn?
Cover your bases, brother.
I was in Brooklyn. Yeah, I was in Brooklyn. So of course, and I had the driver there too. So we kind of made it do what it do. Got some food, and the rest is history.
Oh.
Hey, young gunner. Hey, I never was experiencing that type of stuff. Could you tell me how they asked? I would love to live through your life. How did they ask what they wanted?
It was just we all knew what was up. It was like the energy. You know what I'm saying? They hey, they was ready. They laughing, kiki, ha ha. So. And we went with the flow. We went with the flow. It was all good vibes, though. It was all good vibes.
Donnie, I didn't know groupies had menus, though. They was like, we're going to order a Rondé Hollis Jefferson. And we're going to Karis LeVert. We're going to order him today. Who else was on that team back then?
No habla English.
But is there a little trepidation though? I mean, you gotta think about this. And Dre, back in the day, a little trepidation when it's sometimes that easy, man. You can be set up. And your advice to some of the young guys out there, Dre, when it comes to that, man.
No, Mike. Hold up, Mike. Don't try to eat. I know that. Hold up, Mike. I know that's your partner. We want to hear his groupie story too.
I'm trying to help you, Dre.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I'm gonna shut this down really quick, man. Because believe it or not, and you guys are gonna laugh at it. It really didn't happen like that for me. It really didn't. And it wasn't like we went to different cities and there was women there and all that kind of stuff. And of course you knew, but believe it or not, man, I really didn't indulge, man. And this is, I'm talking, the man upstairs knows this, that I really didn't indulge in that stuff because I was always conscious about maybe, yeah, it might be nice, but I was always in something's not right.
Right.
And I never really, like I said, I went to the edge, but I never jumped.
Mike, I believe him too. I believe him, Mike. I can tell the sincerity in his voice.
I just never different from an NBA team, sometimes NBA teams come in and they might spend a couple of days or whatever in the city.
Yeah, we ain't got no time to do nothing like that.
Playoffs. Yeah.
Now Buffalo fans
are
good.
We 4 days in Miami. We was a week. Last year in Brooklyn, we probably was like 7 days in LA.
They set it up. Between the Lakers and the Clippers, a lot of teams are set up so they can spend as much time possible with the Lakers, the Clippers, and being in LA, especially in a bad city. If you're in Cleveland, you're going to be out here for a whole week. Even when I was working with the Clippers and I was going on the road with them, if we went to New York or we went to Miami or any city that the players wanted to be in it for a long period of time, they were going to make sure that they spaced it out long enough so that they were there for a couple of days, 2 or 3 days.
You took an extra bag, didn't you, Mike?
Well, you had to, but that was when I was single myself, bro.
So really, I'm really telling the truth about that, man. I really never, of course, I was, you're full of yourself and you think everybody wants to talk to you and that, but I indulged, but I never went across that line, man. I never did.
Well, and I believe Dre for saying that, man, because Dre did all his stuff later on in life. I just know.
Made up for it.
Hey, Mike, you know what I love about the little young gunner? You see what he said? He was like, he had 4 different women before a game. A boxer can't do that because he'd get knocked out. See how them youngsters is?
Yeah.
Hey, I had like 20, 10, and like 5 that game.
Well, hey, he dispelled that myth right away.
I know. You should have told her to follow you on the road then, bro.
I tell you.
That's cool, man. But I used to always tell Dre, what was the first thing I always used to say to you when I show up at an event?
You were like, it's on.
But now this is, once again, I'm not snitching or anything like this. This is before we were with somebody. I'm like, who you got, Dre?
Oh, yeah.
Dre, boy, when I tell you, Donnie,
God.
Woo! You talking about, like, some people bring sand to a beach? This dude right here brings the ocean to the beach. I mean, he has the ocean. So, like, everybody want a piece of his ocean. That's back in the day. But he's good now, and we both are good. So I'm going to leave that alone. We're going to move on.
I had an alter ego, man.
Yeah, man. You did your thing, bro. But anyway, man, y'all want to get into some of the sports topics since we all
let's do it.
Talk about it, man, because, once again, I got to ask you, young fella, because, you're playing with the Toronto Raptors now, but this might be the only season you're playing with them, man. Like, what's your mindset right now, not knowing how the season's going to end or if the season's going to end at all?
It's something you think about quite often, especially with those guys. They're a group of guys. They're excellent, man. The way they handle themselves, how we connected on the court, off the court. It's a great group of guys. The staff, organization, top to bottom. I love it. So it's definitely tough if this is it. But I try to keep my spirits high and stay on the mindset of it'll come back, because I do look forward to going to a championship and competing for one. And I know I can do it with those guys.
Right. They just won it. Can you imagine, though, Dre or Donnie? Man, you work real hard all season long. You guys go to training camp, NFL and the NBA. You play the season, man. You're playing well. You think you're in a position, like you said, to try and get your first ring because your first season with Toronto. You're in the middle of your season, Dre, or something like that in the NFL, and something like this happens. Yeah. And all of a sudden you feel the incompleteness. What's that like? If you could describe it.
It's just as you said, man, you work hard all off season to get season, and then it just it's like they pull the rug out from underneath you and say, okay, we're not playing anymore. I really like his mindset because right now we don't know when sports is coming back, so you got to be up here more than anything because you're not working out normally like you usually are, so you got to stay mentally focused. Because you're going to be beat mentally before physically anytime. So I really like what he's doing, but yeah, I can't imagine. And we're talking about the NFL. The draft is going to be virtual, and you said they're going to be doing it in the basement. 1985. Yeah, 1985. The draft actually was in a basement. The draft was in the Marriott Marquis in New York City, in the basement of the Marriott Marquis. That's when I got drafted. Wow. So maybe they're bringing it back, whatever. But You just got to stay focused, man. That's really what sports is. It doesn't matter how much talent you have, because sometimes some of the people with the best talent lose because they ain't focused up here, and that's where you're going to win most of the time. So I like his thought process.
You know what,
Appreciate
Mike?
that.
You know what, Mike? When it comes, I understand what these young guns is going through, but I always feel like God laughs at planners. You know what I mean? So I always live my life. I don't try to plan anymore. I just live my life to the fullest every day. You know what I mean? I hope Rondé and, you know, is living his life, you know what I mean, to the fullest every day, because you don't never know what the next day is going to bring. You know what I mean? So young gunner, just, you know, live your life to the fullest every day, because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, man. Right. You know what I mean? Anything can happen.
Yeah, you definitely have a long life to live, man, and hopefully you got a long career, man. So you got the mindset right. But I can only imagine, man, like if you guys all of a sudden they say, okay, we're going to get going again in 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, get back out there. You know what I mean? I understand after everything's over, of course, they got to, you know, make sure that we're not affected anymore when the coronavirus. But when they finally say, okay, all clear, you got 3 weeks to get ready for the season. Mentally, you might be ready, but physically, if you haven't had contact all over again, how long would it take you to get physically back ready and sharp again?
For me, I mean, the people that know me, that actually worked out with me, they know I'm like quick with it. Like my cardio is always on point. I was always that person. Like I come off an injury, it take me like a couple days and I'm back in the swing. But I would say all in all, to get everything back, probably a week and a half.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. But that's endurance, that's cardio, stuff like that. But of course you want to work on your body and do all those things. So I add another week on to that, just to make sure, you know, everything's functioning right.
But, you know, it's going to be weird, man, when they do decide to come back, because they did a poll. I think it was Seton Hall did a poll, and they said over 70% of people, even when they're allowed to come back, they're going to be fearful of going into big crowds. So there might not be big crowds at the arenas. And what they're talking about, if the NBA season completes or whatever, you might have games without fans. Could you even imagine? I mean, even from a viewer standpoint, Donnie, watching a game without fans. And I can't even imagine you playing in front of an arena that's not full.
Mike, I know how they can do it. They can seat people every 3 rows, like 1, then 3, then another person. Just break them up.
You have 6 feet distancing, the social distancing that way too.
Hey, that's like a high school. That's a high school crowd, right?
Well, let me ask you what?
Hey, and they gotta take the drinks out of there too, because once they start drinking, they gonna.
Yep. They're gonna be high-fiving and all that stuff, man. You know, once they get into the game.
Yeah.
But Ron, let me ask you a question, Rondé. Would you rather play with nobody in the crowd or with some people in the crowd? What would you rather play?
I like energy, man. I'm big on energy. You know, like I want some fans. I ain't gonna.
But say it can only be so many fans. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
With social distancing.
We might need them 60 people to be like, boo, for the free throw. We might need
it. But the energy, I mean, that's what they call home court or home field advantage, man. You need that energy. You know, like even for us, Donnie, like doing this, it's a little different for us because we're used to a live studio audience. And we feed off that energy from the studio audience, man, when we're into our show and we get a rhythm out for that, man.
Yep. Mm-hmm. This shit is boring doing this. I'm telling you, for me and Mike, this shit be boring. Like I can hear myself, like I'll be talking to myself sometimes. I hear myself echoing back to me. You know what I'm saying?
What Donnie is trying to say is that we're not boring. This is not a boring show. With Donnie is we would prefer to do something a little bit more exciting. Exactly. This is the Mike and Donnie show where we're very entertaining and we're informative, right, Donnie?
That's right, baby. I wasn't meaning like that. We have a good show.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
Mike, you remember back in 1987 during the strike, the NFL strike in 1987?
Mm-hmm.
I was in my 3rd year, and you know, I played my rookie year, started. I had a decent season. The 2nd year, I even had a little better season. And then that 3rd year, we played like 4 or 5 games and then went on strike.
Mm-hmm.
And then they brought in these
scabs.
Scabs, yeah. They brought in players. They brought in guys from down here, Home Depot, to play.
Manny.
Straight up, Rondé. Dude. People, and what we would do is, let me give you some history here. we would take buses because we still were there. We'd get in a bus and we would go to the stadium and watch these dudes practice. And they were bankers, insurance people, guys that maybe played in college. They were basically, and then some of the guys jumped the line to play. You know, some of the guys that they jumped the picket line to play. You know, some of the guys that they jumped the picket line. So we would wait for them after practice in this bus, and they would come out and we would just throw everything we had at them. Eggs, tomatoes, because they were in our lockers. You know, guys that have busted their butt to get that locker and be on the team. So that's just, you know, and then they played the games and there was hardly anybody in the games at the game. So
it was terrible football. I remember that. I mean, I think them doing that actually helped with you guys coming back because the football was so terrible that you guys couldn't be replaced.
Yeah.
You know? So they saw how valuable you were. So it was almost a blessing in disguise. But you bring up a good point, man, because right now, even though it's not strike anything, there are going to be some players aren't getting paid. Like, I don't know, Rondé, how's the NBA right now? Are they still giving you your paychecks or are they still coming in? What's the deal?
Man, I heard my last check come on the 15th, man. I need to call somebody. Hey, you got some room over there, Drake?
but that's a concern. That's something that people have to think about, man, because, you know, if you're a high-paid athlete, you know, you might be living in your $100,000 crib or $10 million crib, whatnot, because you got a $100 million contract. But for a lot of people, some of them are living month to month, you know, only got 3 months worth of savings. So what do you think the athletes should do? If you can give them some advice, Dre, about how to, I don't know, to make sure that their money is stretched out a long way, if they even have any money right now.
Well, it's not like you knew this was coming.
Right.
You know, you didn't know this coronavirus and this pandemic was going to be not only in our country, but the whole world. So basically, the whole economy of the United States has dipped. My daughter's actually over in Spain right now. She's on lockdown in Spain. So as far as sports go, there's always got to be somebody to tell you that you got to put away some things for a rainy day. And this is the rainy day here. This is the storm that maybe that's what they're talking about, or what, you know, people talk about. So and be smart. You know, I know when I came in the league, they didn't have some of the programs that they have now. You know, as far as getting a 401k and all these other things financially, they didn't have that. So now the NFL has implemented within their collective bargaining agreement that players they're allowed to go, and people are helping them with finances. They're helping them with decisions after football. So they have that luxury that I didn't have. And plus, it's more money now. You know, more money. These guys are getting paid more.
Let me ask Dre something. Rondé, so you were 25 and you probably got around 11 more years, 12 more years in the league. So I know you're not going to be tricking off on them little broads. Now, you know, you're going to learn some things. Like, you're going to save some of that money, ain't you? You know what I mean?
For sure. Okay. I mean, that's something that we all probably had to think about. You know, I'm talking for all the younger athletes that didn't get blessed with the $100 million contract. Is finance. You know, going through this is like, you know, what next, or, you know, how will we do? How will the future handle it? You know, how will we handle the future? So that's something that we got to put in our minds for when this do resume, and how we do move forward with the people in our lives. Because a lot of us take care of our family. You know, a lot of us take care of those unexpected bills for our family and whatnot, just because they was there for us. You know how it is coming from where we come from. So that's something I had to take in consideration, had to think about, pray on, meditate on, and it's definitely well received now and understood.
Do you know anybody in the league that is concerned about their finances going forward?
I know a couple people. Because you got to think. Say you in Toronto, right? I'll give you a couple number scenarios since I'm there. Say you making $1 million in Toronto. After taxes, you probably bring home about $600,000 of that. But you still got your dues and everything like that. Woo woo. So then it might break down to about $400,000. So you got 400,000 that you ain't paid a bill yet. You probably paying your mom bills, your dad or auntie, your brother. You probably taking care of them. So say you take off another 60,000 that you paying in mortgages per year. Boom, boom, boom. And then you paying for your crib. You know you're an NBA player, so you gotta live nice. You probably paying 5,000 a month, 60,000, another 60,000. Now you have 120. You take 120 off of 400, it's 280. Now you going down, you know, every time. And you ain't bought nothing. You ain't bought food. You ain't got your car. You ain't paying for insurance. So your money start to decrease of what you taking home. So now you still got to put money in your savings account.
Wow.
How much he really putting in his savings account? And it's a couple people on that. The people in LA, the people in New York that got drafted in the second round. That's not really making money. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough. It's tough.
So do you think it's more pressure? Go ahead, Donnie.
Hey, little gun, I like you. I'm going to give you some game from an old player. You know what I'm saying? Next time you get that big check, I want you to go buy some apartment bills. You pay them off cash, right? You go buy you a 16 unit. You know what I mean? Pay it off, and you live off that money. You know what I'm saying? From your rent. All right?
Right.
Drano, give you some game. It's usually I sell it, but I'm giving it to you. All right?
I appreciate it.
That's what you get here on the Mike and Donnie show, the Drano game. He will break it down for you.
You get some financial advice from the Donnie man.
Can I tell you something, man? This brother right here, do not slip on Donnie, man. Donnie is about his money. He's a business man. Seriously, straight up. He's a business.
I love it.
So they're you know what I love about Rondé too, man. Just doing some research on you, man. You give back to your community as well, man. You're looking out for the kids. You know, you got a STEM program, which I really admire. So you're educating yourself, but you're also giving back to the community, man. So continue to do that type of stuff. Now, can you talk a little bit more about your foundation, what you're doing for the kids there in your community?
Yeah, so I started my foundation, the Rondé Hollis Jefferson Foundation, kind of works along with CHAP, stands for Calm, Humble, and Patient. Wearing my shirt right now. Little self-branding right there, you guys. Yeah, so pretty much it's for my community, it's for the youth around the world, not only, but I wanted to start in my city in particular because I grew up there, I rooted there, you know, I love the kids there, I love the people there, but we just going through some tough times, you know, in the urban city where, you know, it's a lot of greed. You know, the people in power, they only care about their money or, you know, how can they help themselves and not really focus on educating the kids and educating the parents, man. Because a lot of people don't know what's going on in our world and in our society. So I took it upon myself to meet with some people to start a charter school in my city based around agriculture and coding, because a lot of people don't know that it's a lot of jobs available in coding and you don't need a college degree in that. And that's the billion-dollar industry, you know what I'm saying? You could take like a 3-week certificate program and you can be qualified to get hired in the coding field. So I met with some people. I took a few kids on a field trip to Microsoft and we partnered with them to do a lot of different activities there and whatnot. And right now we're on the verge of, you know, pretty much taking over my whole city's education program, just because what we propose to them is nothing like it. You know, we add meditation instead of detention, things of that nature, you know, just trying to, you know, just change the environment, the culture.
You develop a charter school. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. I love that. Have you talked to other people that develop, like Jalen Rose, LeBron James, guys like that to?
I talked briefly to him about it, but this is right now is the time where I'll definitely reach out to LeBron and Jalen. I know Jalen, I know LeBron, so definitely get some gems on that. But I'm pretty sure I might be the youngest, but I'm pretty sure the things that I'm going about with my charter school probably be the best school out there.
I love it. I like that. Give it up, man. I applaud you, my brother. Keep on doing it, man. We're gonna definitely root for you, man. And Dre's been giving back to the community for a long time. I know you are very active in the Boys and Girls Club of America, man, with Reed.
Yeah, man, I was a club kid for about 10, 11 years and was inducted to their Alumni Hall of Fame the year after the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I always tell people when I speak to clubs, and you got Denzel Washington and Shaq and Jennifer Lopez and all these athletes and entertainers and entrepreneurs, they started as club kids. And it was really important for them that they realized how important the club was to them to their success in life. And when I grew up in Allentown, Pennsylvania, I was at the club almost every single day as a kid for 10 years. And that's really where I learned, all the things that we learn right now and that have been taught to us, respect, being honest, persevering, never quitting, all those metaphors that you hear now that help you in success in sports and business is what I was taught. And what we were probably all taught as young kids in the Boys and Girls Club was really that foundation that I needed. And I started a reading program because my last name is Reed. And me and Teresa, we started this reading program through Boys and Girls Clubs all throughout the country. And we are right now not only doing makeovers of rooms in different clubs across the country, and me speaking at different clubs and speaking at different dinners and different fundraisers for them. We use this program to emphasize how important reading is in life to these kids and what it can do for them. And as a bonus for them, when they read books and they read a certain amount of books by a certain amount of time, they get to go to a football game with me and have the experience of a lifetime as for them doing that. So we've been doing it for about 4 or 5 years. We impact about 5,000 kids a day with this reading program, and we're going to continue to do it. I've been in, there's 4,200 Boys and Girls Clubs across the country, and I've been in every state except about 24 or 23 states. So I'm trying to get to every single state, not only with my program, but to emphasize how important reading is to these kids.
Love that, man. Keep that up too, Dre. Appreciate that, man.
For sure.
Back to the community. And Donnie, what kind of club were you in as a child?
Well, I'm not going to say anything negative.
Oh, he was in.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what I love. I love the guys like Rondé, and I love what Andre is doing, because I feel giving back to the youth is where it should be. Because information doesn't cost us anything. You know what I'm saying? Because when I was growing up, I didn't have no information. I had to figure it out for myself. When I hear guys like Rondé talking about what he's doing, I love to give these little young gunners, I love to give them game.
Right.
Because you give them something and teach them where to go, you know what I'm saying? Some people act like they know, but sometimes they don't know. So when we giving them game, man, I just love it, and they take it and run with it. You know what I'm saying? So I applaud you. I applaud you, Rondé, for what you're doing, man, because that type of stuff, that touches my heart when I hear the young gunners. I love to give them game, and I love to see what Andre is doing, man. That's a beautiful thing, my brother.
Hey, too much is given, much is expected.
Right, exactly. And I was actually talking to a group of college kids the other day on a Zoom, and one of the things I always say about athletes, how important it is while you're still playing, because you got fans. When you did have fans in the arena, Fortune 500 company CEOs are fans of yours. If you really dig deep and find out who actually are your fans, find out who they are, because they want to talk to you. You know what I'm saying, Rondé? When Dre was in, Dre is a Hall of Fame, people still, you have access to those people. So it's really important as an athlete, while you still have that platform, especially, to find out who your fans are, find out what your interests are, and if they match up, go talk to these people and become an intern or whatnot and learn from them, so you can have something when your playing career is over. That's all I got, and I think that's on. Go ahead.
And you know what, Mike? We have to teach our kids economics, because when I was going to school, I used to see little white kids that was 12 years old with credit cards. You know what I'm saying? So we have to teach our community about economics and how to get our credit right and do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So we can, we can be able to buy a house and get some good credit. You got to have good credit these days. So we have to teach our community, our kids, economics, because they don't know it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Little did I know, my mama was giving me credit at like 9 years old, putting the phone bill in my name.
Hey,
I'm like, why I got mail from why I got mail from Thomas Edison? The phone bill. Because ain't nobody else in the family got good credit, so they got to put the phone bill in my name. So yeah, at 9 years old, I got good credit. You better pay it on time too, Mama.
Hey, y'all remember, everybody, our age, we had that phone that was in the kitchen, but it went all the way and everywhere. It went everybody else's room, man. That court, man.
Rondé don't know nothing about that. Rondé, you wouldn't know what to do with a rotary phone right now.
Hold up. I had a house phone. We only had one way. I know what y'all talking about.
It was a relative. That must have been at Big Mama's house. That was at Big Mama's house. That wasn't at
Grandma, Grandpa.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, if you go to somebody's house and they got a house phone, you probably look at them like they just, what? Y'all got a house phone in the house? No, nobody got a house phone anymore.
I admit I have to have a house phone because in certain parts of my house, my cell phone doesn't work. So I have to have a house phone in order to get for the security gate. So it's
maybe to open up the gate. That's about it. But other than that,
that's the only time I use that phone, man. That's the only time I use that phone. I got plenty of phones around his house though.
You know what? Real talk. I just got rid of my house phone 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Because I was always scared somebody was gonna run and I couldn't get to my pistols. I had to call one of my homies. Get over here. Shit like that.
Here you go, guys. This is what y'all strive for.
Oh, okay. Is that the Hall of Fame ring?
That's my Hall of Fame ring.
Yes. You're gonna pull some hardware out on us, huh?
Matter of fact, I got 2 of them boys.
How you get 2 Hall of Fame rings?
I'll tell you the story.
One with the Bills and one with the NFL? I mean,
no, this is the NFL ones. I'll tell you the story later, Mike.
We still got 5 minutes. We got about 3 minutes.
Here's what happened. I was coming back from on a plane coming back from the East Coast, one of them late flights, and I had this bag that I usually carry with all my stuff in it, just like a little small, not a backpack, just a bag. And I had my ring, actually, it was in a little ring box. Mm. And I got back like midnight and was tired. I was tired. I just was from all day. Got to the airport. Uber wasn't working on my phone, so I took a taxi, right? Came home here, so tired, left my bag in the taxi. Wow. with my ring in the bag.
Wow.
Right? Next morning I get up, I'm tripping, man. Where's my bag? Whatever, going crazy, bro. I was like, oh my God, crazy. It's good I had my wallet with me, but I had the ring and all kinds of other stuff in there. So I called the police. I went down to the airport, went to the lost and found, and I'm trying to figure out, who this taxi driver was. Mm-hmm. I don't remember. And, long story short, the dude was trying to sell a ring that had it in the taxi.
He was trying to sell the ring.
Yeah. Some guy on Facebook. I just happened to look at Facebook. This is like 4 years ago. Just happened to look on Facebook. And this jeweler down here in San Diego told me some guy came in with your ring and was trying to sell it.
Wow. You had already gotten a replacement for it, though.
Yeah, I already got one.
Okay, wow.
But the thing is, this dude didn't know what this ring meant to me. He didn't know me. He was just a taxi driver.
Right, yeah.
So I just was, the bottom line is, I met the dude. It was funny because the jeweler and him were in cahoots because he was trying to get the ring from the guy so he could sell it, the jeweler.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the bottom line is, man, you got it back, bro. So we have
got it back.
You got it back. You got 2. Now you can send 1, or you can go ahead and pawn it, man. So we can pay for dinner for all of us when we.
Hey, Mike, Andre too nice.
Ain't doing all that.
Andre too nice, Mike. I thought he was gonna say he smacked the shit out the dudes. Nice.
That's the funny story is.
Hey, I gave him $100 and I got my ring back.
You still gave him some money?
I gave him $100, bro. I thought it was gone. I thought it was gone.
You a good man. You a good man.
You too nice. I probably would have done. I would have called Donnie to go smack the shit out of him. I would have done.
You know what I like? I like this dude because he's very spiritual. He went to Israel and what you do in Israel, brother? Again, you told us before we came on. You went to Israel. Did what?
We were there on just a Holy Land trip, man, with like 16 other Hall of Famers.
See?
Wow.
Yes. You know about him, Mike?
Yep.
That's that good heart, good spirit, brother.
Find that spirit, man. Find it within you. Hey, man, I am so happy that we're back. First of all, Donnie, man, it's always good to be back on the Mike and Donnie show. Like I said, no disrespect to any of the other shows, man. It's good to be in your own home. And I'm so happy that we got a chance to spend this last hour with you two guys, man.
Thank you, man.
You my dude. But Rondé, man, it's such a pleasure to meet you, man. And we are so happy for you and your success. And we wish you nothing but the best of luck the rest of your career and the rest of your life, my brother.
I appreciate it, guys. Definitely.
Yes,
definitely.
man. So nice. Hey, so nice to meet you too, Rondé. I'm really serious about the game next year. When the season does start, whenever that does, if you want to come down to Buffalo, we'll exchange contacts and we'll go to a game.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, how I'm gonna get your number? I have somebody like write you or something.
Mike, you got my number, right?
Yeah, I got it. I'll make sure you get it, man.
Make sure you get it. And again, whenever the season starts, hopefully on time. If it doesn't, we'll have a good time, man. We'll have fun.
Definitely. Sounds good.
All right.
And
so
I want to come up to Toronto. Definitely.
Here's the thing. I will give you Andre's. Hey, Rondé, I will give you Andre's number if you get that woman from Miami Donnie's number.
Hey, Donnie, I like
man.
Me, you and Mike, we gotta go eat or something, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, when next time you come to LA, man, get the producer's number. We go eat some vegan food, man, on my treat, man. All right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, guys. Hey, again, thank you guys. But on the real, man, make sure everybody stays safe and do, stay at home, all the things, because Carl Anthony Towns' mom just died yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And you never know, man. And shout out and rest in peace to Boris Jackson as well, man, who died in as well. So you never know, man. We gotta live life to the fullest and be happy while we're living that life, man. Take care of
yourself, because you take care of yourself, you're gonna take care of others. And big shout out to all the healthcare workers that are on the front lines, the first responders, man. They are the ones that are really kind of burning the candle at both ends, man, for us to keep us safe. So we have to do them a justice and do what we're supposed to do.
Absolutely, man. All right. Hey, Dre, Rondé, man, thanks so much.
Always, brother.
Time, man. Thanks for being here with us tonight.
Later.
Donnie,
yes,
always, pleasure, my brother.
Awesome,
we will see you guys tomorrow night on the Mike and Donnie Show, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 o'clock Eastern time. Coming up next, Tammy Mac Late Show. Stick around.
Sunshine and rain. Tammy Mac, oh, what show is that? It's the Tammy Mac Show on Fox. So.
understand what I'm saying? The HOUSE. It's the Tammy Mac Late Show live on Fox Soul. I got my Kool-Aid, y'all. For real. I made Kool-Aid, and I made the good Kool-Aid for Easter. I made the Kool-Aid with a ton of sugar in it for Easter because I was like, look, it's Easter. I can't go to church. Let me go and get my sugar on. This coronavirus got us all in the house doing things we ain't supposed to be doing. So let me hip y'all to a few things, okay? The IRS is scrambling to get those cash payments, but they are facing a staffing and system shortage because, you know, the check's supposed to be rolling in Wednesday, y'all. Wednesday, the check's supposed to, the stimulus checks. It seems the process has so many things working against it, like aging technology and a reduced workforce due to budget cuts. And then there's the issue that the elderly or poor people may not know how to use or even have access to a proposed web portal that will accept banking information to get stimulus money through the direct deposit. Now, even though the White House said some direct deposits will be made as early as this week, around 90 million people will have to wait for the checks to be mailed. And some payments may take longer, especially to those who made over $99,000 but lost income due to the coronavirus. You probably won't see your check or be able to claim it until 2021. Okay, a couple of family gatherings could have set off the spread of COVID-19 in Chicago. The CDC did a case study to show how quickly the coronavirus can be transmitted between people. Now, this is what happened, y'all. A funeral was attended by a family friend who had been out of the state. That person felt a little sick, but a few days later, that same person visited a birthday party. With a combination of hugging and the food sharing, and the virus started spreading. And people who got the virus unknowingly passed it along to others in other situations that were pretty much those same situations. Before too long, 16 people were infected with COVID-19. 3 people from those 2 gatherings have passed away. This is serious, y'all. Celebrities are using their money and their fame for the good of the coronavirus. Actress Sandra Bullock has donated 6,000 N95 masks to hospitals in LA. Cardi B has shelled out $1 million for coronavirus relief, and Rihanna, baby, has gone hard. You understand me? Buying $700,000 worth of ventilators for her home country of Barbados. She has donated $1 million to COVID-19 response efforts in New York and LA, and has even created an emergency fund worth $4.2 million with Jack Dorsey to house victims of domestic abuse during lockdown. Wow. There are celebrities who themselves have been directly dealing with the coronavirus. I was a little upset, y'all, when Babyface and Teddy Riley canceled their producer battle on IG about 2 weeks ago. And then Teddy Riley was all on IG trying to explain it. And I was like, boy, please, boy, bye. You trying to make some money, you know. But then I got quickly checked. Face actually had tested positive for coronavirus. He and his family tested positive, and they were in the midst of getting over the virus. And that's why the battle didn't happen. But the battle will happen. Babyface, Swiss Beats, Timbaland, Teddy Riley are going to battle on IG this Saturday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be dope. Yeah. I can't wait for it. Speaking of celebrities, I got one with me, baby, on the Tammy Mac Late Show. And she could do her own producer's challenge because she got hits. Let's not pretend like she don't, okay? Please welcome from the group Escape, Tamika Scott. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hi.
How are you tonight?
I am doing great. You know, it's like 11 o'clock here.
Yeah, exactly. So are the kids still up or what's the deal?
Still up, honey. Still up. I don't give them, what was it? What is it? The sleeping medicine? It's legal. It's legal.
Benadryl?
Melatonin. I gave her 2 tonight and she's still up. And they're not making it strong enough.
The kids is immune to it.
Yes.
It's interesting though, Tamika, because obviously your kids' schedules have changed dramatically because of this coronavirus. And I've been seeing viral videos of parents going crazy, just out of their damn mind. What about you?
Oh my gosh. Let me tell you, we doing homeschool. and now we're doing computer coding. She's in the 1st grade.
What?
She had a test on computer coding, and I'm like, what in the world? She's like, no, mommy, you're doing it wrong. It's not this way. You're not doing it correctly. And I'm pulling out my hair. I'm like, what are they teaching y'all? But it's hard because she has homework in every subject.
Let me tell you something. That computer coding is the thing. I ain't gonna lie. That's where the money is, honey.
Well, she loves it.
Computer coding, that's where the money is.
She loves it.
If you got a young Black girl and she about to go into some computer code, baby,
Okay.
she about to bank billions of dollars on it.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna encourage her to continue in
Let's
this.
encourage her, please.
Okay, I will. Because I'm discouraged. I'm like, that's not my gift. That's not one of my gifts.
You said they had to help you get on Zoom tonight.
Yes, they did.
I like to girl. You so how has this whole quarantine look, it's hit entertainers pretty hard because you don't get to perform anymore. So how is that working?
Well, a lot of our shows, but with my group Escape, a lot of our shows have been canceled, and Escape 3. So we're just home, we're just here. No performing, no income, no nothing. We're just home with our families.
You straight keeping it real, huh?
Yeah, keeping it real.
No, nothing.
Nothing coming in right now.
Checks, no nothing.
No nothing. I still have family members. I still have people calling like, I need help. I'm like, okay, all right.
That's crazy. So have you been getting that from family members since you became Tamika with the group Escape and had Billboard charted records, people asking you for money?
I was getting that when I was working 2 jobs in high school. So it just got worse once we signed our deal. I was like, wait a minute, my check ain't but $300. Now I don't work the whole month. My check $300, and you need how much? $150. What you gotta pay?
I felt like that a little bit when I got my TV show, my talk show here on Fox. All of a sudden, friends needed like $1,500. I was like, wait. Whatever happened
to my check $300 and you need how much? $150. What you gotta pay?
I felt like that a little bit when I got my TV show, my talk show here on Fox. All of a sudden, friends needed like $1,500. I was like, wait. Whatever happened? How do you feel about that? What's the general consensus? Or let me not ask the general consensus, Tamika. How do you feel about that?
Okay, Escape 3 consists of myself, my sister that's in Escape, and Tiny that's in Escape. Candy didn't want to go on to do new music. So we continued on, and we put out an EP called Here For It last year. They did extremely well. We're still touring as Escape 3. I would like to say that we are the BBD of the new edition.
I like that a
so
lot.
It's a little twist. We do a lot of dancing. It's a lot different. So we take it back to the 90s.
Oh, no, your show is hot to death because I saw your show at the Greek Theater in LA.
Okay. The Escape 3.
Yes.
Okay.
And you I don't think I think it was 3 of y'all.
Yeah. Yep. It was us 3.
Yeah, I think it was
us 3. We just have a lot. We have dancers and we just have
you have a
entourage is huge.
And it was like a 90s concert with Keith Sweat. And I was like, you ladies really needed like longer time because y'all had outfit changes and costume change. I was like, this is like an hour to 2 hour show. These ladies trying to condense into 30 good minutes for it.
Yeah, they only paid 30 minutes, so that's all they got was 30 minutes.
So is everyone from the group still cool though?
Oh, we all cool. We sat down and we had a conversation before all of this happened. And we agreed to Candy's gonna do new music now. So we're gonna do new music for our biopic that will be featured in it, and we're gonna do another.
Girl, wait, is that news or am I just out of the loop on this one?
You must be out of the loop.
Wait a minute. There's gonna be an Escape movie?
Yes.
Like the Clark sisters or on the big?
Yes. Yeah, we have offers from all over. But we already sat down with writers and it's moving, but we just gotta.
What's interesting, Now, I talked to you, you wouldn't remember, but I talked to you in the studio on my radio show a couple of years ago when you guys were touring. And I said that I felt like it was unsung that kind of brought you ladies back out.
Mm-hmm.
And one of you disagreed with that.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was the unsung, the riff in unsung, the tension that you could clearly see in unsung, but then the reunited, the reunion you could also see in unsung that kind of brought you ladies back to the light. How do you feel about that?
No, it wasn't actually unsung. Unsung we weren't even speaking when we did unsung. And that was done like a year prior to us reuniting. It was the fact that we heard someone was doing an unauthorized biopic on us that made us have to get on the phone and be grown women and try to hash it out. Once we found out somebody else was going to tell our story, we were like, okay, whatever drama we had in the past is not worth it, y'all. We can't let them destroy our story. We have to be able to tell our own story. So that was the first time we actually sat down and talked as a group.
But I guess my point was I felt like it was the unsung that made people think about the group again.
Oh, I don't.
Fans and things.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see where you're coming from.
Because it was probably, well, it wasn't probably, according to the producers of Unsung, it was one of the most popular unsungs that existed outside of the DeBarge story.
Yes, it was. They told us that.
Yeah.
Yeah, honey. But when Unsung came out, we weren't even talking. We weren't communicating. We didn't care to communicate. Yeah, it was a mess. But a year after that was when it was like, okay, yeah, we need to pull up our big girl draws and do something about this.
Who made that first phone call?
Tiny. It was Tiny.
Yeah, I could believe that. She seems to be the peacemaker of the group.
Yeah, she is, but she the Hellraiser at the same time. She the peacemaker that will cuss everybody out and then love on you. She'll love on you after she done cussed out everybody. Like, did you just cuss me out? Kiss me, go.
How is your sister?
She's good. You know, she's good. She's doing her vegan dishes. You know, she's vegan. She's been vegan for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, she lost a lot of weight. And I think I found the weight she lost. She lost a lot of weight, and she's been on this vegan lifestyle for years now.
Do you think it's something you would want to try ever?
Girl, I have to have my collard greens and my cornbread and my macaroni and cheese. I'll
let you name. No, come on now, Tamika. I'll let you name this vegan. Collard greens, cornbread.
Yes, pray for me.
Vegan.
Pray for me.
No, you have to. You must have to have the turkey bone in your collard greens.
Girl, what? Yes, I did for Thanksgiving, honey. I had that turkey bone in the collard greens. Yes, ma'am.
What was your Easter like? What was the Easter like with the family?
Easter was we did a smoked turkey on the grill. We had salmon on the grill. I made turkey wings in the oven. We had macaroni and cheese. We had collard greens. We had corn. We had dressing. We had yam, sweet potato pie. We had pound cake. We had banana pudding. And I didn't get a chance to make that good Kool-Aid like you have right now. I didn't get the Kool-Aid pack, so we had to settle for water and soda.
So now that you're on this solo move, what do you think the difference is between being a group and being out on your own? Do you think it will be more challenging or less?
I say less challenging for me because I feel like I'm who I am, and sometimes I can't be who I am in the group. You know, because everything is uniform. You have to agree with everything, what you're going to wear, what you're going to sing, you know, everything you have to agree on. But by yourself, it's so easy for me. It is so easy for me.
I was just talking to Johnny Gill and Sean Stockman from Boys to Men.
Okay.
And Johnny Gill from New Edition. And Johnny Gill said to me that he and New Edition hooked back up after Kobe died. And again, like when this coronavirus thing happened, because he felt like life is too short to be fighting. And Sean Stockman also said that they would never replace a member in Boys to Men because they're still family and they still have love for each other. They just, the fourth member is just not ready to be a part of the group yet. So do you feel like there will ever be an Escape reunion, or do you ever feel like there will be an Escape, like you will add that fourth person to Escape?
Oh no, Escape is still here, baby. We reunited 2017 and toured all the way up until now. We have shows coming up. Well, we had shows, Escape as well. All four of us had shows
so
that
it's
we were
not
supposed
just
to do.
Escape 3.
No, you're right. It's Escape and Escape 3, and it is my solo project. So we just doing it.
You just getting them checks. You just getting them checks.
God is good. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. What do you think you learned the most from the Escape?
From what part? Reuniting or just being
the
a group?
Entire experience. What do you think? What do you think you learned as a woman?
I would say hard work, working hard. One thing we did, we put in the work. And when I say put in the work, we did everything, you know, especially back in the day. We didn't have internet back in the day. We had to really hustle. So being an Escape taught me how to not make any excuses. Go for what you want, no matter what, no matter if they tell you you're not thin enough, or you're not light enough, you're not cute enough, or just go for what you want, because we have real talent. So we worked hard. So it taught me how to work hard, no matter what, not to ever give up.
You do. One thing I can say about everybody in Escape is all y'all can sing y'all asses off.
Thank you. Yeah, them girls be singing.
Them girls be singing.
Yes, so they do.
Are you have a church background, that good old down south Baptist church, or Kojic background?
Yes, you don't hit on in there, girl. I'm a PK. Me and my sister, we PKs, girl. My dad is a pastor, Reverend Randolph Scott. We grew up in the church. Started singing in the church.
So then you related to the Clark sisters story 100%.
Yes, really, because I haven't seen the story, but we relate to the Clark sisters growing up. That was like, we idoled them. And even we did a song, Living in Vain, on our first album.
Yes, that was Clark sisters. And look, it's funny because I was telling my husband that's that's a song that the Clark sisters made popular. And my husband was like, I don't remember nobody singing it but Escape.
Hey, all right, husband. We brought it to the hood, girl. Jermaine Dupri, he put the 808s on it, had the chicka, 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 boom, boom, to boom, he made it hood. So he made it popular where everybody could listen to it and get, feel good about it. And it wasn't too churchy. But you know what was really good? Like one of the highlights of us reuniting, we did a show, Escape, did a show in Detroit. Karen Clark Sheard came out on stage and she sung Living in Vain with us.
I saw it. I saw it. Yeah.
That spirit was so heavy on that stage, we couldn't even breathe. It was like she ushered the Holy Spirit out on that stage. When I tell you, girl, woo, that was like one of the most powerful performances that we've ever had in our whole career.
I saw that on you guys did a behind the scenes or
docu-follow on Bravo.
And that was when I think it was you.
Yes.
That brought Candy back out on stage and apologized to her for everything. That's how hard the spirit hit you.
Man, when I tell you I was so slain in the spirit, and watching it, when I sit and I watched it, I was like, whoa, that's me. It wasn't even me. It was the spirit just took over, and it was like, just took over everything. Girl, let me tell you one thing. I got to practice. You ain't gonna never hear me sing a song unless I practice it, okay?
Okay.
Because I hate going off key. I hate messing up. I didn't even practice. The stuff I was saying and singing, I don't know how I stayed on key the whole time. I said, that wasn't there but God right there. God moved. When I tell you he moved.
Wow.
Huh.
So you can't give me a little bit right now because you ain't practiced. Because now you got me wanting to hear some of Ismail.
It ain't gonna sound like that, girl. That voice was anointed that night. Woo. Well, I mean, I can sing a little bit a cappella. I can sing a little bit of my single. My new single is called Go Outside in the Rain. Malira did it back in the 90s, and my group Escape will always sing it. Yes.
I remember that artist.
Yes, you can go to YouTube and watch it. Watch the video. Tamika Scott, Go Outside in the Rain. Let me see if I can sing a little bit of that. Okay. It's late, y'all. It's almost 12 o'clock here.
Do you play that grand piano back there, or is that just?
I be trying. Me and my daughter, we both taking lessons. Me and my baby girl, we take piano lessons. I think she a little bit more advanced than me.
That baby girl something else.
6 years old. She's 6. I said 5 minutes ago. She's sitting right here. Like, I'm 6. Go to bed. Let me see. The day's begun, and there's no one inside this empty house to love me. Oh no. No one to share my love and no one to care. No one who's here to take care of me. Nobody. Why must I feel so lonely without you here? Oh, I wish it was only a dream. And when I think of all the times we shared, I can't make the tears stop rolling down my face. That's why I wanna go outside in the rain. So no one can see me cry. I wanna go outside in the rain to drown my pain. My pain.
Yes, Tamika Scott. Girl, I do remember that song. Look, you know, why are songs about crying in the rain so popular with musicians and artists? Everybody
all been hurt. We've all been hurt before, girl.
I don't want to go outside in the rain. I want you to see what you done to me.
Right, exactly. Better yet, let me throw you outside.
Outside. That is. Yeah, you take your ass outside in the rain. Oh, I'm sorry, the kids there. My bad.
You all right. You all right.
So, Tamika, you've been very vocal about working with Tyler Perry.
Yes.
And about how he, I guess, fired you?
Sure, yes. I got fired on my day off. Get fired on your day off. No, I'm just playing.
Take me back to getting hired by Tyler Perry first.
Well, I went to an audition when he was doing Meet the Browns play, and it's crazy because when I went to the audition, my best friend Trina Braxton, I told her, I said, I got an audition with Tyler Perry. I want to bring you with me. So she was like, okay, all right. So I went and I brought her in. So before I went in, I sat down and I told Tyler, I said, I know the audition is for me. I said, but my best friend, she's so talented. I said, I want her to audition. So he was looking at me like I was crazy. He said, oh, okay, bring her in. So he said, let her go first and then you go after her. So she went in and I heard her singing. I was like, oh, she's doing so, so I was like, okay. I was all excited. And so afterwards he brought me in and he said, okay. He said, so this is the audition. Go ahead and audition. So I sung and he told me, let me tell you something. He said, why would you bring somebody to an audition? I said, because that's my best friend. And I just, I just feel like she's just as talented as I am. And if you have another role, that'd be great to bring her in. And he said, let me tell you where you messed up at. He said, it wasn't but one role. And she has the role. I was like, okay, good. I said, what God has for me is for me. I said, I'm so glad she got it. That's my girl. She's going to kill it. So he was just looking at me. He said, you know what? He said, all the roles are filled. He said, but come to rehearsal Monday. So I went to rehearsal and he got rid of somebody so I could be a part of the show, which was a bigger role. Right. So I was like, hey, so I'm good with it.
I don't remember Trina Braxton being in a Tyler Perry stage play.
Yeah, she was.
I'm trying to.
You got to go back and watch Meet the Browns, baby. She was the one who got pregnant. She was the one who got pregnant by my nephew, and he was married. And she said she was pregnant by him.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Do you? Well, hearing your story, I know you don't, but do you regret it?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Because that is like, how you gonna bring somebody else to the audition?
That's what he told me. He was like, what was you? I'm like, she's so talented. Like
process.
Yeah, she's talented. You gotta see her. She's just good.
In your heart, though, Tamika, in your heart, was you like, damn,
No, when he told me that, I was like, because I was still doing other shows. She and I were a part. It's crazy because she and I was a part of another play that was getting ready to go out.
Mhm.
But this was like a bigger opportunity than the other play. Like Tyler was here and the other play was like probably like here, but they were still all touring around the same time.
What was the other play? Jacarius Johnson by any
No,
chance?
it was Donald Gray.
Oh yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. He's
Yeah.
he's the man. So yeah, I mean, I didn't feel any kind of way at all. I was happy for her.
Everybody should have that type of spirit, but you're a gem. You're a gem. That's not what. Ooh, girl.
Let me tell you, me and Trina Braxton, we still like this today. She is 3 houses down from me. We live in the same neighborhood. She's 3 houses down. That is my boo. That's my baby.
Well, the two of y'all need a reality show.
Ooh, I don't know if they can put up with both of us. Not with both of us. That would be good, right?
I'm saying that sound like it's gonna be good. The way you saying, not with both of us. I'm thinking, yeah, with both of y'all. Both y'all. You have a web series called Escape the Mic.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So it's like people know me as Tamika Scott from Escape, but there are more layers to me than that. You know, I'm a wife, married to a wonderful, oh my gosh, husband, my soulmate. God bless me to marry my soulmate. You know, we started our own label, Rollick Entertainment, which my daughter, she's the first artist on the label, so I'm a momager at the same time as running my own label. I have another daughter, my oldest daughter. She got married. She's pregnant. So it's like I'm glam mom.
How old is your oldest daughter?
She's 26.
So you have a 26-year-old and a 1-year-old?
Girl, don't talk. Girl, I don't know what I was doing that night. I wasn't praying.
What the heck?
Girl, I don't know what we was doing that night. I don't know. I still don't understand what happened.
Was done, girl. You was done.
I'm really done now because when my daughter got pregnant, I was like, no, I'm not ever getting pregnant. I can't be pregnant with my daughter. So I'm good.
Not gonna be pregnant together. That is hilarious.
No,
oh my goodness.
that is ghetto. I'm from the hood, but I can't do that. I can't.
Look, I always tell people I was in my mama wedding. That's how you know you ghetto. When you in your mama and daddy wedding. That's how you know you ghetto. Shakira Waldo says you are a real one, Tamika.
Oh, thank you, Shakira. Thank you.
We were talking about Trina, your best friend, Trina Braxton, and Trina Braxton hosts Sister Circle, and in kind, just like you brought her to your audition, she's brought you on Sister Circle.
Yes, she has, to Sister Circle, and I've hosted several times. I stopped counting. Whenever someone was out, they would call me, and I had a great time.
Yeah,
with the ladies.
You are really a great host. You are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you fit right in with those ladies. Did you hear that the show was canceled?
Yes, she told me the other day. Yes, she told me.
I'm sorry to hear that because I felt like it was really the only show that sisters really had to talk about what we talk about, you know?
Yeah, I think this coronavirus is affecting a lot of people. A lot of, people are losing their jobs. And, my prayer is just that, we find a solution to try to minimize what's going on so people can get back to their lives and their livelihood. Because this is serious out here. That's why it's very important for people to stay home. I don't understand what's so hard about staying home. Stay home unless you have to go out and get essential things. Because people, they're losing their lives.
Girl, my next door neighbor come calling us, texting us, talking about, hey, John across the street is cooking some steaks. Y'all want to come through? I said, no, we don't want to come through. And you shouldn't be over John's house either. No. What is going on? I'm not even at work. Why would I go to John's? No, we're not going to John's house. No, I don't think so. Would you ever host your own talk show?
I'm not that confident in that. I don't think I could do that. I would love to, but I don't know yet. Because, and sometimes I say the wrong words. I didn't go to college. And my daughter, my youngest, she always reminded me. She'd be like, Mama, do you know this? She said, no, don't worry about it because you didn't go to college. No, you don't know this.
She cold. That's cruel. She cold. But you should be telling her, yeah, but I paid for yours. Okay.
No, this is my 6-year-old. This is my 6-year-old.
Well, you'll be
the one that's doing the computer science. Yeah. She'd be like, I was gonna ask you something, but you didn't go to college.
That's cold. She a cold piece of work. I really think today, in the climate that we're in, college is becoming a bit antiquated, to be honest. Because they're not teaching what the world is today. I mean, there are no classes on social media. There are no courses or degrees that you can get from becoming an Instagram influencer or well, hopefully there are classes now based on what your daughter is studying, the coding and everything, you know, college classes for that. But I just don't think college has caught up with where life is today. So I don't know that it's worth the money that you have to put into it in some cases, in some instances. I want my doctor to go to college.
Yeah. But the first couple of years, they're doing things that's not even relevant to what their studies are. It's like the last year, so they wasted so many years. It's like, as soon as they go, teach them whatever it is they need to know in that field. I feel like they should teach them whatever it is. If it's doctoring, if it's lawyers, if it's, you know, teach them the basics. But my daughter, when she went to college, she had to take something about the school. It was mandatory for her to take something about the school. But we already know about the school. We did our research. That's why she's there. So why do we have to take a whole term on what the school is about? There's just money. It's money.
I graduated from Bennett College, which is an all-girls school in North Carolina, and we had to take etiquette classes, Tamika.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Do you need that today, though? I'm not
for
sure.
Young women. The young women of today, yes, ma'am.
You're right.
Yes, they do. I think that is required. I think finances, it should be required. Etiquette classes should be required. It's some certain things that should be required. Now, I'm for that. Because, baby girl, I eat with my elbows all on the table. I be singing at the table. My mama, stop singing. It's not polite to sing at the table. Like, why not?
At the table? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I got popped if I sung at the table.
We were not allowed to have the TV on while watching, while having dinner.
No, yes, I came from a militant background. Like my dad, let me tell you how crazy it was. The tissue paper. You know how you put your tissue on? You better put it on with the flap this way.
Oh.
It can't go that way. It has to be this way. When your toothpaste, you got to squeeze it from the bottom. Because if you squeeze it from the top and this guy airing it, you're going to get a whooping.
A whooping for the toothpaste?
Baby, we got whoopings. I think, is it too late to get them locked up for child abuse? We got whoopings.
You can't tell them this. I just saw a patent for the toilet paper holder. And in the patent for the toilet paper holder, the toilet paper literally is supposed to go under, not over.
Oh, baby girl. When we were taught, it go this way. So when you pull it, I'm pulling it this way. If I did it this way, I would get a whooping. So that patent is wrong. Don't do that. Save your money.
I'm telling you, it's the patent. Now, the patent is right. Now, you tell Reverend Pastor.
Nah, I ain't telling my daddy that. He will still put me over his knee. My mama still be checking me. I'm like, I am grown. Now I be thinking that. I don't say it. I be thinking it though.
Right. So okay, you still work for Tyler Perry and doing some stuff, don't you?
After that, you know, after being fired,
he fired me. All over the place, girl. I'm sorry. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah. After being fired, I deserve that. You know, when I'm wrong, I admit my wrong. I was wrong. You know, what I did to him, I was wrong. And I got fired. And then a couple of years later, he forgave me. We prayed. We actually prayed. And in his prayer, he was like, you know, thank you, God, for allowing me to forgive. In my mind, I was like, thank you, God. Thank you for allowing him to forgive as well. So he allowed me to come and write for his, I wrote songs for his play, even though I was never a part of another play. I wrote songs for the play. I wrote songs for his movies and his soundtracks. So he still blessed me to be a part of something even major.
Yeah. Now you might not even want to answer this question because I'm out there on this one. So you say you wrote for his some music for his plays and some soundtracks. I just want to you still getting paid for it or
yes,
time fee or what?
Yes, I do. When I tell you, Tyler Mr. Perry treated us well, paid us. He pays well. I mean, he takes care of his people. And yeah, he really, some of the checks I was like, he's gonna give us what? For how much? Yeah, he gives great gifts.
So let's talk about your solo career and the EP.
Family Affair.
Yeah, the EP Family Affair, which has some sentimental value to you. Why so?
Yes. This Family Affair is basically a little insight of my life, the things that I had to go through, things I had to overcome. Every song in there and on that EP is very special to me. Every song has a meaning. And it's not just put on there because of just trying to fill in the blanks. It's something that I experienced.
And what's the most powerful song that hits your heart?
Almost Over. That was the very first song that started the EP. Almost Over. It's an inspirational song that's saying, trying to teach you to dance through your storms. We go through things, we experience things, but I want you to hold your head up and know that at the end of the storm is a rainbow. So I wanted to encourage people to don't stop, continue to keep going. Whatever it is that you're going through, keep going, because at the end of the storm, that's that rainbow. So it's like a little dance step song, and it was sentimental to me because I wrote it some years before, and my husband brought it back out to encourage me from a situation that I was going through. And it encouraged me, and I wanted to definitely share it with the world.
Wow, you have a wonderful husband. Like, he thought you're going through something. He thought to bring out a song that you wrote years ago to remind you. Like,
let me tell you, I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did in my former life, but I'm glad I did, because he blessed me. He blessed me. I don't know, was it the little lady I helped across the street when I was younger? I don't know what it was, but God, when I tell you he blessed me, a lot of my friends, it's funny because a lot of my friends, they texting like, how you holding up? What's going on? I'm like, me and my husband on a date right now. We're watching a movie. I'm gonna have to call you back. Like, this quarantine has brought us, we was already close, but it's given us this time to spend time with each other, with the kids. So it's been wonderful. I'm spoiled. I'm a spoiled brat.
Wow. Do you think you've learned things about your kids that maybe you didn't know since you've been kind of locked up with them for a few weeks or months?
My youngest, she's a smart aleck. So yeah, I didn't know that at first. If somebody would have told me she said something, I'm like, what? She said, you didn't finish college, so you don't know nothing. I would never believe that. Like, certain things that I'm learning of my little one, girl. But I mean, all the other kids, yeah, everybody is who they are. But one thing, you know what? They're cleaning up now. I used to have to scream and yell and pull out my hair. They cleaning the dishes. My daughter had just finished cleaning the dishes, and I put a spoon in the sink. She was like, mama, you're gonna have to clean that spoon. Like, this is the one I would have to scream about washing your dish. It's like everybody is so extra clean now. They're washing their hands, they're mopping, they're sweeping, they're spraying, they're disinfecting. Like, so that's the
serious. They serious about this corona.
They serious. They serious.
Do you know anyone who's been affected personally?
Not personally. Well, it's a friend of mine. Tomorrow I'm going to be performing for this organization called World Health Organization Global Citizen. I'm doing a concert, and what they're doing is raising money for the people on the front lines to be able to get supplies, the things that they need, the respiratory machines, more masks, more everything that they need to function properly while fighting. They're raising money for this. Right. So the young man that was supposed to play for me, his father, they said his kidneys failed. So he called me not too long ago and was like, he won't be able to make it. He was going to play on the keyboard, of course, with his mask. He's going to keep your mask on, stay over there. But he can't make it now because his father. So that's like probably the closest.
So is it a virtual or a viral concert, or were you all?
It's a live concert in my living room.
Oh, okay. So where can we see that? Where can we watch it?
It will be on my live, The Real Tamika Scott, tomorrow at 5:00 Eastern time.
Okay, yeah, we definitely want to check you out on that. Will you be singing some of your new music?
Yes, I will be singing new music, some escape music, and music of some artists that I love.
Since you are a part of a group, who is your favorite group?
My favorite male group is Jodeci, if they were still together. And my favorite female group is SWV.
Ah, well, you
Yes.
guys perform with SWV.
Yes, those are my babies. I love me some SWV.
Who came first, SWV or Escape?
I don't know.
I can't remember because it was kind of like the same.
Let me tell you, I know they outsold us back in the 90s. They had more hits than we did back in the day.
Really? I really thought it was,
Yeah, they were a little bit more popular than we were back in the day. They had all the dance songs, all the songs that you could dance to in the clubs. We had all the making love, having baby songs.
Making love and having babies. How many years you and your hubby been married?
Oh gosh, how long we been married, baby? It seems like forever. Oh my gosh, don't put me on the spot. Don't you do that. 15. We've been together. We've been together for 15 years.
15 married or together?
Together for 15.
Oh, okay, for 15. See, I thought you were gonna say something like 35 years or 25.
No, and if you listen to my EP, it talks about how I had my heart broken prior to that. I had my heart broken, and it's a song there called "All of Me" that I sing with my brother from Q Parker from 112. He's on the song, and RL from Next produced it. It's a song called "All of Me," and it talks about
be good. That's got to be good.
Oh, it's really good. It talks about being hurt and you falling in love with somebody, but your guards are up. And he's just saying, I'm not going to do you like the other person did. I want to give you all of me. And I'm like, I want to give it to you. I want to give you all of me, but I just don't hurt me like he did.
Can you sing a little bit of that one for me?
Oh my gosh. Look at you. I need my brother Q Parker for that one. He starts it all. He starts it off. My EP Family Affair is available on all digital platforms. Make sure you support it, download it, stream it, support your girl.
I'm gonna download it tonight.
Family Affair.
Family Affair is the EP. What is this near-death experience you had, Tamika?
That goes back to the other song, Almost Over. I suffered from fibroids, heavy bleeding. And my doctor told me that, I had a myomectomy some years back and it grew back even bigger and I started bleeding even heavier. And my doctor told me that a hysterectomy, I had to get a hysterectomy. It was nothing else that they could do, to stop the bleeding and the heaviness. So what was supposed to be an outpatient surgery ended up being a life-threatening for me because I came home probably like hours after the operation and I was in like excruciating pain. My husband had to rush me to the hospital near my house because that wasn't the hospital I had my surgery. And when I got there, they told me that my organs were full of blood and they would not touch me. So they rushed me to the hospital where I had my surgery, which was like almost 40 minutes away from my house. And when I got there, my doctor, who was my friend, who I felt like that delivered my baby, she disappeared. So other doctors had to come in and fix what she messed up. So I had to have 4 different procedures and I was hospitalized for almost a month. And my arteries, and then she pierced I don't know the name of it, but it's the tube that runs up to your kidneys. So they had to cut that tube. So I'm still dealing with situations right now from that.
So she was actually at fault?
Yes, she was.
So when you say she disappeared, that means she left
the country.
What she had done.
She left when we called her to let her know what was going on. We got in touch with all the other doctors in the practice came to see me, but she went to I think Italy. She had flew to Italy. She said it was a trip she had already planned, but she didn't call me, she didn't text me, she didn't email me, nothing. So by the time I got out of the hospital, I had to go back to see her. And she couldn't even look me in my eyes. And then she just, broke down, was like, I'm sorry. She's like, I'm sorry. I was scared. She was like, she said, in a million years, she said, this is my first time ever messing up in surgery.
Hold on. I'm confused. Wait. So she went to Italy. Then when you were okay, you saw her and she broke down crying and said, I'm sorry, and admitted to fault.
Yeah, she did. And she said that out of all her patients, she would, she don't want it to happen, but she wished it never happened to me.
Wow.
Yep.
And-
So the part where she nipped, that's
Mhm.
connected to my kidneys, they
Mhm.
had to put a drain to drain the blood out. So I had to walk around with once I did come home, I had to walk around with a bag that was draining. So I had a bag here, I had a bag here. It was crazy. You know, I didn't know if I was going to live. I was so depressed. That's when my husband went and got the song Almost Over that I had written, and it really encouraged me. I think that was the first time I got out the bed and really just put lip gloss on at the hospital just to make myself feel better.
That's all right. Wow. That's a very scary situation.
Yeah.
Man, I don't even know what to say about that. I can't believe you didn't sue her for malpractice.
I know a lot of people saying that, but I just feel like she didn't do it on purpose. And my heart isn't led to do that.
Girl, you a girl. What? No, you is a good woman.
But I told my husband, anything happen to me, sue the heck out that woman. If I die over this, sue her.
Okay. Look, I'm hearing all of these emotional connections to Almost Over.
Yes.
And folks is out here with the coronavirus, thinking things is almost over. So, I mean, you could at least give me a little bit of that one.
Let me see. It says, throw your hands to the sky, lift your head up high. The storm is almost over. Everything's gonna work in your favor. You don't have to worry no more. What you're going through won't last. It's a test to take you higher. Just keep the faith, hold on, believe. The storm is almost over.
I love that.
Thank you.
I love that. So how many years ago did you write it to me?
Girl, I wrote this. Oh my gosh, I wrote that song. It had to be over 8 years ago.
Really? And you just now thinking to release that bad boy?
Yes.
That's a good one. It puts me in the spirit of you can win as long as you keep to the
yes,
sky.
yes. And it has like a step groove to it.
Yeah,
like a Chicago step groove to it. That I went to Chicago and shot the video. I had some steppers in the video and I had some kids there in the video. I wanted to be authentic. So I went to Chicago because it's a stepping song and shot the video there.
Is the video out so we can see
You can see it on YouTube. Yes.
Okay, great. I'm pulling up YouTube. As soon as we hang up here, I'm gonna be pulling up YouTube, figuring that.
Yes. And make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, The Real Tamika Scott Girl, because I'm cooking on there. I'm sure I'm giving you my little recipes for y'all unhealthy people. If you don't care about you trying to be healthy.
What's your most requested dish?
Oh my gosh. All my kids are different, so I have to cook different things. My oldest loves my salmon. She loves that for me to grill. My youngest wants the grilled turkey on the grill. My other one loves the fried chicken. My husband loves oh gosh, he don't complain about that. Everything I cook, he says it's delicious. I'm like, now it ain't all that. It's the best I ever had, baby. It's the best I ever had. I said, I know he lying. It ain't the best, but it's okay, baby.
Okay, so tell me this, because I cook, but there are some things I don't cook well, so I don't cook them at all. Because if I cook, I like to cook. So okay. I need the secret, because I tried to cook fried chicken just last week, right?
Okay.
The first time I cooked it, I threw it away because I felt like it was, I promise you.
Wait a minute.
I feel like if it ain't the shit, I don't want to put it on the table.
So what did you do? What kind of grease did you use?
I use peanut oil.
Okay, peanut oil burns fast. Canola oil is healthier and it doesn't burn as fast. If you want to cook for a long time and you want your chicken to be a light, crispy, canola oil, and it's healthy.
Okay. All right. Now, how do you make the fried chicken juicy?
I think it was, you have dry fried, I ain't never heard no dry fried chicken before.
It was dry. Yeah, I know. It was dry. I don't know.
Was it the batter you used? Because it's not the seasoning.
Well, all I did, I dipped it in the flour first, and then I dipped it in the egg wash, the egg and the milk, and then I dipped it back in the flour and put it in the peanut oil.
And where did you get this from?
That's just how I cook it. What am I doing? Hold on now, Tamika. Hold on now.
I'm
Girl.
not. Hey, everybody can cook whatever your heart desire.
You telling me
that's too much. You taking it from one place with girl. If you don't just season it and put it in that flour and put that sucker in that oil.
But I want my crust to be crispy, you know, crunchy. So that's why I double dip it.
Okay, you double dipping. Okay, all right. Well, are you cooking it too long?
Maybe that's it, but I be wanting the inside. You know, you don't want no raw chicken in the inside. That's what
usually when it's done, it'll float up to the top.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta.
Next time you in Atlanta, you're gonna have to come over. You're gonna have to come over and go to my Instagram.
Okay, I'm gonna go to your Instagram.
The real Tamika Scott. The real Tamika Scott. And look what
your YouTube channel too.
Yeah, it is the real Tamika Scott.
On your YouTube for me.
Huh?
Can you do a fried chicken recipe on your YouTube channel for me?
I will do that just for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. What other upcoming projects can we look forward to though, Tamika?
I'm just really promoting my Family Affair EP. Can you see it?
Okay.
That's me. Okay. The Family Affair EP.
Put it up a little closer. I want to see that. Yeah, okay. I see you got your little romantic kind of feel to it. And where you sitting on the beach? Where you sitting at?
I'm sitting actually on this same piano I'm sitting on. It's in-house. It's my label, so I got to cut the cost. Bring the cost down, girl.
Yeah.
And I actually shot my video, Go Outside in the Rain, at home, and it is with my real girlfriends. Every girl is in that video. I want it to be everything I want to do. I want it to be authentic. So even Trina Braxton, she's in there. She starts it off. Hattie Mae from Tyler Perry movie, she's in there. Patrice, she's in there. Yeah. So, and my best friends from middle school, they're in the video as well. You have to see it. It's
okay. We're gonna see it. Would you ever let Candy produce music for you?
Yes, if it's a hit.
Okay.
It's got to be a hit now. I don't care who you are. You can be.
Bring me a hit.
Bring me a hit. We're gonna work.
Okay. So we talked about your single "Go Outside in the Rain," and we talked about the EP. And I cannot wait for everybody to just download that bad boy and listen to it. And I can't wait to play it on my radio show here in LA. So congratulations on this new project, Tamika.
Thank you so much.
Hanging out with me tonight on the Tammy Mac Late Show. Hopefully we can get you in the studio when all this is over with.
Yes.
What's your I'm gonna start taking predictions from my guests. What's your prediction that this is over with? What's your prediction?
What you talking about, this pandemic?
Yeah. When do you think we'll be able to go outside in the rain?
Girl, honestly, safely, I would say next year.
You predict 2021.
2021. I think
like January, February, what?
Let's say, honestly, I'm thinking like May.
Dang. Oh, we're gonna be killing each other if we got to go.
I'm thinking safely, because there are people that are walking around with it that's not showing any signs.
That's true.
And they're not even affected by it. But if they come in contact with somebody else, then what? And I'm thinking like we're sanitizing every day. And when you look at other countries, they have trucks that's sanitizing the city, the streets. They're sanitizing the train station. We have yet to do that. We are so far behind because we're still in denial. There's a lot of stuff that we're still, first they're saying, it's coming from sneezing. Now they're saying it's coming from the towers. We really don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, we do know what's going on with Tamika Scott. We know she's got the EP out, almost over, Outside in the Rain. And we're going to also click and subscribe to your YouTube channel. And we're going to follow you on Instagram. Thank you so much for being on the Tammy Mac Late Show. God, I appreciate you, baby. Thank you so much for hanging out with Fox Soul. Y'all give it up for Tamika Scott. Okay, tomorrow we've got some great guests on the show. So make sure Jonte Austin, who just did a producer battle on IG with Neo, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. But we're going to be talking to him tomorrow. And 8 o'clock, that's how you can find me. 8 o'clock is the Tammy Mac Late Show. It's Fox Soul, y'all. Peace.
Get up out your seat, jump up on your feet, hug somebody, love somebody, sing along with me. We don't wanna wait, we don't wanna wait another minute. The time is down, we ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait, we ain't gotta wait, just go and get it. Get to
And now, here's the host of the Q, Quincy
Welcome to the Q
Harris.
Pack Show today. We have comedian Michael Blackson and a performance by Bino French. But right now, it is time to cue it up. Meredith, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
You know,
Back here in the same spot.
it feels good though. Like you didn't get dressed. Is that sweatshirt? And look, whatever it is,
No, this is a nice shirt. I
It
did
is.
get dressed
it looks nice.
today.
Tomorrow I'm wearing a hoodie.
Well, like I said, from the waist up, I got dressed. I still have pajama pants on the bottom.
Oh yeah, I have like running shorts. I have to go run, but it's all good. We're having a good time, and people are having a good time during the quarantine. I don't know if you saw this video. It's a young lady and her grandfather. They live across the street from each other, and they did a dance battle. Check it out. That's Kira and her grandmother and her grandfather. Her mother posted this online and it's gone everywhere. That's
Our
cute.
Facebook page.
They live. Could you imagine? What I was thinking about as a parent, I'm like, man, I wish my dad lived across the street. That's like free babysitting, right? You just go over to your grandfather's
Yes.
house.
I know. My in-laws live, like 5 blocks away?
Really?
And that's not close enough. If they lived across the street, that would be even better. Be like, run over to Mama and Poppy's and get a cup of flour. I'm out of flour.
Can I wait? Hold on, I'm about to do a commercial. Hey, after coronavirus is over, he just woke up. Wouldn't you like to babysit a baby just like this? He's nice and calm all the time. His grandparents live really far away, and he would love to be babysat after the coronavirus.
Hi, Wade.
Isn't that
I
right?
just want to squeeze him. He's so chubby. I just want to squeeze your little cheeks. Hi.
Okay, all right.
He's like, what is going on?
Yeah, that was my commercial.
Who is that crazy lady?
I'm jealous of Kira's mom and Kira's, access to free babysitting. That's all. It's just, it was cool.
I know. You're always jealous of everyone's free babysitting.
I know. I really am. But you know who I'm not jealous of? Joe Exotic from Tiger King. We talk about Tiger King almost every day because the show was one of the most ridiculous shows. Joe Exotic, they're talking about playing a movie, and Joe Exotic said if there was a movie to be made of Tiger King, he would either have Brad Pitt play him. Watch this range. Brad Pitt or David Spade. How you go from David Spade to Brad Pitt?
Or as he said, Joe Dirt. He didn't even say David Spade's name.
Yeah.
He said Joe Dirt. Because he's thinking of, and that's what everybody calls Joe Exotic too. They call him Joe Dirt. Like, that's what he looks like. He's got the Joe Dirt mullet. He's crazy.
Yeah. Do you think he's happy in jail because now he's like this big star?
I don't know. No, I think he still wants to get out of jail. I don't think he's happy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe because all he ever wanted in life was attention, and now he's gotten a ton of attention.
Dude,
I bet you he's getting fan mail too. That'll be the next thing. Don't you think he's getting all this fan mail from,
Yes.
young guys?
Everyone wants a piece of Joe Exotic. Yeah, I think so. I wonder if he gets a new trial. You think he gets a new trial?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
That was a federal trial, though. Like, aren't they usually solid?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Well.
But did you see they're going to reopen the case against Carol Baskin and her missing ex-husband?
Yes.
Well, was her husband at the time?
Oh yeah. Well, it's going to get very interesting. But what else is interesting? In China, did you hear this? They said because China, they're slowly coming out of the quarantine. divorces has spiked because people have been in the house with the person that they married, and they're like,
I am not surprised.
well, I mean, think about it, right? If you spend 2 hours a day with your significant other on a regular day, right? On a regular, 2 hours a day. Now you're spending 10 to 12 hours a day. You're speeding up the time that you would have, you would have got divorced anyway. Like those 2 hours a day is okay. Think about people
you
back.
You can deal with them for that long, but now it's like every waking moment.
Yeah, Chris Rock had this joke, right? He said, all these grandparents, they were married for 50, 60 years. He said, think about this. You would leave the house. You didn't have a cell phone. You would go to work for 8 hours. You would commute an hour to hour and from. That's 10 hours not spending or having communication with the person that you love. And then you're able to extend the relationship. But now,
I guess so.
Yeah, you have cell phones. You're texting. You didn't call me back. I know you saw my phone. Now being in a quarantine, it's like it's a concentrated time with that person.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So far, me and Johnny haven't fought too much. Although he was painting today, and he might not be the best painter.
So how long have you been married?
It'll be 15 years the end of this month.
But think about it. It's already 15 years. Because of the quarantine, you've already sped up the time. Like you're at almost like
and we've been together longer than that anyway. We've been together, it'll be like 23 years or 24 years.
Yeah, he was
24.
He was a poacher of young
23.
talent. Yeah. But no, I'm just saying like, but now you're really, that's like, you've been married for like 16 and a half years because of the time in this quarantine. So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because we're both home all day.
Yeah. But speaking of being home all day, everyone's home. People are doing like teleconferences. People are doing FaceTime messages. People are on Zoom. And did you see this one boss? They're on Zoom, and she turned herself into a Mr. Potato Head and didn't even know. How didn't you know about it? Look at this, Meredith. How didn't you know?
She knew, but then once she did it, she didn't know how to undo it. Because think about it. I didn't know how to do any of this stuff. When we were setting this up, I was like, Jackson, can you please help me? I need to figure this out.
Yeah.
I need to get my headphones attached, and he had like a light because he has this green screen. Did he help me? No.
Well, you got to start. You got to start starving these kids. That's what I would do. Just
that's what I said. That's what I said to him. I went, do you want dinner tonight? Then maybe you'll start helping me.
Yeah,
He's like, you're so annoying.
You
just click this button. You just click that button. I'm like, well, how am I supposed to know? I don't know this stuff.
Take away his phone. And I'm not saying you're not. You said this. I'm not saying this. That's my son in the background. You said this. Can you be quiet? You said this. You weren't the best cook. Here's the thing. Maybe this is your time to step it up. You're cooking, and then you can bribe your kids with your healthy and great meals. No?
No.
Okay.
No. So I'm going to punish myself? No. All he wants are chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
That's all he wants. If I do make a healthy meal, he's like, ew, what's that smell? That smells so gross. Mom, what are you doing?
That's okay.
The faces and the attitude and everything else is like.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hit your kids legally in certain states, but I haven't had to hit my kids. Haven't had to touch them. It's been good.
Oh, I have.
Really?
Oh, it's getting worse by the day.
Oh, wow.
Yesterday, I pulled Gavin up the stairs from the basement by his hair.
You probably shouldn't. Stop talking. Don't say that. Don't say that. Yeah, never mind. April Fools. That was a late April Fools.
Hey, I can pull their hair. That's okay. He still has a head full of hair. I didn't pull any out.
Okay. All right.
It's fine.
Well, speaking.
Fine. They laugh at me. So it doesn't hurt because they laugh at me. And then that makes it so much worse. Then I get even more mad. And I'm like a raging lunatic.
Yeah, it's all good.
My poor neighbor. Thank God I only have neighbor on one side.
Yeah.
Because if I had neighbors on both sides,
it would go crazy.
I would feel horrible for them.
Well, listen, you know who doesn't have neighbors on any side? Comedian Michael Blackson. We're going to check in with him after the break. Stay right here on The Q.
We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait. We ain't gotta
Welcome back to the Q. This guy, one of the funniest guys ever. He's naturally funny. You know, Michael Blackson. Mike, this was supposed to be your year, dog. What happened? This was your come out year. What happened?
The devil is a liar, man.
Okay.
He is a liar. I don't know. You know what? This was the year that we all get to know ourselves.
Dude, you were gaining
all,
so much steam. You were just doing Coming to America 2. You were
done. It's supposed to come out Christmas. Hopefully, people still want to go to the movies on Christmas. I'm on tour with like Martin Lawrence, Mike Epps, Wildin' Out. I mean, this was my year. And the devil said, you know what? He's going to set me back again. He's going to set us back to my light-skinned days again. Yeah.
So let's take it back. Let's take it back to New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Everybody's telling you getting like new kind of friends. They like, yo, people getting closer to you because they like it's about to take off.
Yes.
And then
man, I don't know where this thing came from, man. But you know what? It's days like this that make us tough.
Okay.
You know, you have no choice. You know, and me, I'm African. I'm a warrior. You know, I've been through it all. Yeah. I personally think I'm immune to this because I've had malaria. I've took the malaria pills a million times.
You have malaria?
I've had malaria. I don't have malaria now.
Okay.
I've had malaria.
Really?
I mean, malaria is like a cold in Africa, man. We all get it every other week.
Okay.
Yeah, malaria ain't no joke. If you can fight malaria, you can fight everything else. That's why I'm not too afraid of this thing, you know, but it's a shame people are dying.
Yeah.
You know, and it went from being a joke to some really serious stuff.
Yeah. What is that? What is that on your head? Everybody.
Listen, man. Under my hair right now, I look like the 6th member of the 5 Heartbeats. We don't want to see my hair right now.
Okay.
My hair is I like a healthy crackhead. You don't want a successful crackhead that's never done crack. That's how I look under this head. Right now, I feel like Pharaoh or Moses let my people go because they are stuck in the house.
We like it. Now, are you self-quarantined? Are you by yourself? Or you still have
right
friends
now.
coming over?
Well, my girlfriend told me I have to be faithful, so I've been trying to stay faithful.
Okay.
But right now I'm gonna be alone probably for the next 5 days, and then I'm gonna have company like 5 days later, and she's probably gonna stick around for like maybe a week or so.
Yeah.
And I'll be back to myself. It's nothing like, you know what, you get to know yourself. I turned into Mr. Mom without no kids. I clean up the house. I'm washing clothes.
But you're not taking showers. I saw COD. Tell them what COD is.
It's cologne over dirt, okay? I'm not here to impress anybody.
Okay.
So, you know, I get up in the morning, I might throw some clothes on, and I don't even feel like showering. I'm so upset about everything that's going on. Showers is the last thing on my mind. I don't even shower, I just still spray cologne on so I can smell good for myself. So it's called, COD is cologne over dirt. You don't take a shower, and you just go ahead and spray cologne on. It smell like funk and Versace together.
I like it. Now, what is the first thing you're going to do, Michael Blackson, when you get off of this quarantine? What's the first thing?
Probably go to strip club. No, I'm not. No, I'm going to, shucks, I don't know. I don't know where to start. I'm probably just going to get in my car and just drive around.
Yeah.
Go back. I hope there's traffic. Right now I live in LA, okay?
Okay.
About 2 months ago, it would take you an hour to get to the airport. I could probably get to the airport right now in 10 minutes.
Man, it's scary.
So I'm probably gonna get in my car and just get in traffic.
Okay.
Just for old time's sake.
Okay. Well, look, Michael Blackson, Philly's on. This year has been put on pause. Hopefully, your big year will get back on.
It will continue. I have no doubt. And in fact, that's why I'm gonna start some kind of fundraiser. But I'm not gonna go after the A-list. A-list celebrities are doing their thing. I'm sure Kevin Hart gonna do something. The Rock is gonna do something.
Yeah.
Tom Brady, Michael Rubin, all those guys are gonna do something big, like donate 25. I'm more concentrating on the Z-list celebrities.
Okay.
Like, you know, I'm a Z-list right now.
No, you.
Okay, Q, but no more than Q list. I'm between Q and Z.
Okay.
Okay, for the Z-lister,
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably request them to donate maybe $50. I'm gonna start off with like Little Boosie. He's a Z-list celebrity.
Okay.
All the members of what's that tour that's out right now with like the
Millennium Tour?
Millennium Tour. All those guys are Z-list. I would expect them to donate some money. Everybody that's ever been at any love and hip hop show from New York to Atlanta, all those are Z-lister.
Okay.
All the members of the TV show Wild 'N Out, minus Nick Cannon, those are Z-listers.
Okay.
Every member of the 3 big championship basketball games, those are Z-list NBA players. And then we're gonna go down to the line, and at all the Z-lister, I'm the leader of the Z-list celebrities.
Okay. Y'all gonna put your money together.
We're gonna put all our money together and probably put about $3,000 together, all of us. And we're gonna help corona victims. Okay.
Listen, Michael Blackson, thank you for stopping by the Q, man. It's always a good time seeing you, bro.
Thanks for having me, man. Pray for me.
Love. More of the Q after the break.
We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is down. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait.
Welcome back to the Q. Now, this next guy, super talented. I think he's been one of the guys that's performed on the Q the most. He probably has like 7 performances on the Q. This is about to be his 8th. My man, Bino French. Bino, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good, man. How you?
Man, you fresh off of work? You like, man,
I mean, I'm an essential employee, so I'm at work 6 days a week right now because we're kind of short-handed and it's a lot trying to get supplies and everything to people. So all hands on deck. I usually work Monday through Friday, but now I'm Monday through Saturday.
Well, listen, all heroes don't wear capes. And listen, Bino, you're one of these guys, just super talented artist from Philadelphia, just doing your thing, come from a super talented family. Dude, you recently have done this basement series. Tell me about it, man.
Yeah. So it's the Rinse Do sessions. Rinse Do is a open mic that me and my partner DJ Ricochet we created. It's an open mic. We do it every first Tuesday of the month. So to grow that a little bit and to make it more personal for the people that come to the show, we wanted to start something called a Rinse Do series where we take you in a live band from Rinse Do to the studio. You do a live session, one take, you in a live band, and then we use it as content for social media. You can post it and to wherever you want to post it. So that's where that kind of came from.
Yeah. The new song we're about to get into, Feel Good Love.
Dilemma produced this record, Feel Good Love. Stephanie Chambers, one of the writers. So yeah.
Man, well listen, let's get into it right here. Bino French back on the Q performing live.
What's up, y'all? It's Bino French, and this is Feel Good Love. We got Josh on the drums, Greg on guitar, E-Watt on bass. Look. You want the man that's gonna respect you, a man who really gets you, somebody that's gonna hold you tight, and I'm talking all through the night. Not someone that's gonna roll over and give you the cold shoulder and leave with no covers, make you wonder if he love you, does he really, really love you? That's what you're wondering, right? Look, see that ain't no good love, and baby that ain't what you want. You want the la 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 on cloud 9. You want the love that makes you touch the sky. My love can make you feel good and make you feel alright. You can roll me up in the morning, take a hit in the evening. Promise I'ma take you high. My love can make you feel good and make you feel alright. I keep you warm in the winter, promise to make it dinner, have you smiling like it's summertime. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good. Cause you deserve flowers on a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, baby, every day. And I can supply all you desire. Just let me try to be that good love, to be that true love, the one that you've been constantly dreaming of. Quit talking about your past and now you're giving up. Then maybe you can catch it if you let it go. My love can make you feel good, yeah, and make you feel alright. You can roll me up in the morning, take a hit in the evening. Promise I'ma take you high. My love can make you feel good and make you feel alright. I keep you warm in the winter, promise promise to make your dinner, have you smiling like it's summertime. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good. My love can make you feel good, 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 real good.
We don't wanna wait, we don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now, we ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait.
Welcome back to the Q. Another show in the books. Meredith, we are moving smoothly through this, okay?
Okay.
You're
You say so.
You don't think so? I know our heads are a little
No, I
off.
think-
The heads are a little off, but it's okay.
What's wrong with our heads?
No, it's cool. Guys, this is what we're doing. We're at home and we're doing this for you. We're entertaining for you. Reach out to us. The Q at foxtv.com. The Q on Fox on Instagram at Quincy Harris and at South Philly Meredith. That's not a real Instagram account. But
That's not my Instagram.
yeah, but we'll
I
be
don't
back.
go by that name in real life.
Yes, she goes by Mary Beth. Please call her Mary Beth when you see her. We'll see you guys next time right here on Fox 29 and Fox Soul.
Hey, I got a question, Chicago. How do little people receive information?
How?
On short notice.
He did it again! He did it again! Where?
Are you not entertained?
Yeah! Woo!
What's up? It's your boy, the Destin Legend, Leon Rogers, 107.5 WGCI. Welcome to Later with Leon. Thank you. Thank you. To my left, looking like she just got dragged by a vehicle.
Whatever.
The beautiful
Y'all
Miss
just don't know
Tia
fashion.
Ewing.
Y'all always gotta hate on
What
this show.
happened?
What happened?
What velociraptor took a bite out your outfit?
Somebody wanted to take a bite out of me, and this is what happened. Can
okay.
you, blame them?
We on late at
Can
night.
you blame them?
They always say, you know, candy look good till you take the wrap off.
Well, that's definitely not my situation.
I don't know, you
so.
might be spoiled.
That ain't my situation.
Look
Trust
at
me.
you. So what happened? No, really though.
I wanted
Escalator.
to wear this damn outfit. Now leave me the hell alone before we have a problem.
Let's
I'm
go.
Later with Leon.
Let's go. Hey man,
Damn
stop.
it.
It's hostile.
I'm very hostile
Oh my
now.
God.
All right.
That's
well,
how you got in the fight until
That's fine. Great. Well, I didn't apparently dress for the weather, obviously. It's
Obviously.
really cold outside.
Like a pepper video.
Breaking temperatures right here in Chicago. A lot of people woke up to the temperature being well below zero. And right now it's about 25 degrees, but they're saying that it feels like it is 5 degrees outside. What's really upsetting about this, though, is if you look at the temperature from last year, 35 degrees was the high last year. I'm sorry, that is a huge difference when you look at how
Hell
cold
yeah.
it feels here right now.
It's so cold. This that call off work weather. Like you walk outside of your car, you be like, hell no, and go back in and tell them,
ain't
your
coming.
car won't start. This is listen.
Your
If
car
it's
won't
like this in November,
I know.
I am scared for December and January. Florida, here I come. I'm getting out of here.
The big thing, seriously, though, is to check on people that are vulnerable.
No, the
because
big thing is Chance coat, which he has on right now that he had on yesterday. That coat, no, but seriously, this is the time where you worry about people putting up space heaters and stuff in their home, causing fires,
Yeah.
opening their stoves, doing it like getting heat like that, and then the elderly, you
That's
got to
right.
go by and check on them. Pipes bust. What I really hate too, besides that, when people leave their pets outside.
Ooh.
Like I'm a dog
True.
guy, so I go and see somebody's backyard and their dog's out and it's freezing cold like this, man. Bring the pets inside, check on the elderly, and don't be putting space heaters too close to the bed or scissors.
Leon the pastor, apparently. And
Mess up
jokester.
your clothes and
Wanna be jokester. All right, we got to talk about rapper Lil Reese, who honestly,
Oh, yo.
I didn't know who this was. I had to do some research. Yeah, I didn't know. I did not know who he was,
Man,
but I had heard his
hold
music
on.
before. No, I had heard his music
Take
before, but I wasn't sure who he
Tia's
was. But this is really black card. That's fine. It's really unfortunate what happened. He was in Country Club Hills yesterday riding around and got shot in the neck. And at one point they were saying that his condition was okay, but now they're saying that
critical.
he's in critical condition. So
167th and Pulaski is where that happened. I'm over there a lot. That's crazy because that intersection is popping 24/7. There's a Shell gas station there. I go to the Guitar Center for all my DJ stuff over there, and it's a Walmart over there. So that area is always hustling and bustling. And they said this happened like, what, 2:30 in the afternoon?
2:30 in the afternoon.
That's crazy.
Yes,
I mean, that's crazy. Right before kids get out of school, but it's still busy over there. Listen, love Lil Reese, good little brother. Him, Dirk, Chief Keef. That's that whole little clique that created the sound of music, and he's always been. You know, when I talk to, like, the things that you see with the rappers and the videos and stuff, you know, I'm not doubting that he might not be a little thump out here with everybody else. But every time I've talked to him, met to him, he's always focused on music, talking about getting the bag, all that. So I like the dude, you know what I'm saying? Don't know if anybody was after him. This looks like this was planned, and they followed him. You know, and they caught him lacking or whatever. I just hope he gets better, and I hope this is a sign, like, for these guys that are making this money and getting into this rap game and getting that fame and popularity, start taking another path, man. It's okay to walk away from it. I mean, you ain't got to prove that you hard by being around people that are still involved in this mess. I think G Herbo has done a good job of that, of transcending, trying to go to the next level to be a star. Lil Bibby has done an amazing job. You don't even hear about him. He's in college doing everything. So find something where this music can take you to the next level and advance you, and don't stay trapped in the same. You know, the guys moved from the city out to oil and out to country club hills to get away from that, but that's not getting away from it. You have to change your whole lifestyle.
And mentality.
Yeah,
all right, let's talk
about
this.
Get well,
absolutely.
Man.
Let's talk about this real quick. Juicy Smollett, also known as Jussie Smollett, is apparently going to make, it sounds like, an appearance on Empire, that you will see him basically having like that one little cameo. Vivica Fox, who's on the show, said, hey, basically don't count him out just yet. Wait until the last episode.
Well, what's the thing? He gonna be standing up?
I don't know what he gonna be doing.
Two black dudes gonna come jump on him, and then they're gonna go to commercial.
I don't know.
And he's gonna be holding a sandwich from Rubway, not Subway, because they don't want to get him.
That's so low. You low, yo.
We'll be right back, man. More Later with Leon. I don't know. I don't know how I pulled that. Welcome back to Later with Leon. I'm the guest, the legend Leon Rogers, 107.5 WGCI. To my left, pretty in pink, Miss.
Oh, now we want to be nice.
I mean, it's still it's pretty gorgeous, but it just looked like some birds
I don't give a damn what it looked like.
All right,
you look good.
And to my left, this is my man, my mellow man. He holds it down. To me, one of the best sports guys on radio and TV in the nation, and I love this dude like a brother. Jason Goff in the building, man. How you doing, sir?
Appreciate it.
So real quick before we get into topics, man, the people that don't know the story, you were here 670 to score, and bounced around ESPN. Now you found a home, and you still do ESPN though, right? Nationally.
Yeah, I do ESPN radio nationally with Sarah Spain, the Spain and Company show.
Shout out to Sarah Spain. That's the homie.
Hey, that's the super homie.
That's the homie.
I also do Big Ten this morning on Sirius XM, channel 372 with our guy Anthony Herron, Monday through Fridays.
Big Anthony Herron. He also works over here too.
Exactly. It's all in the family. So Sirius, I do ESPN radio, and then I just got the NBC Sports Chicago pre- and post-game hosting gig for the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, man. Jamaican.
Hey, Belizean.
Oh, they work even harder?
No, I'm not saying that. Don't start nothing out here. Don't start nothing out here. Belizeans and Jamaicans can get along.
Why go on Jason and say Belizean work harder than me, man?
No, don't do that. But shout out to my Jamaican family out there, but it's a Belizean thing. So, you know, we work until they tell us we can't anymore.
I'm just proud of you, dog.
Thank you,
like,
bro.
When you sit and watch the growth of somebody, you appreciate it more. A lot of people see the finished product. They don't see, and you know,
it's been 19 years, man.
We talk. Talk.
Well, Lee, you're one of the few people that I used to run into in the Bulls media circuit, and I run into you in the press room, and, you know, this is Leon Rogers. This is Comic View. This is BET. This is... This is like a Chicago icon in terms of.
We respect him.
Yeah, so
look at him.
When I was a do dirty producer trying to get a spare coin here and there, this dude would show a lot of love. Him and Tone. I tell
say this right now. When things were a little tenuous, the FM family held me down a lot stronger than some other people who I had been rocking with for a very long time.
Yes,
so
sir.
you and Tone and everybody over at GCI.
All day. You know you're my man, man. Let's get to it, Tia. What we got?
Okay, we got to talk about Chicago
I'm getting ready to talk to Tia Ewing, by the way.
Are you excited about this?
Well, my friends, this is a big deal for my friends.
Like, your friends?
Yeah,
why is that?
Because, Tia, you are, I don't know if you are dating someone right now.
You're going to get us all killed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because my friends love Tia.
Okay.
They were very excited to.
You about to get us all killed.
You're right.
Just what you got, Tia.
So let's talk about the Bulls. You cover Bulls, so let's talk about them. They're playing the Knicks tonight, right? They're probably playing right now.
Battle of the bottoms.
Real deal.
Yeah, but this is the deal. I mean, the Bulls, I don't know what to say about the Bulls. The record doesn't look good. 3-7. You've been there. I mean, what can we expect? Do you think they're going to I feel like it's a little bit of a slump.
It's more than a little bit of a slump. There has to be like a recalibration of the expectations right now.
Hey, I got some listeners that didn't go to school. Explain that recalibration.
Y'all going to have to adjust what you thought the Bulls was going to be.
Yeah, because somebody was in the crib like, what?
Right. So, I just bought a recalibration the other day. Yeah, exactly.
And they might be having a drink. It's 11:30.
But honestly, it's a team that a lot of people around the NBA thought that this would be the year that there would be breakthroughs. Last year, they went through a lot in terms of trying to figure out where they would be in the draft, and there was the talk about them tanking. But this year, with Lowry and with Zach and with Kobe White, they drafted a lot of pieces. Wendell Carter Jr., they got a good young team, and for whatever reason, those results, the 4 quarters, they're not putting it together the way they should.
And that's literally what I said about it. And from the Lakers game, I said they're just young.
The Lakers game
a team with a few veterans wins that game.
Yeah.
The reason why the Bulls lost that game against the Lakers because Bron and them took over and they veteran, they know how to win.
Yeah,
so
fourth quarter.
I just think they're young. They need time. They need seasoning. But I am tired.
Somebody got to be a dog, though.
I am tired of just getting to the playoffs and getting eliminated.
Yeah.
I want to run.
Yeah,
I want to go deep
sustainable success. That's why we call it the treadmill of mediocrity in the NBA. What's going on? What's happening right now?
I had an epiphany. I was looking at him in that hat and that shirt, and I wanted to say something. But let's move on.
Don't worry about it.
Let's talk about hockey.
A player over here.
Listen, nobody pay no mind that little girl, man.
Hey, hold on. When are we switching straight to hockey? What happened here?
Yeah, we're going
all of a sudden, I come on. It's all like, all right, let's get all the
we
stuff
about to talk about hockey.
Yes.
Well, I'm out of this one because it'd be a bunch of white.
No.
Hold on.
Okay, don't go racist.
I'm not going racist.
Okay, I used to cover hockey, so I know a little bit about hockey.
Well,
okay, so
don't ask me nothing about it. So what I want to talk about is this video right here.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
From the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, watching the background because you've been out there recording before.
I saw this.
Did you see this?
Yes.
Hilarious.
He just stole the man's ice cream cone.
That's unfortunate because those things cost a good $5-6. This is the forgiving nature, I guess, of the hockey community. Because had this been a Bears or basketball game, it would have been a different interaction.
Well, I'm gonna just say this: it was a big grown-ass man eating an ice cream cone. I got problems with that.
Why you don't eat ice cream?
I got problems with that.
I love me a good ice cream cone.
Get a cup. And I'm pretty sure everybody would love to see you eat an ice cream cone. Get a cup, man. Scoop it up with a spoon.
Don't look at me like that.
I'm listening. He told me we was going to get killed. I couldn't talk to you.
Jason, where can they catch you out on social media real quick?
At Jason1Golf on Instagram and on Twitter. Please don't follow me acting crazy. It's only love.
We'll be right back. More later with Leon. We're going to get Tia ice cream cone, guys.
I'm sorry, Mama. I'm sorry.
I'm like, man, he's going to be getting killed and eating ice cream on stage.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Welcome back to Later with Leon. I'm your host, the Destin legend, Leon Rogers, 107.5 WGCI, and it is an extreme honor to catch my man in here. He was on his way to L.A. He say, but, man, you know what, Leon? Let's stop by and do Later with Leon.
Come on, man.
No other than Tank in the building. What's up, baby boy?
Man, everything's beautiful, brother.
So, man, let's talk this music thing, man. You've been doing it a long time. I feel, personally, this is me speaking, I feel you're one of the most underrated people doing this R&B thing. When they talk king of R&B stuff, you know, they say R. Kelly. They throw the Chris Brown. I'd be like, Tank, you know what I'm saying? Like, Tank Cole. Like, he's got hits. And then when you start going through your catalog, damn, I forgot he wrote that. Damn, I forgot he wrote that. Sometimes when you hear these conversations, and does it chafe you a little bit that you might not get the love that you really should get, or you just cool and you do your thing?
I think that a lot of times, you know,
people who are fans of what I do, you know, they want more for me than what they think I'm getting. And I love it and I respect it. You know what I mean? But I had to come to terms with who I am and part of my purpose, right? So, you know, there was a point in time where I wanted to quit because, you know, I felt like I was better than that guy, and I was better than that guy, and I was better than them, and they were chart topping, and they were spending more money on these who I thought were lesser talented than me, right? And so in having a tough conversation with Jamie Foxx as I was ready to quit, I was like, I'm out, I'm done. He's like, well, you can't quit. He said, I'll tell you why, because if you quit, who's going to inspire me? You know what I'm saying?
That's strong.
Who am I going to look to
for inspiration, right?
To do what I do. And I had never looked at myself as that thing.
You never looked at yourself as a muse to somebody else.
I never looked at myself like that. I was looking for the fame, I was looking for the money, and I missed the value in my purpose and what I really was. And so when you see Chris Brown and you see Trey Songz and you see all these are all, you know, young kids who I was able to inspire. You know what I mean? So when they're having a moment, I'm having a moment.
Right.
You know what I mean? So my own personal moment is I'm 22 years in, and I've never had to do anything else other than this.
You do something you love for 22 years.
I do what I love for 22 years.
You wake up every morning, it's like, studio.
And I'm getting better. The crowds are getting bigger. The bag is getting bigger.
Yes, sir.
The ownership is real. I own me, you know? So I want everybody to know that I'm okay.
You're all right. Ain't nobody tripping. So I want to talk about one song in particular, When We. That I say I got a comedy routine where I say that is the greatest R&B song, slow song ever made, because this is exactly what goes through a man's mind. All this lighting candles and putting petals in the bathtub, that's that BS y'all want. I'm coming over there to beat it up like Rocky. When you wrote this song, did you sit down with like, you know what, was you joke? Because you're a jokester.
Right.
Was this song like something playing around first and then say, man, let's get ahead and record it?
No. My guy Cardiac sent me the track. I'm in New York, recorded Platinum Sound. And the track comes on. I said, oh. I know exactly what this is about.
Yes, sir.
Then I go in the booth, freestyle it. And when I get to the hook, I just say that. It's just what that felt like. And in the interest of a business, being a businessman, knowing I have to go to radio, knowing I have to, I tried for like 2 hours
to think of something
else. And nothing else would work because nothing else was the truth.
That's right.
That's like the truth.
It reminds me like of an erotic city. Just like when you hear it, when it come on, you like, yeah.
You know what time
everybody
it is.
in this room should be naked right now. Everybody. You too, Grandma.
Yeah. It's that thing, and I think the honesty in it, you know, even though it was, you know, racy. No matter who you were, no matter what age, you know what I'm saying, no matter what when you heard it, you got it.
Okay.
And you was like, you know what, I've had moments like that, or I hope to have.
Coming off this song right here, I'm gonna ask you a question, I'm gonna let you get up out of here. One song out of your catalog that when you think about it, this is like your virtuoso, your coup de grace, so to speak, the song that you just like. Everybody else may like this and this, but to you, this song reigns supreme. If you had to pick one.
If I had to pick one, it would be Maybe I Deserve.
Okay.
Maybe I Deserve wasn't just a song that, you know, saved and launched my career into a different space. It was a song that stood the test of time before anybody even heard it. Because I wasn't looked at as a producer, and I was signed to a label that was managing and had signed major producers, from Timbaland to J-Dub to, like, these were major #1 producers. And so when I bring this little song in with this track made up of 6 instruments and a vocal made up of 5 tracks, they're like, this is not done. This needs to be produced correctly. And 4 producers tried to change the track. 2 producers tried to get me to re-sing it.
And it didn't have that hit.
It didn't have the marriage. And so after Maybe I Deserve was beat up and punched in the stomach and uppercutting and falling back on the ropes, you know what I'm saying? We sit down for 30 seconds and come out in the championship round and knock
everybody out. So this is a true attest that sometimes you can overdo some things. Like this song was cool the way it was gritty, it was musically strong, but you can overproduce things.
And here's another part to that, is that none of those pieces on their own are the best, you know what I'm saying? Right. In a sense, like, it's not the craziest melody you've ever heard. Right. They're not the craziest words you've ever heard. It just works together. It's not the craziest track you've ever heard, but the marriage of all of those things and the fact that it was the truth, line for line.
It makes it incredible.
Makes it incredible.
Real quick, man, what you got coming up and where can people get in touch with you on Instagram?
At The Real Tank, Elevation is out now.
Yes, sir.
So, #1 R&B album in the world. Please get that.
I was listening to it last night when I was putting it down. Ain't that right, McCall? Yeah!
Shout it out!
Played that whole thing. I made it to the third song. That's a record for me.
But that's good, though. That's
I made it to the third song.
That's 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I had to get some water, and then the rest of the album was recovery.
I'll tell you, Gatorade to really, keep you in a good space.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Keep you from cramping up.
Then it was the recovery. Then I put on some pop. I ain't gonna lie, I put on Pac album because we had.
Yeah, you went to a different space.
Hey man, I appreciate you coming through, man. Tank in the building. I love you, brother, man. Midwest guy too. That's what you gotta love about him. We'll be right back. More later with Leon. Purge. Hey Chicago, listen, we all know how cold it gets here in the winter. If you've been living here long enough, you've been through some bad winters, bad Januaries and Februarys, but right now it's kind of extremely cold for this time of month. So when you see your elderly people that live around you, make sure you check on them. Make sure you keep your space heaters away from bedding and all that stuff. And bring your pets inside too, man. Give them a chance to live. This weather is cold, and we don't want anybody dying of frostbite, all right? For Tia Ewing, I'm Leon Rogers. Chicago, if you see something, say something. Catch you tomorrow later with Leon. Peace. Bundle up, Chicago.
The Isaiah Factor Uncensored starts right now.
Welcome to The Factor Uncensored, another week of COVID-19, the coronavirus, but we're on top of it here at Fox 26, also with Mayor Sylvester Turner, who had a surprise announcement today.
Starting today, because we've been able to double the amount of testing, we will begin offering testing to anyone who wants it, not just those who are showing symptoms. So whether you are symptomatic or asymptomatic, showing symptoms or not, you will be eligible to get testing.
Now, that's right. If you want to test, simply visit the city's website and you'll get an identification code and directions on where to go. The Houston Health Department says a rise in test results will help determine when to reopen the city. Also, if you're disabled and can't get to a testing site, call the city's Office of Disabilities and they will help you out. Moving on now to the epicenter in New York City, where there is thousands of deaths as a result of COVID-19. But in the mix is a woman from Houston, a nurse who put her life on the line to help others. So why did you decide, with all of the fear associated with healthcare workers, many of them still brave, still on the front lines, but we've seen some videos of some nurses crying, saying they don't have the equipment that they need in order to fight the COVID-19, but you decided to go to New York to help out. Tell us why.
So I've always been interested in travel nursing, and the timing just really wasn't right. So when all this was coming about, I had multiple people reaching out to me and sources about coming to New York, and the timing just kind of worked out for me. I was already taking care of COVID patients in Houston, so that part didn't really scare me. I made sure to have my own PPE coming out here, as far as N95s, to make sure that I could protect myself. So it was just something that I decided that I wanted to do, and everything kind of fell into place for it.
And so how is it there in New York City? Obviously, the epicenter here in the United States. What is it like working with COVID-19 there compared to Houston?
So in Houston, we were trying to do one nurse to one COVID positive patient at that time when I was there. And that would be the only patient that you cared for at that night, or for that night or that day or that shift. For here, my whole unit is COVID positive. So it's 32 beds. It's usually full, and that's just one unit in the hospital. And pretty much my whole hospital has been converted to a COVID hospital, and patients that aren't COVID positive are usually placed somewhere else. So the whole unit's COVID positive. We wear our full PPE the whole time that we're taking care of them. So it's just on a bigger scale. It's definitely in a much larger scale than Houston.
Is that overwhelming to you to see so many patients on one particular unit, and mentally taxing as well, because you, in some instances, all of them won't survive, all of them won't make it. Number one, is it overwhelming, and is it mentally taxing for you?
Of course. I think anytime as a nurse, just the duty of what we do can be mentally taxing, but yeah, it's definitely on a larger scale. Luckily, I've just been here for a week, but I've worked about like 60 hours this week. We haven't lost anybody on my unit that I know of this week, but you're constantly hearing codes being called and rapid response teams being called, and a lot of times we're upgrading patients to higher acuity. So you definitely do have to make sure that you mentally prepare yourself and then go home and take care of yourself as well.
How is it for the patients, obviously, because many of them are separated from general population? They can't get the visitors. They can't see family members and friends like they want to. Do you guys have to be that extension to some of them?
For sure. I think it's easy for patients to start having, symptoms of depression because they're in this state and they have all these sick people around them, and they're not able to have their families there to encourage them or advocate for them in the hospital. So we do have to be the ones offering them some encouragement. And then also we've been doing, they've set up like iPads where they can do Zoom with their family members. So that's helped lift their spirits a lot as well.
How are they making sure that you guys are taken care of mentally, physically? Are you all checked on when you walk through the door to see if you have fever? And also, do they just do a state of mind check for you guys to make sure you're mentally okay dealing with all of this?
Not really. My hospital right now isn't doing temperature checks, but there are resources out there available if you need them, as far as any type of mental challenges that you're dealing with. And as far as keeping us safe, they're offering us scrubs when we come into the store, into the hospital to change into, so to try to keep us as clean and hygienic as possible. And we do have PPE at the hospital that I'm at, so that hasn't been an issue.
And how long have you been there, and how long will you stay there?
So I've been here since Sunday, so I've made a 1 full week of working, and then my contract right now is for 8 weeks, but that could change depending on the need out here.
And right now, how are you doing dealing with all of this? We want to hear from Holly from Houston. We want to make sure you're okay.
Thank you. I'm doing surprisingly well. I feel like I didn't know what I was walking into, so I mentally prepared myself for the worst. And I think with that, I've had a better outcome than I could imagine. I like the unit that I'm on. They're not super critical. I don't have any vents on my unit. So I'm doing well. I'm doing really well.
All right, Holly, well, we want to thank you, and we want to take our hat off to you for going to New York City to help out there. Obviously, this is a tough time in this country, around the world, and we just want to say thank you for the job that you're doing as a nurse, and you're making us proud here in Houston, Holly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored. Have a great one.
Thank you, too.
And still ahead here on The Factor Uncensored, if you don't have internet or computer at home, we have the tool you'll need for homeschooling for your child. We'll be back with more of that. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Here at The Factor and Fox 26, we want to make sure you have all the tools for your children who are stuck at home out of school. Take a look at this. Joining us here on The Factor Uncensored is D'Artagnan Babel, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Fox 26 and My 20. So, Mr. Babel, we understand that you are kicking off, or you have already started, an education program for those students who may not have internet or computers at home. Tell us a little bit about this program.
Well, it was inspired by a thought in conjunction with one of our former anchors, and I have to give credit to Melinda Spalding as well. But the whole premise is that, you know, as universities have gone online, as well as public schools have gone online, we realized that the socioeconomics involved, particularly with HISD, as an example, many children don't necessarily have, unfortunately, a laptop, or many children don't necessarily have an iPad or a desktop. And if they did, it's not necessarily a guarantee that all of them actually have internet connections, you know, at their home. So as a public service to the community, we thought it would be a great idea if we offered up time to the public school systems of various independent school districts in the Houston market to allow them to produce lessons, and we would broadcast them on our television station on My 20.
How are the school districts and the students, also parents, reacting to this?
Well, they've been very receptive. In some cases, it's been somewhat difficult for some of them because they don't necessarily have, you know, adequate production, because they would have to produce it themselves and then get it to us. But we're also more than happy to add. So as more and more people find out, we're willing to add more schools to the rotation. But the program actually started on March 26th. And initially, it was from 11 a to 12 noon. But again, we're willing to open up more time as more schools are able to deliver us a product. And currently, we have HISD participating twice a week. We have Aldine ISD, Alvin ISD, Stafford we're currently in discussion with, and we think we may have them firmed up for later on this week. And we also have the Children's Museum, which is providing educational programs for those pre-K students.
And are we talking about specific curriculums for those students who may attend HISD, Fort Bend ISD, the various school districts? Are you focusing on one particular grade each day, or how does it work?
We're actually leaving it to them. In most cases, what they've done is they've made the choice of, typically, it's either giving instruction for like a K through 2, you know, and then a 3 through 5, you know, grade 3 through 5 kind of a thing, but we left it up to them in terms of what they want to deliver. We're not the educators here. We're the vehicle in which we can reach some of these children that don't necessarily have the online resources.
And for those school districts who still may want to get involved, the protocol is to contact you or who?
They can call the station directly. What I've done is I've tasked our programming director, Ralph Rendon, with that task. But feel free to call the station and they'll send you my way. I'm one of the few people that's actually here in the building because most of our employees are working from home, as you are today.
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time, and thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored.
Thank you for having me.
Still ahead on The Factor Uncensored, how to give the price gougers a swift kick in the ass if they're taking advantage of the community. Next. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. It's a problem that we see in Harris County all the time when there are hurricanes. Now, there is a new national emergency, COVID-19, where some retailers, some stores decide to take advantage of the people through price gouging. It's a pet peeve of mine. Just this week, I started to report someone, but I said, I'm not quite sure. But luckily, we have Mimi Hahn from the Harris County Attorney's Office joining us here on The Factor Uncensored to talk about the problem of price gouging in Harris County. Mimi, it is very real, isn't it?
Absolutely, it sure is, Isaiah. Thank you so much for having me here on your show to share the information that we have and to make sure that the public know that we take price gouging very seriously and that we are here for them to report any type of price gouging cases that they may have.
Now, how do we know when we encounter price gouging? Obviously, there is supply and demand. Some prices may go up. And so when you guys go out and investigate, how do you determine if it's a store or the retailer or the manufacturer who's increased the price as a result of demand?
Well, each and every case that we receive, if we believe that that business is engaging in an excessive price or exorbitant price, what we would do is we would have our investigator meet with the business and go out there and take any type of picture and also talk to the business owner or manager. We will ask them to provide any type of receipt or documentation that they may have on how much it costs them to purchase those items.
What's the penalty in a situation like this? Obviously, the county attorney's office deals in civil matters, but do you have any ability to prosecute as well if you find out a store owner is taking advantage of the community?
Well, if a store business is taking advantage of the public, the people of Harris County, we will take that very seriously. What we do is file a lawsuit to enjoin them from doing business, from enjoining them from selling those type of products at that exorbitant price. We will also ask the court to order any types of fine and penalties, such as $10,000 per violation. Now, if the victim is of elderly age or is a senior, there are additional penalties, and those penalties are $250,000.
Let me applaud you guys for that, because I hate people who take advantage of the community in a situation like this. And for those who may say this is not tough enough, but when you think about it, the store will have to hire an attorney. It's going to cost them quite a load of money to deal with this, so it would be in their best interest not to do it. You guys have set up some type of hotline, right, for those who want to report it?
Absolutely. We have a task force with investigators, attorneys, paralegals. We are looking into each and every case. If you believe a business is engaging in price gouging, please contact us at consumerhelp@cao.hctx.net.
I say report their asses, Mimi.
That's right.
Let's shut them down. You know, they
Absolutely.
should be good individuals in the community and helping out in tough times like this instead of taking advantage. Mimi Hahn from the Harris County Attorney's Office, we want to thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored.
Thank you so much, Isaiah.
All right, and we'll be back with more Factor in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. We've been telling you for quite some time how people are stressed. There's anxiety as a result of being locked into a house. And now a California mother is living her worst nightmare after her daughter took her life. Now, here's the situation. The teen daughter committed suicide while in quarantine. The 15-year-old was a popular student athlete, and her mother says she didn't realize her daughter was having such a hard time dealing with the stress of the health crisis. Now, we want to help other parents out there. You need to pay close attention to those teens. We have more right here. And joining us here on The Factor Uncensored is our favorite, Allison Goldberg. Now, Allison, a lot of parents are concerned about their children and anxiety because they won't have many of those milestones that you and I went through, like prom, graduation, senior trips, as a result of COVID-19. So we talked about this a little bit last week. We're going to continue that conversation now. How should parents address this situation with their teens?
So it's time to get creative. It's time for parents to say to their kids, what have you thought about? How can we emulate prom? How can we emulate a spring break? What can we do to be social and help the kids to come up with creative ideas, Isaiah? This is what it's come to. Parties on Zoom, I'm telling you.
Many of us just don't realize, and sometimes we forget and get caught up in our own world, but just how important these milestones are for teenagers when they're graduating from high school. This is a big deal for them, and we should treat it as such as parents.
Exactly. We have to validate that these are things that a lot of people that they know have been through and have spoken about. And so what can we do to help them to celebrate in another way? whether it's getting dressed up for prom and having a Zoom party and assigning somebody to be the DJ. We got to get creative, just like all of us have done right here, like what you and I are doing right now. It's time to get creative so they can have milestones in their own way, the COVID way.
And one of the things you mentioned last week when we last talked, and I wanted to re-emphasize that now, is parents taking the time to listen. Listen to their children, hear them out.
Yes, it's important to say to them, tell me all the things that you're upset about, giving them that space to talk about it and be resentful if that's what they're feeling. And once they get it off their chest, then they realize that they're not alone. They're not the only ones going through it. And then it's time after that to get creative and say, how can we make these milestones happen in this day and age with what we're facing right now?
And what are some of the signs parents should look for if their children are slipping deeply or deep into depression? What should parents be looking for, and what action should they take immediately if it looks serious, Allison?
You know, there's always professional help that's available. Ask the kids, is there somebody that you want to talk to? There are therapists out there that are doing things online. They're so incredibly helpful. Also, to tell their kids to write down what it is that they're feeling. Journaling is always a good way to identify our feelings and to get them out of our bodies and onto paper. So look for the things when your kids start going to their room and not coming out, when they are a talkative kid and they're talking less. Notice when your kid isn't being themselves and say, you don't seem like yourself. Talk to me. Tell me what's going on.
And Allison, we focus on teenagers, the older kids with those milestones that they tend to get in their senior year. But what about the young kids who may be lonely at home and away from all of their friends? You know, cabin fever sets in with them too.
It's everybody that's feeling it. And again, it's about creating a new normal. It's about going and playing basketball outside with your kids. It's about giving them the space to say what's going on. It's about allowing them to maybe stay and do fun things that maybe they weren't always allowed to do, like a little bit more time on the screen. Not too much, but a little bit more. The rules are different now. So we've got to just help our kids say, this is something that's happening at this time. What can I do to help make your life a little bit more fun, a little bit easier? How can I help you to get through this time?
All right, Allison Goldberg, we thank you for sharing your expertise here on The Factor Uncensored, and thank you for spending some time with us.
We love the Isaiah Factor. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks. All right, and of course, we'll be back with more Factor Uncensored. Parents, remember, if you see something, make sure you take action with your children. We'll be back after this. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. It appears just about every day we're learning something new about the coronavirus. Just last week, we learned that more African Americans in some of the major cities are dying. That's why tomorrow night from 9 to 9:30, right here on Fox 26, we'll be discussing the effects of the coronavirus is having on the African American community. We're speaking to medical experts and professors about why this disease is hitting the Black community so hard, so don't miss that. And of course, we want to thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored. We see you back here tomorrow night at 10:30. Good night.
Welcome to Dish Nation, everybody. Yes, we are still here.
All right.
Giving you your tea on the latest celebrity news. And now Portia and Headcrack are at their respective homes while Heidi and I are at our studio. But we're still practicing social distancing. See, we can't touch.
No,
so
we're good. We're good.
We're safe and sound. As well as our Brat and Chewy, who are quarantining still. But look who's back. It's Gary.
Yay!
Yes,
we missed you.
Yes, I miss y'all too. I'm working from home, but I'm here, honey. I was here.
It's good to see you. So later, did Ariana Grande go back to that old thing? We'll explain. And Dolly Parton and Samuel L. Jackson has some stories you need to hear. Also, we go thirst trapping with the stars, quarantine style.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And Portia's going to show us some moves. Yeah, baby.
Am I? Oh, Lord have mercy. Get off my TikTok.
Portia. But first, Heidi, what you got?
All right. Well, it looks like a viral video of one sister shaving her head to support her other sister has really touched a lot of hearts. I saw this the other day, and I was touched by it. And now we're finding out that Janet Jackson was touched by it as well, to the point that she revealed that she even considered shaving her head. Now, I'm warning you right now, this video is going to make you cry. So let's get something to touch up the mascara and take a look.
And she's sitting here because she thinks she looks ugly. So let me show you. These are meaningless, Gabby. Like, who cares about these? I don't care about them. I love you. You look beautiful, boo-boo.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
So since Janet Jackson couldn't, I went ahead and did it
Frank
for Janet
shaved
Jackson.
his head in tribute to this
Wow.
girl. Janet shared this emotional video to her Instagram page with the caption, "This made me cry. I was actually going to shave my head for the Janet tour and was going to talk to all the kids to do the same. I love a bald head, especially on a woman. I think it's beautiful. You and your family are in my prayers. Stay positive. Stay strong. You're so beautiful."
Now, if Janet Jackson asked her fans to shave their heads, you think they would?
If she asked me to shave my head, I wouldn't do it for Janet.
But would I be wrong to say?
Well,
I mean,
Gary?
as for, I mean, Janet and Portia. I mean, I hope this is not a bad thing, but y'all don't really have to shave your heads if you just take your wigs off. I mean, wouldn't that be kind of?
Lies told, Gary. I do have a couple strands under here.
Well, Gary, your cousins Prince
tried
Harry and Meghan Markle will be protected in the United States after all. So Trump tweeted out some days ago insisting that U.S. taxpayers would not be funding the Duke and Duchess of Sussex protection after they were announced that they were moving to Los Angeles, California. Well, Prince Charles must have heard what the president said, and he said that he would agree to pay for a private contribution of about $2.5 million a year to cover half of Meghan and Harry's security. Now, this is coming from like a secret source. Now, Heidi, what do you think about Prince Charles coughing up the money to protect him? You think that's a good play?
Well, no, this is what's hilarious to me, because it's like typical when you're trying to be grown. Like, I'm on my own. I do it on my own.
Right.
I'm financially independent. Hey, real quick, Dad, we need $2.5 million.
He's also paying Harry's cell phone bill and car insurance.
That's just it. It's like, Harry, you're a grown man. You're a married man with a baby, and now you're still having to go to Daddy to get money for security. No, you're leaving the palace. Guess what? Figure it out. That's what my mom said. She's like, oh, no, I'm grown. Miss, I'm grown. Figure it out.
All right, y'all. Well, moving on. Maria Bello is in quarantine just like the rest of us, and she has a beautiful fiance, Dominic Crenn, who is a famous chef. But here's the thing. They live apart. They live in different cities. So now that everybody is quarantined separately and we're all going through this whole big pandemic, it's like, okay, I got to rethink some things. You want to be near your loved ones during this time. And so she got on Instagram and she asked the question. Take a look.
Engaged in solitude. Okay, so Dom and I just got engaged. Really, December 29th, very romantic. In Paris. And we live in different cities, okay? She lives in San Francisco. I live in LA. But then COVID comes. Like, who's dealing with that? Who's dealing with being engaged with someone who you're crazy in love with? And they're crazy in love with you. And yet, you gotta navigate this. See what I'm saying? Anyone has any answers? Let me know.
What do y'all think?
I'm thinking most people who heard about the quarantine and the lockdowns happening, that they, whether they had roommates, but they were dating somebody else, they instantly went and moved in with that close loved one. So I think that Maria Bello's like, hey, I really love her, and she didn't move up here with me. I'm worried that the relationship is not on the rocks.
That was my thought,
the
too.
chef didn't move in.
That was my thought, too, because at the end of the day, I'm going to come to you, or you're going to come to me, and we're going to be quarantined together, because that's the whole point. We need to stay quarantined for 14 days to make sure that neither one of us has
Maria
it.
lives in San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
And then So the chef lives in Los Angeles, so
It's not, just let's come here or I'll come there and we'll quarantine for 14 days together.
But no, I can relate to her because Dennis and I are engaged and we don't live together, right? But we live in the same city. But he has been here the entire time. I mean, at this time, you want to bunker down and you want the loved ones close to you. It doesn't matter what's going on. However long this lasts, he's going to be right here in his house.
Right, you haven't made him stay in his own house and said, I can't see you until this is all over. You haven't done that.
Yeah, he wants to
But
make
being
sure
in that
I'm safe. I wanna
situation,
make
does
sure
that
he's
make you
safe.
like the person more or less?
It depends on the day. It depends on the day.
All right, so we're keeping up with the tradition. It's time for Stars. All right, so today we're doing it up for the fellas, quarantine edition, and we're going to start out with the lovely Bella Hadid, giving us an inside look on how she's handling this lockdown by posting a photo on her IG in a white two-piece bikini with the caption, "Lucky to get some vitamin D." So what do you think, Heidi?
Listen, anytime it's a bikini picture, it's a thirst trap. Do we really have to ask this question?
Oh, man.
She looks amazing. I mean, she's able to put a bikini on during quarantine. The only two-piece I can be involved in quarantine is a bucket of fried chicken.
I'm kind of worried about her. Did she get to go grocery shopping when she's supposed to? Because look at those hip bones sticking out. She needs to eat something. Somebody get her some cans of
Somebody
beans.
got some food over there.
All right, so up next, we got Halsey. Now, she blessed her 19 million followers with a quarantine update video of her dancing in a bikini to a Harry Styles song in front of a mirror with the caption, "Quarantine update. Sorry I haven't been online. Clearly, I've been very, very busy trying to make the best of this weird time and thinking of you all." What do y'all think? She thirst trapping or not?
Oh, my God.
Frank, are you okay over there?
Oh, seriously. I think she's trying to thirst trap Harry Styles.
Oh, that's
She's singing his song. She's dancing in that bikini. Another girl who needs to actually eat something. See that gap in her bikini bottom?
Yeah,
She can't fill her bikini
I
bottoms
don't have that gap at all.
Yeah, and it's not like she out of town. If you at home, you can pick the best one that fits you right.
She a little light.
Up next, find out how this doctor is celebrated and considered a celebrity for his efforts dealing with the coronavirus. More details after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
Welcome back to Dish Nation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a scary time with the COVID-19 pandemic going on, but there is a hero that has come out of it, and I'm talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci. Yes, he's worked with 4 previous presidents, but it's his work on Trump's coronavirus task force, giving us all the information that we need, that has made him an overnight celebrity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci is 79 years old, and he is so popular that people are putting his face on everything from cupcakes to donuts to socks, even prayer candles. Heidi, here's a picture. Would you bite into a Fauci donut?
Frank, I'm on quarantine. I'll eat anything with anybody's face on it. I don't care.
All right.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know if Fauci sounds like a good donut or a bad donut. It's like, this donut tastes Fauci.
Can I get a dozen Faucis?
That sounds like fungi.
Did you sprinkle a little Fauci on top of that? I don't know. But Gary, this seems like something you already have. Like you already have socks with your face on them. Would you wear Fauci socks?
You know what? I probably would, but now as for the candle and the picture, if it doesn't have JFK face or Martin Luther King face on it, I wouldn't buy it. No.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, wow.
He's a man of a certain time.
He only eats Diana Ross donuts.
Now,
they are supreme.
Miss Ross face on it. Yes, honey. I would love to walk around with Miss Ross on my feet.
Gary, I would love to know what flavor is a Miss Ross cupcake, honey?
Oh, girl, it would be, honey, probably bourbon.
Yeah, I was thinking some alcohol infused.
That sounds a little strong for the queen.
You would think they'd put his face on something more relatable, like maybe mask.
Or gloves.
Band-Aids,
like rubber
gloves.
Or Lysol bottles. I mean, something. Hand sanitizer. Fauci sanitizer.
All right, y'all. Well, moving right along. Now, Ariana Grande is super gorgeous, and she has a signature ponytail that she's always worn. Like, if you see her, you know it, and she's got the little bow at the top. Well, she's been changing her look. A lot of people at home are going a little less glam, and she actually posted a picture of her real hair. Take a look.
Wow. She actually looks finer.
I like it.
With her hair like
It's
that.
gorgeous. Yeah. Like, I love it. It makes her look mature and like, I know it's hard.
That's right.
When you have
She looks like a woman.
Yeah, she looks like a woman. She's like forced into this. And so anyway, she captioned the photo, "Get a load of this." Now dreadlock. Now, Head Craig, when you had the dreadlocks and you had them for many, many years, was it hard when you ditched them?
No, because I thought like my signature trademark was like my nose until I cut my hair and people was asking, where's my hair? So like, yeah, I do have regrets, but I had it all wrong.
It was definitely the dreads. I knew your dreads before I like actually met you. I'm like, yeah, the guy with the dreads. And like, that's how we knew you.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Now I'm the guy without the dreads.
Yeah.
Now you're the guy with the nose.
Heidi, what do you think your trademark is, Heidi? When they think about Heidi, they describe the show like, she's the one with the...
big blue eyes.
The big blue eyes, huh? Okay.
Well, you know, here in Atlanta, they describe you the white girl in L.A.
I'm the white girl. I'm the white girl
like
in L.A. That's right. I'll take it. It's fine.
And in Crenshaw, she's known as the one with the tongue.
That's right.
And now I'm the skinhead. Great. This is awesome. I'm really glad I did
now
this.
you're going to be
white girl and the
skinhead. That's a crew right there.
Seriously. There's no other show on television like us.
All right, y'all. Up next, honey, Dolly Parton and Samuel L. Jackson are doing it. Find out what it is after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to Dish Nation. Now, if you're a parent, this story right here is going to get you a little excited because I know I was, but Dolly Parton and Samuel L. Jackson can now read your kids a bedtime story. Now, here's what's happening over the next 10 weeks. Dolly Parton, who calls herself the book lady, will read books to children and help them focus on comforting during this, quarantine time because it's like tough for some of them out there.
I think that's a misprint on the book lady. I think the K was supposed to be a B. She's the boob lady. That's how I've known her all these years.
That's how I identify with her,
She's trying to change your image.
But now she wants to be the creator of Sweet Dreams and Sweet Creams.
Oh my God, how far does she have to hold a book back when she's reading it with those big breasts? Like, she's got to hold it like this.
She uses it as a stand.
Yes, like legit. Like,
So Jimmy Kimmel did a video interview with Samuel L. Jackson and wanted to help encourage the message of social distancing by reading a poem written by Adam Mansbeck called Stay the at Home. Take a look.
The Rona is spreading. This is no joke. It's no time to work or roam. The way you can fight it is simple, my friends. Just stay the at home.
Now, Portia, as a mom, would you let Samuel L. Jackson read this book to kids? You know, because sometimes you got to communicate with our kids a little differently.
no, okay.
Oh.
Hell no. Samuel is not about to be teaching my baby these curse words, and she's going to be walking around here talking about, give me my bottle. I think not.
Oh, right, baby. She probably saying that now.
She's already got sass.
She close to it. I think she sometimes when she mumbling, I'm like, what? What you say already?
PJ's already got the eye roll down.
Oh, yeah, Mom.
If there was a celebrity that could read you a story, which celebrity would y'all let read y'all a story?
I want Oprah doing Stella from The Color Purple.
Oh,
Miss
you
Sophia
don't.
from The
That
Color
you never
Purple.
fall asleep.
I told you to stay home. I told your wife to stay. Your kids.
No, I remember when we watched Vanilla Sky came out and Penelope Cruz would go, open your eyes,
Oh, yeah,
open
yeah,
your
yeah.
eyes. I'd be like, no, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Well, I want Dolly Parton to read me a story. I want her to read the story Coat of Many Colors, honey, that her mama made for her. That's the one I want to hear.
All right, moving on. Do you remember the Instagram battle between Jonta Austin and Neo for the best songwriter?
Oh, yeah. It was legendary.
Whatever happened to that?
Oh, check this out. Well, Neo's ex-fiancé and friend of the show, Monietta Shaw, was on Instagram Live giving her opinion on how she felt, on who she felt won. When one fan asked her, will she get back with her ex? And, this was her reaction. Take a look.
Am I going to get back with Neo? I loved y'all together. Oh, that's sweet. But, I mean, no.
Let that man heal and get where he need to get to.
Anyway,
you good.
I'm
you good. He could, great person.
Yeah,
but my friend
awesome person, yeah.
She handled it very well because, first of all, honey, you got to remember how you don't ever, honey, dish your man who's continue giving you a check on a monthly basis for them
That's
children,
right. That's
honey.
how you know he paying them checks on time, okay? Because if he wasn't, she would have dogged him out. Okay?
Yeah, but he did her pretty dirty.
Well, yeah, but girl, she got to eat.
She's the bigger person.
So weigh in. What do you think about her friend's reaction talking about let that man heal?
Now, everybody needs a friend like that because guess what? See, she got to keep her mouth closed because she getting a check. But my friend, I mean, if they saying, you know, let that man heal and being shady, let them do that. Everybody need a friend like that.
It's funny how it looked like he was popping his head into the video, but you could tell she was turning it towards him so he could say some shit.
Right.
And then put it back on her show.
All right, y'all. Coming up, I'm about to bust a move and get my renegade on, but you got to come back to catch it. See you soon.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
What up, y'all? Welcome back to Dish Nation.
Hey.
Now, Portia, I've been scrolling around on the gram, and I see you representing for the millennials, and you jumped on that TikTok Renegade Challenge real quick. Now, I don't know if you got a chance to take a look at it, but Portia was doing this dance, and you was concentrating oh so hard. For everybody that missed it, check it out. So basically, for those that don't know, man, the Renegade Challenge is taking over social media, and it's basically a bunch of dance moves, and you gotta bust down to the song The Lottery by K-Camp, and it looks pretty difficult
Of course,
to do.
I mean, but it didn't look that hard, Portia. But how long did it take you, girl?
Actually, I'm not gonna lie, that was a dance that I made up in my head completely because I was trying to do their renegade dance, you know, because we're millennials, so I have to stay on trend and stuff. And I was like, wait a minute, this is basically arm movements. I got enough swag to do that. And then I did it, and then, you know, it looks amazing. Gary, can you do it?
I sure can, niece.
You a
Wanna
lie, let
sing?
me see.
Oh, really?
Yes, I do.
Let's see, Gary.
No, ma'am, no, sir, no, queen.
I shouldn't make fun of anybody because I can't dance. I mean, that is one thing I wish I could do. I wish I could play the piano, and I wish I could dance.
No, but Heidi, that's
Well,
the
you could
magic
probably
of
do
the
Portia's
renegade.
version.
Do my version, and you can just throw in what you want.
Do Portia's version.
Yes.
No, Portia's version is like it.
And don't forget to pump your chest up.
Oh, Lord. But I mean,
Portia looked like she was doing sign language next to the president so the people could see it.
Oh my God!
She's doing
Gary
sign language
kicked
about
out the
coronavirus.
sorority,
Doing a
and
press
Frankie kicked out the
conference.
bike
Go,
club.
no, put on mask. Put on mask. Wash your hands.
Spray.
Don't cough. Cover your mouth. That's what Portia was doing. Sign language interpreter.
See, I'm glad you
concentrating
understand.
really hard.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here at Divorce Court today because I just feel like I'm at the end of the line with Erin.
She needs patience. She has to change her attitude problem. These are all things that I deal with.
Erin's so clingy that it's just overwhelming.
No, I'm not clingy. I just want the world to know that that's my woman. She's beautiful.
He wants kids and I don't, and that's for the simple fact that I already have 2 kids.
We have had previous conversations about having children, and now I'm surprised that she doesn't want children anymore. We've talked about it.
I want the judge to tell Erin to realize that if he wants to keep me, he needs to step his game up.
I would like the judge to tell Kaylin that she needs to get her act together and things don't always fall in your lap like this.
Erin, I want you to stop acting like a little boy and grow up.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toller presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kaylin Gilcrease and Erin Mitchell. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You have no children together, but you do have children from a previous relationship. Things aren't good anymore, so you've come to see me. Ms. Gilcrease, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about your relationship and why you've come to see me today?
Basically, I'm here today because I feel like after all these years, I basically feel like he's trying to lock me down with a baby, and I'm just not going for that. So it's been one of our biggest issues that we've had throughout our whole relationship.
Lies.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to get to you. I promise. I will.
Too soon.
Why do you think he's trying to lock you down with a baby?
Because it's just the constant pressure reminder he wants a kid. He doesn't have kids. And he's in his late 20s, so I know he's getting to that point in his life where he wants to start a family. As for me, I have 2 boys. They're older. I'm just not ready for that yet. I feel like, you know, the constant pressure asking me and stuff, it gets to me a little bit because he knows how I feel about the situation.
Do you have disagreements about whether or not you would like to have more children?
I guess you could say we have disagreements. She's stating that obviously right now, but you know, in previous times we had conversations about possibly having a baby at the beginning of our relationship. So this throws confusion for me.
Do you think, did she change her mind as years went on?
I think she may have changed her mind as years went on, but this is something that wasn't communicated to me effectively.
When did you realize that she no longer or wasn't currently interested in having children? Like, how long has this been an issue?
I say that it's been an issue.
The whole time.
She say the whole time, right? But but I just told you that we done had this conversation at the beginning of our relationship. So then when it come to me and she's feeling like this, now it's like I'm just some lost duck somewhere just swimming like I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So then, like, we got a friend, a mutual friend that's recently had a baby. You know? And since she is a mother, you know, the lady that has just recently had this baby, she's a brand new mother. So she showed her some tips on how to nurture the baby and stuff like that. But when we leave those situations, she got baby fever, so now I'm confused.
So how old are your boys?
9 years old and 6 years old.
9 and 6, yeah. 9 and, woo-wee.
Yep.
Been there, done that. Ms. Gilcrease, did you have conversations in the beginning with him about, and tell him that you were open to having children?
Eventually, you know, when we're in a place to where we can have another baby and be stable and I can have some sort of security. If we're not at that place, I don't feel like we need to be having a child when we're not all the way together.
Nothing against you, Mr. Mitchell, but don't have nobody else's baby unless you married.
And that's another thing.
You see what I'm saying? Just don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
Old school, you know what I mean? If you want to put your future in my body, I better be the most important thing in your future.
I heard it.
And if I'm not that chick, not doing it. I recommend that in general. You say he's too clingy. Why do you say that?
This is one of my biggest issues. He's clingy because he does things females would do. Like if we're watching a movie and I'm not laying right up on him, it's an issue. Even when I'm laying on him, if I'm not close enough or if he's not all the way touching me, it's an issue. If we're out in public, he has to be all over me. He has to, I guess, prove a point that I'm his girlfriend to everybody else that may be around. Like, there is this one specific time we were shopping in the mall, and, you know, he likes to do lovey-dovey stuff in person in front of people. I don't like that on private. So he started being all over me, walking behind me, bear hugging me. I'm tripping over his feet, just looking stupid, and, you know, and he just don't stop, and it's just like irritate me the whole time. And I'm just like, he could tell I'm getting irritated, and he knows why, but he just feels like it's okay because we're out in public. But he also knows me too. He went to go slap my butt, and I turned around and I had a reflex, is what I call it, and I slapped him because you know how I get. Like, don't try to force it out in public because you think you're gonna get away with it.
Mr. Mitchell, what do you have to say about what she just said? Did she describe it accurately, or is there something else going on?
She described it as accurate as she wanted to. I don't agree with that. You know, like, we might be in a car or something like that, driving down the street to a destination. She want me to rub on her, rub her thigh while I'm driving or something. She likes me to touch her. She says she feels some type of sense of security. She feels like, you know, when I do be like that with her, it's showing her that from inside of me that I really care for her like that. You know what I mean? So,
I don't ask you to rub my feet, though, when we're driving somewhere. Like, I don't be like, yeah, rub all over me. You got to drive.
You ask him to rub your feet while he's driving?
I mean, it's just a thing we do. Like, if he's driving, you know, I'll set one of my feet on him.
What man do that?
And he'll just...
What man do that and do it great? Multitask.
I don't think that's anything weird, though.
What man do that?
That's not weird. People do things like that in relationships.
don't you keep your feet down on the deck? You know, there's enough with distracted driving down there.
We ain't got into an accident yet.
Sometimes he'll ask me for one. Like I mean, it's just one of them things we do. And that's basically it. I don't be like, rub all over me while you're driving. I don't do that.
You put your feet in his lap and you ask him to rub your feet while he's driving.
So if I can rub
if something something, you know, alarming happens, he's not focused. He ain't gonna have both hands on the wheel, you know?
I mean, he's quick, you know?
Just like her reflexes, right?
Yeah, just like her reflex. Well, since we're talking about quick, I'm understanding there's some intimacy problems. So let's talk about that now.
He went all out, got a hotel room, made it nice, you know. He surprised me, brought me to the room, opened the door, and I see everything. Most women would be like, oh, babe, you know, I appreciate this, but my feelings was, dang, I'm trapped.
Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Gilcrease, I understand that you don't want to work somewhere where she's not working. Is that accurate?
That's not accurate.
It's very accurate.
You tell me what you believe is happening, and you tell me what you believe is happening.
Over the past couple years, like, well, we met at work. That's how we met, and it's just been a thing that we would get jobs together. It's easier. We carpool together. The scheduling with having the kids, it was just easier.
Yeah.
But then it became a thing to where he just did not want to get a job unless he got a job with me. I don't know if it was like an insecurity problem, if he didn't trust me or what, or he just, I don't know what it was, but he would not get a job unless he got a job.
Are you working at the same job now?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, what do you have to say about that? Did she get that wrong?
She got that wrong. She got that wrong. Like she said, we met at work.
Right.
And we've been working with each other at different jobs consistently since then. You know, we've been working these temporary assignments to warehouses and stuff like that. Typically, I do the landing on it. You know, I do the research on the internet, find a job. You know, I walk in, I go get that thing. And she more so comes with me.
Right.
I mean,
she gets one too.
She could trust that when I'm going to go get it, I'm going to go get it, because that's what a man do.
Okay. Would you have a problem if she got a job where you weren't working?
It's already happened before.
And you never had a problem with it? You never talked about it? There's never been an issue, an argument?
Listen, I'm there 10 minutes early for you, 10 minutes early before you get off. It ain't no thing.
He's interesting. You say you feel suffocated with his love.
Yeah, he's just...
He wants too much touching, too much sex.
It's overwhelming, and it makes me not, like, the more he pressures me to want to be intimate or all that, the more it makes me not want to do that. So it puts me in a situation where it's like I feel like I have to make excuses. I have to come up with reasons to not do things with him. Like, it was one specific time where he went all out. Like, I was at work, and he went all out, got a hotel room, made it nice, you know, because he just wanted to do that for me. But that specific night, it just wasn't my night. I wasn't in the mood. I'm a real moody person sometimes, especially when I get off of work. And basically, you know, he surprised me, brought me to the room, opened the door, and I see everything. And, you know, most women would be like, oh, babe, you know, thank you, and I appreciate this. But my feelings was, like, dang, I'm trapped. Like, now we're here. Now we're here, and I have to make an excuse to, you know, find my way out of this situation because I just wasn't in the mood.
Women come in here by the dozen talking about their man don't do anything romantic for them, that they don't love them, that they don't express this. This man over here rubbing your feet on the way to work, and then got a hotel room for you with all the trappings when you're done, and you don't want it. Tell me about that, Mr. Mitchell.
I just feel like...
I understand how you feel, but go ahead and say it.
She don't know how to accept this real love. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm like, maybe she ain't never seen it before in her life, never had it thrown at her like that, but I'm real.
He plays a lot of mind games, too. He's a very...
What kind of mind game?
People person. Like, he can talk, you know what I'm saying?
Well, what kind of mind game?
He's just, like, he's controlling in a way to, like... I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I'm controlling, but I'm the one rubbing the feet.
Okay, because you rub my feet once. That don't mean nothing. That's one little thing. That's not. That don't define our whole relationship. Because you rub my feet. Ooh, so what? Like.
Well, let me ask you this: you believe that Mr. Mitchell is cheating on you. I want you to tell me why you believe, after all of this love and PDA and intimacy in your direction, you believe he's actually cheating on you.
I have been seeing somebody else because don't do that because I don't.
Oh, you got a right to be upset.
I mean, he does, but he kind of knew already.
Kind of knew already.
You kind of knew already.
I kind of just found out right now.
How would you feel if your partner insisted on showing you public displays of affection? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Gilcrease, why do you think he's cheating on you?
I feel like he's cheating on me because I've seen text messages from a person that he had relations with back in high school before me, but at the same time, he's been intimate with this girl. So I've seen messages on his phone from this specific girl. And
what did they say?
Basically, can you come over? Can we kick it, hang out, and stuff like that? And
what does he say?
He responds like, you know, that's cool. I'll have to find the time and stuff like it. I didn't read too much because I only had a certain amount of time to go through his phone and read it.
You on the down low. You got,
I had to go to the stuff that proved that he was talking to somebody else. Now, as far as like if he went to go kick it with her, I don't know if that happened. But that gives me good reason to believe that he did.
Were you kicking it with this other woman?
No, I wasn't kicking it with this other woman. This is the woman right here I want to be with. Now, this other woman that she's talking about is a friend of mine from high school, you know. We were best friends. When I first met her, we did like each other, but, you know, I had relationships with her best friend.
Right.
So we agreed that we would only be friends.
Too much.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Ms. Gilcrease, I don't understand why you care.
At the time, I cared because I wanted the relationship.
I'm talking about right now.
Oh, well.
Tell me why you may not care.
Because I just feel like we've done everything to try to fix everything. I feel like I've done everything.
Be truthful with this man. He deserves it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I have been seeing somebody else because at the end of the day, I just don't feel all the way satisfied with where we're at. And it's been 5 years of an ongoing cycle. So
how long have you been seeing somebody else?
Don't do that because I don't.
Well, he got a right to be upset, though.
I mean, he does, but he kind of knew already. He kind of knew already.
I kind of knew already.
You kind of knew already.
I kind of just found out right now.
How did he know already?
Because he's came across, you know, little things on my phone that may have gave him an idea. I don't know how much he looked into my phone to figure out what was going on, but he's seen messages between me and this other guy.
You know that for sure?
I don't know it for sure, but knowing him and the way I know him, I know when I leave my phone around, that's his chance to go through it.
Yeah, but don't you think if he had caught you doing that, he'd have said a little something?
No, because he plays mind games, and it's more of a, at this point now, like he'll try to more so get revenge and just go do, well, she's doing her thing, so I'm gonna just go do my thing, but I'm still gonna be in cahoots with her.
I'm not into open relationships.
But you do the same thing I do. Like, okay, when we break up, like he'll go talk to people, I'll go talk to people. We're broken up. There's no.
But you're not broken up now. You seeing somebody else while you with him. That's what's happening here, and that's what I'm going to address. That's what I'm going to address. Mr. Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not know?
Had no idea. Now, see, what's crazy to me about that is she got me always thinking I'm crazy, some man in my emotions that's weak or something. And here all along, the dog that's barking is the one that's biting.
Okay. Okay.
What are you going to do from here?
I'm gonna reevaluate myself and shoot for the stars. I don't know if I could deal with this. Like, she's talking about...
He's real good at making himself look like the victim, and that's real irritating.
Well, you're seeing somebody else. You're seeing somebody else.
Because he don't act like a man. Like, this is why.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. Mr. Mitchell, I'm gonna talk to you. Put your track shoes on and get to stepping. She doesn't want you. She's not treating you right. She's not loving you well. You're trying to be as close and as kind and as romantic and as securing as you can be, but that's not what she wants. She doesn't appreciate who you are and what you bring to the table. And since she doesn't appreciate who you are, which you have the right to love whomever you want to love. You absolutely have the right to do that. But you also have the obligation to be truthful with the person with whom you're dealing. You don't have the right to mix that up. Right. You're not using condoms with him. I don't know what you're doing with the other guy, so what are you exposing him to that he doesn't know about? He has the right to protect his health and his future, and he can't do that if the woman that he's sleeping with is doing things behind his back that he doesn't know anything about. Step on, step well. You're what I call a toner man. Back in the day, we used to use toner ink for emails, and what's going to happen is the people, women from all across the country are going to be emailing divorce court. What's his number? Where does he live? Hook me up, because I want him. Because somebody's going to want you. Step on, step well, enjoy your life. This matter's adjourned.
Judge Lynn, you know, she made it clear this guy is a good one, but he's not going to stick around, obviously, after learning this news today. How does that make you feel?
It's going to be a little upsetting, but at the same time, he's not what I'm looking for right now. I mean, he's not satisfying me how a man should.
What's your reaction to learning that she's seen another guy?
I mean, it's time for me to get my bags, you know, hit the road, go get me a pack of cigarettes, and never come back, man.
Judge Lynn said we're gonna get some emails. I don't know if you want to shout your email address or something out to the fans right now so we can start getting you someone lined up.
Hey, you can find me, Aaron Mitchell, on Facebook. That's it.
There it is. There it is.